Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Befriended Zabuza and Haku. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It had been a day since the team selection at the Ninja Academy. Morning arrived and the hyperactive blonde youth was awake, staring into nothing, lost in his thoughts. A sinister voice only he could hear came from within his mind. Naruto recognized it as Kurama's voice. Naruto greeted Kurama and Kurama asked if he was nervous about his new team. Naruto denied it and continued staring into space. Kurama reassured him that things would not be the same as at the academy. Naruto turned to look at the fox's crimson eyes, full of anger and contempt, while Kurama looked back with blue eyes that held only desperation, fear, and loneliness. Naruto hoped Kurama was right. Flashback. At the Ninja Academy, Naruto sat by the window, replaying past events. He remembered when Mizuki had stolen the scroll that contained advanced techniques such as the Shadow Clone Technique, Reanimation Jutsu, some fire techniques, and the Flying Thunder God Technique. Naruto had defeated Mizuki easily because he had been training in secret, away from the villagers and some shinobi who otherwise would have looked at him with contempt, insulted, or struck him. Kurama had begun training him when he was 6, after their first encounter when Naruto had almost died from a knife wound near his chest. Kurama told him not to dwell on it. Naruto asked what Kurama meant. Kurama reminded him that he could not be fooled. Being sealed inside Naruto allowed him to know what Naruto was thinking. Naruto apologized and thanked Kurama for his help and training, admitting that without Kurama he would probably have died many times. He smiled at Kurama, and Kurama responded with a similar, restrained expression, though there was a hint of something unspoken. And a flashback. Back in the present, the students filed into the classroom and took their seats. Naruto continued to stare out the window, unaware that Iruka was about to announce the team assignments. A voice in his head told him to concentrate. He cleared his gaze and watched Iruka call out the names of the teams. Naruto quietly thanked Kurama in his mind when he heard his own name announced. Iruka announced that Team 7 would consist of Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha, and that their sensei would be Hatake Kakashi. Sakura promptly complained about being placed on the same team as Naruto, earning a stern scolding from Iruka that made her lower her head in apology as the other students laughed. Iruka then noticed Naruto's blank expression and felt concerned. Iruka instructed everyone to return at the same time the next morning and said he was proud of them. The students left the classroom, and Naruto was the last to exit. Iruka called him over and asked if something was wrong. Naruto asked what Iruka meant, and Iruka explained that Naruto had seemed off earlier. Naruto said he had not slept well the night before and offered a forced smile. Iruka urged him to rest because he would need his energy the next day. Naruto nodded and went home. As Naruto walked through the village, many villagers looked at him with hostility. One man threw a bottle that hit Naruto on the head and shattered. Naruto suffered a minor injury from the impact. Kurama urged him to defend himself, furious at the attack, but Naruto reminded Kurama that retaliating would only make things worse. He chose to ignore it and quietly cursed the village elders in his mind. That evening Naruto got up, dressed, ate breakfast, and left early for the academy because he did not want to run into anyone. He arrived 2 hours before the others and sat by the window again until his teammates arrived. The time passed quickly as teams filed out with their sensei. 1 hour later, Kakashi arrived. Sakura complained about his tardiness. Kakashi apologized, joking that he had been lost on the path of life, and then vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto left first without glancing back at his teammates. Sasuke followed, and Sakura tried to speak to Naruto but was ignored. When they reached the academy rooftop, everyone sat down. Kakashi explained that they would introduce themselves by giving their names, likes, dislikes, and dreams. He began by introducing himself as Hatake Kakashi and then moved on to guide the team through the exercise, watching them carefully as they prepared to speak. The group fell into an awkward pause. Sakura's irritation became visible as she clenched her jaw. Sakura introduced herself as Haruno Sakura. She said that her likes were tied to a glance she gave Sasuke, that her dream reflected the same look, and that she disliked people who arrived late and Naruto, whom she called a fool. Naruto lowered his eyes and tried to ignore her as much as he could. Kakashi then pointed to Sasuke and indicated that it was his turn. Sasuke introduced himself as Uchiha Sasuke. He said he had no particular likes or dislikes and no dream, only one ambition: to kill a certain person and restore his clan. Kakashi turned to Naruto and told him it was his turn. Naruto introduced himself as Uzumaki Naruto. He said he liked ramen, disliked people who looked at others with contempt for no reason, and that his dream was to become Hokage. He smiled awkwardly while Kakashi simply nodded. Kakashi assured Naruto that he would help him as much as he could and that he knew Naruto was not the Nine Tails. He announced that they would meet the next day at Training Field 7 and recommended they skip breakfast if they thought they might get sick. The three children nodded, Naruto more reluctantly than the others. The next day, Team 7 Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke arrived at the training field early as Kakashi had instructed. While they waited, Naruto sat under a tree watching the sky, Sasuke stood quietly, and Sakura tried to engage Sasuke in conversation. After an hour, Sasuke told Sakura to be quiet. Sakura attempted to protest, but Sasuke insisted she remain silent until Kakashi arrived. Sakura nodded with her head lowered. From the tree, Naruto told Sasuke not to treat Sakura that way and reminded him that she was only trying to talk while they waited for Kakashi. Sasuke asked why it mattered to Naruto. Naruto replied that they were teammates now and asked Sasuke to show Sakura a little respect, speaking with rising irritation. Sakura then told Naruto to be quiet and that he had no right to speak about Sasuke. Naruto sighed, thinking he had only been trying to help, and watched the scene unfold. Naruto then noticed a bird in a tree with its chick, and when the chick fell from a great height he moved so quickly that he caught it before it hit the ground, impressing both Sasuke and Sakura with his speed. Naruto remarked that the chick would not have survived if he had been any slower, climbed the tree using his feet, placed the chick back in its nest beside its mother, and cautioned them to be more careful next time. The chick made a small sound in response and Naruto smiled. Sasuke demanded to know how Naruto had managed that and asked for an explanation, but Naruto ignored him and told him to stay quiet until Kakashi arrived. Sasuke insisted on being spoken to with respect, reminding Naruto that he was an Uchiha. Naruto retorted that Sasuke now understood what it felt like to be treated the way he had treated Sakura, teasing him. Sasuke's frustration showed and he turned away, while Sakura watched and smiled a little at Naruto's action. Naruto's inner presence, Kurama, laughed quietly in his head at how Naruto had put Sasuke in his place, and Naruto grinned at Sasuke's expression. When Kakashi finally arrived, Naruto climbed down from the tree and told him he was late. Kakashi apologized and explained that he had stopped to help an elderly woman with her belongings. The three of them exchanged a look that suggested they suspected otherwise, and Kakashi began the lesson. Kakashi produced 2 bells from his pocket and explained the test. The one who managed to take the bells from him would pass. Sakura pointed out that there were only 2 bells while there were 3 of them. Kakashi asked her to let him finish and clarified that the one who succeeded would pass, and those who failed would have to return to the academy. When he said that, everyone looked impressed and a little afraid. Naruto stammered that they had already graduated from the academy and that Kakashi could not send them back as if nothing had happened. He said it as an act and smiled secretly while the others did not notice. Kakashi asserted that this was his team and his rules, and he ordered them to prepare. Naruto pretended to attack with a kunai. In a swift, practiced movement, Kakashi reappeared behind him and pressed a kunai lightly to the back of Naruto's neck, surprising the others. Naruto had been faking. Kakashi indicated that he had not told them to start, released him, and then ordered the exercise to begin. The rest of the team hid except for Naruto. A short training battle occurred off-screen, and the narrative continued. All members of Team 7 were sitting while one of them was bound to a log and fussing. Kakashi expressed disappointment and the others lowered their heads, one of them even mimicking the motion. Kakashi then offered a second chance. He reached for the bells at his waist and showed them to the team, but the bells suddenly puffed away, revealing they were actually 2 rocks he had been holding. Everyone reacted in surprise. Naruto laughed, drawing a few looks. Kakashi glared at Naruto as if suspecting something. Naruto demanded to be untied from the log, and Kakashi nodded while the others released him. Kakashi asked Naruto to explain. Naruto produced 2 bells from his pockets. The others looked somewhat impressed, but Sasuke watched with anger at the idea that someone ordinary could have outsmarted an Uchiha. Naruto said that when Kakashi had grabbed him and thrown him into the water, he had attacked with his clones. The clone that had approached from behind had grabbed 2 stones and transformed them to look like the bells, and in a quick movement Naruto had swapped them. Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama suggested that he tell the truth. Naruto wondered what was meant. Kurama observed that he clearly knew Naruto had switched the bells when he attacked with a kunai and Kakashi had caught him. Naruto reasoned that if he admitted it, Kakashi would probably demand another test to evaluate his abilities, and that could lead to a promotion and increased supervision. Naruto worried that being treated as the village's weapon would put him under tight control, possibly by ANBU. Kurama noted that Naruto had thought it through carefully, and Naruto nodded. Outside his subconscious, time passed while Kakashi continued to ponder the moment when the bells had been swapped. He ultimately could only nod. Kakashi acknowledged that Naruto had the 2 bells and asked what he intended to do with them. Naruto struck a thoughtful pose. He considered giving one to Sakura because he liked her, and she reacted with annoyance at the idea. He also considered keeping both so he could train closely with Kakashi. Then Naruto tossed the bells to Sakura and Sasuke, and they looked at them with uncertainty. Sasuke asked why. Naruto said he would not mind returning to the academy, but he knew what Kakashi had intended from the start. Kakashi asked him to explain. Naruto replied that the point had been teamwork. He explained that if he had revealed the bells immediately, the test would have ended and the others would not have participated. By pretending to continue, he encouraged the others to get involved and help while Kakashi's attention was divided, making it easier to retrieve the bells, actually the stones. Sakura looked at Naruto with a new sense of surprise. Sasuke seethed at being outdone by someone he considered inferior and vowed to become stronger and defeat him no matter the cost. Kakashi admitted to himself that Naruto was not as foolish as he had thought. Kakashi congratulated them and told them to prepare. Team 7's first mission would be tomorrow. He gave them a nod of approval and a thumbs up. He added that those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. The meeting ended with the leader telling them he hoped everything was clear. The others nodded, and he said they would meet the next day at the Hokage Tower for their first mission before vanishing in a small puff of smoke. Sasuke left with Sakura at his side, and Sakura tried to talk to him while Naruto watched them with a sad expression. Naruto murmured that he was alone again and walked home. In his subconscious, Kurama reminded the boy that he was not alone and that Kurama was there for him. Naruto acknowledged Kurama but said it felt different. Kurama asked what he meant. Naruto explained that Kurama was the only one he could talk to inside his mind while, on the outside, he had no one to speak with or share company. He admitted he would like to feel that connection at least once. Kurama said nothing. In part, Naruto was right. Kurama could not be outside with him, and the way the villagers looked at Naruto filled him with anger. Naruto arrived home early and sat in his chair. He ate some fruit because the shops drove him away and sometimes threw objects at him, so fruit was all he could reliably get. All the money the third Hokage had given him remained saved because he could not spend it. As night fell, Naruto lay in bed staring at the ceiling, tears filling his eyes as he wondered how long people would keep looking at him that way. 2 months later, in the Hokage Tower, Team 7 finished a mission to find a cat named Tora. Sakura returned the cat to its owner, who thanked her repeatedly and left with tears in her eyes, while the team exchanged awkward looks. Naruto complained to the elder that he wanted a real mission and was tired of doing trivial tasks. Sakura agreed with Naruto, and Sasuke only nodded. The third Hokage explained that they were still genin and had to accept D-rank assignments, which made Naruto throw a tantrum while Kakashi urged him to calm down. The third sighed and then offered a C-rank mission. They were to escort a builder safely to the land of waves. A man entered the room, unsteady and smelling of alcohol. The builder introduced himself as Tazuna and dismissed the young ninjas as weak kids, which made them bristle. Kakashi lightly reminded them to stay calm and to protect the client rather than harm him, and the others nodded while still watching him closely. The third told them to rest because the mission would begin the next day, and the team answered their agreement before leaving with the builder. Chapter 3. 1 day had passed since Team 7 set out to escort the bridge builder Tazuna safely to the land of waves. Sakura tried to speak with Sasuke while Tazuna talked with Kakashi about the bridge. Kakashi nodded absent-mindedly as he read his book, and Naruto walked alone, silent. After about 40 minutes, Kakashi noticed a puddle of water that struck him as suspicious. He looked ahead and saw that Naruto was also watching it. Naruto began to draw a kunai without anyone else noticing, but Kakashi observed everything. The puddle suddenly reshaped into a man and lunged at Kakashi. Kakashi struck back with his chain and incapacitated the attacker. The genin and Tazuna watched in alarm as another mist ninja appeared with the intent to kill Tazuna. In a swift move, Naruto hit the mist ninja in the head hard enough to send him flying into a tree and leave him unconscious. The mist ninja cursed as he attacked the young blonde, but Kakashi intervened, catching the assailant and rendering him unconscious with a single blow. Kakashi praised Naruto for keeping his composure despite the chaos and commended Sasuke and Sakura for protecting Tazuna. Kakashi then asked Tazuna why he had lied, and Tazuna grew nervous. Tazuna spoke nervously, asking why Kakashi thought he had lied. Kakashi explained that the ninjas they had defeated seemed connected to the demon brothers and that it did not make sense for them to attack a simple builder without reason. Tazuna then told the group the truth about why people wanted him dead and about a trafficker named Gato. After hearing the story, Kakashi noted that the mission should be considered rank B rather than C and that it would normally require Chunin rather than Genin. Tazuna pleaded desperately, explaining that he could not afford to pay for a B-ranked mission and begged them not to leave. Naruto insisted that they would carry out the mission, and Kakashi, seeing Naruto's determined smile, agreed. Tazuna thanked them with relief. Sakura admitted that she had thought Kakashi might be dead. Kakashi, smiling, explained that he had managed to replace himself with a log just in time and avoided being harmed. Sakura nodded. Some time later, Naruto sensed someone approaching. The incoming chakra felt very strong, and he concluded it must be a Jonin. Kakashi warned everyone to be ready. A large sword hurtled through the air and embedded itself in a tree as a mist ninja appeared on it, bare-chested with his mouth wrapped. The stranger taunted Kakashi, referencing the Sharingan and the ability to copy jutsu. Kakashi identified the man as Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Sasuke overheard and felt a surge of conflict at the mention of the Sharingan, knowing it belonged to his clan. Kakashi ordered everyone to protect Tazuna and said he would handle the fight. The others surrounded Tazuna to shield him. Kakashi engaged Zabuza, but suddenly a water clone delivered a powerful kick that struck Kakashi and sent him toward the Genin, leaving him unconscious. Naruto realized there was no choice but to face the opponent. Kurama, the fox within, questioned whether Naruto was ready and warned that the others would see what he could do. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, trembling with fear, and steeled himself. Sakura asked in panic what they should do with Kakashi unconscious and feared they might be killed. Sasuke urged that they should run. Naruto formed a hand sign and created 4 clones, moving forward to confront Zabuza alongside the original. Sakura called for Naruto to wait, but Sasuke told her they needed to leave and insisted on getting Tazuna to safety. Tazuna began to protest that Naruto was his friend, but Sasuke cut him off. Sasuke ordered Sakura to take the unconscious Kakashi while he moved Tazuna quickly. Sakura protested briefly but then obeyed and carried Kakashi on her shoulder as they ran, casting a final glance back at Naruto battling Zabuza. Sakura silently apologized to Naruto and left with Sasuke. In the fight, Zabuza remarked that Naruto's companions had abandoned him. Naruto watched them go and then heard a sudden crack as an attack came down. An inner voice urged him to dodge, and he dropped without hesitation, evading Zabuza's blade. Because if he did not, he would be beheaded. Zabuza acknowledged that the boy had good reflexes but insisted it would not save him, then performed water-style, water clone jutsu. 3 clones of Zabuza formed and advanced on the blonde youth. Naruto drew a kunai and in a quick motion intercepted one of the clones. He stopped the attack of one clone, but another appeared and forced him to leap aside. The 3rd clone came down from above with a sweeping strike, and Naruto formed a clone of his own. He grabbed the original clone and pushed it aside while the attacking copy was struck and dispersed. Naruto then formed a hand seal and produced 3 clones. They engaged Zabuza's clones in evenly matched combat, while the original Naruto confronted and defeated Zabuza's copies. Easily because they were occupied. The blonde youth's clones vanished afterward. Zabuza admitted that he had to recognize Naruto's skill and unleashed water-style, Great Water Dragon. A massive dragon surged toward Naruto. Naruto countered with fire-style, Great Fireball, colliding with the dragon and creating a cloud of steam. From the steam, Zabuza appeared behind Naruto and launched a powerful slash. The impact triggered an explosive clone technique that detonated, sending Zabuza flying several meters. He staggered to his feet, somewhat impressed. In that moment, Naruto had reappeared behind him with a kunai pressed to the swordsman's throat. Naruto explained that when his fire jutsu and Zabuza's dragon had collided, the resulting steam had hidden his movements and allowed him to create an explosive clone while he himself slipped away. Zabuza chuckled and admitted Naruto was stronger than he had expected, though he still claimed superiority. A water clone materialized behind Naruto, forcing Naruto to dodge to avoid serious harm. He distanced himself by several meters, assumed a combat stance, and watched the water clone dissolve. Zabuza asked the boy for his name. Naruto answered, smiling, that his name was Uzumaki Naruto. Zabuza smiled faintly beneath his bandages. Zabuza proposed an offer to the boy. He paused and then invited Naruto to join him, praising Naruto's talent and insisting that with Zabuza's help the boy would be unstoppable. Naruto considered the offer for several minutes before responding. Naruto regretted that he could not accept. When Zabuza asked why, Naruto stated that he was a shinobi of Konoha and would not betray them, and he also thought of fulfilling the will of his parents. Zabuza questioned whether Naruto wanted to protect them while they might betray him. Hearing that, Naruto felt a familiar ache, remembering the moment he had been abandoned and how painful life in the village had been. He nodded sadly, then returned to a fighting stance, and the battle resumed. At Tazuna's house, the two genin arrived and laid Kakashi down on a bed so he could rest. Sakura felt uncomfortable about what had happened and about not helping Naruto or at least stopping Sasuke from making such a decision. Tazuna asked Sasuke why he had done what he did. Sasuke acted indifferent and asked what Tazuna meant. Tazuna bluntly asked why Sasuke had abandoned his teammate, reminding him that they were supposed to be friends. Sasuke stated coldly that he did not care what happened to that boy. Sakura protested, reminding Sasuke that the boy had helped them train, and that without him they would not have become genin. Sakura sounded worried. Sasuke shouted that it was enough, declared he was going outside to rest, and left, closing the door. Sakura murmured his name, concerned. Back in the fight, 3 hours had passed and both Naruto and Zabuza were exhausted. The swordsman was breathing hard and thought that if a mere genin continued to challenge him like this he might be defeated. Zabuza asked the boy why, given his skills, Naruto was still a genin. Naruto replied that one should never show true strength from the start, then confirmed he was indeed a genin. Hearing that, Zabuza rose and charged the injured blonde youth. Naruto drew a kunai to block Zabuza's blade, but without noticing a sudden, fast kick from Zabuza struck Naruto's shoulder hard and caused him pain. Naruto grimaced. Naruto created a clone and focused chakra in his hand to form a sphere in preparation for an attack. Before he could strike, a senbon struck Zabuza and left the swordsman motionless. A masked young figure appeared at Zabuza's side. Naruto asked who the newcomer was. The masked figure identified himself as an ANBU from the mist, saying he had been searching for the fugitive and that he owed Naruto thanks because without his actions he would not have been able to eliminate him. Naruto dispelled his technique and watched as the ANBU began to tend to the body. Naruto asked what the ANBU intended to do with the swordsman. The ANBU replied that even a criminal deserved to be buried as a ninja. Naruto nodded, and the ANBU disappeared along with the body. Kurama noted mentally to Naruto whether he had noticed the presence of the ANBU, and Naruto acknowledged that he had and that the ANBU had been hiding for a while. Naruto shook off the distraction and decided to go find his teammates. Kurama confirmed that, even while confined, he could still sense their chakra. Naruto nodded and left to look for the others. 3 hours had passed since the young ninja arrived at the house with Tazuna and their unconscious teacher. The house was heavy with silence. Sakura cursed herself inwardly for what she had done to the blonde, hyperactive boy. Sasuke sat on the sofa as if nothing had happened. Tazuna watched them with visible displeasure. He had told his family what they had done to his companion and to his daughter, Tsunami, and she refused to speak to them. From her point of view, what they had done was unforgivable. The quiet held until Kakashi began to stir. Kakashi woke up groggy and asked where he was. Sakura expressed relief that he was awake with a little happiness. As memories returned, Kakashi became alarmed and demanded to know what had happened to Zabuza. Sasuke answered calmly that they had escaped, while Sakura bowed her head. Kakashi then asked where they were. Sasuke explained that they were in Tazuna's house and that they had stayed there until Kakashi woke. Kakashi nodded and pushed himself up, still feeling sore from the fight. He went down to the dining room with the young ninja, where Tazuna and his daughter Tsunami were. Kakashi thanked Tazuna for allowing them to stay. Tazuna responded curtly. Kakashi asked if something was wrong, and Tsunami stopped washing dishes and suggested that he ask his students instead, speaking with anger. Kakashi turned to his students and saw Sakura bowed and Sasuke looking away, avoiding his gaze. He felt uneasy. Then he noticed that Naruto was missing and asked where he was. Sakura began to speak, but Tazuna cut in, saying that they should hear how Naruto had been left behind with the swordsman and how the students had run away as if they did not care what happened to him. Hearing that, Kakashi became furious. He stared at the young ninja as they bowed their heads in confirmation and shouted in disbelief, demanding why they had done such a thing. Sasuke replied with a cold remark that Naruto should feel honored to sacrifice himself to an Uchiha. Kakashi reacted. With swift, stern disdain, he grabbed Sasuke and forced him to his knees, the motion sharp enough to take his breath away, and he struck a firm, reprimanding cuff across Sakura's cheek, leaving her flushed. Kakashi told them that they did not deserve to be ninja, his disgust clear as he said that breaking rules made a person scum, but abandoning comrades was worse, and that they were worse than that. The young ninja hung their heads. Kakashi moved toward the door and announced that he would return immediately to look for Naruto. He stopped when he saw Naruto approaching with difficulty and ran to help him. The young ninja watched, surprised. Naruto greeted Kakashi, out of breath, and Kakashi told him to forget about him and to come inside quickly, asking Tazuna for help. Tazuna nodded and helped Naruto to the living room sofa, where Kakashi examined his wounds. Naruto tried to make a light joke about having been in worse situations to lift the mood. Sakura stepped forward to apologize and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto gave a sharp, involuntary gasp that alarmed everyone. Kakashi checked gently and found that Naruto's shoulder was dislocated. He told Naruto that he would have to set it back in place. Naruto asked if there was something to bite. Tsunami, shocked by what she had seen, fetched a cloth to clean his cuts. Naruto took the cloth and bit down on it as Kakashi prepared to realign the bone. Naruto cried out loudly in pain with the cloth in his mouth while the others watched in stunned silence. Once the shoulder was back in place, Kakashi said that Naruto needed to rest. He helped Naruto to the room where he had previously been unconscious. Tsunami brought a bucket of water and a damp cloth to clean his wounds, and when she finished, Kakashi and Tsunami left him to recover. One day later, Naruto woke fully recovered but still bothered by his shoulder. He went downstairs while the two students remained silent and Kakashi chatted amiably with Tazuna and Tsunami. Sakura saw him, and he ignored her as if she were not there. She lowered her gaze, assuming she deserved it, while Sasuke simply watched. Naruto greeted Kakashi, Tazuna, and the woman, and then he looked at the woman. The woman introduced herself as Tsunami with a smile, and Naruto bowed politely. Kakashi noted that Naruto seemed recovered, and Tazuna and Tsunami exchanged looks of surprise. Tazuna commented that he had never seen anyone recover so quickly. Kakashi listened as Naruto explained that he had a special condition that allowed him to heal rapidly, though his shoulders still bothered him a little. Kakashi nodded and the others relaxed. Sasuke stepped closer to ask Naruto how he was still alive, but Naruto ignored him. Sasuke shouted to get his attention and received a sharp reprimand from Tsunami, who declared that he should not speak to Naruto after what he had done. Kakashi told Sasuke and Sakura to go outside. Sasuke scowled, Sakura rose from the couch, and they left. Kakashi apologized to Naruto and asked how the fight had gone. Naruto began to describe the encounter, concealing some details of his abilities. He recounted that Zabuza had used his sword against him. Because he was tired, Naruto had held him back with a kunai but had been kicked in the shoulder, which dislocated it. He had created several shadow clones, but then an umbu from the mist had appeared and used a sunban on one of the clones, causing the clone to collapse. Naruto suspected that the person might not be dead but only unconscious and possibly working with the umbu. Kakashi considered the possibility. He proposed that they train outside and led them out. Outside in the forest, the three genin stood before their sensei. Sasuke and Sakura felt uneasy with Naruto nearby, and Naruto kept to himself. Kakashi noticed the tension and allowed it to pass. Kakashi instructed them to climb a tree using only their feet. Naruto responded that he already knew how to do that, which surprised Kakashi and reassured Sasuke and Sakura, who had seen him do it before. When Kakashi asked whether Naruto could do it in water as well, Naruto confirmed that he could, and Kakashi smiled at how resourceful he was. Naruto then told Kakashi that he would explore the area while Kakashi trained the others. Kakashi agreed, and Naruto left. By nightfall, the three genin and their sensei returned to the house and it began to rain. The others took seats on the couch while Kakashi went to speak with Tazuna and Tsunami, who were preparing dinner in the kitchen. Kakashi asked where Naruto was. Tazuna said that Naruto was outside in the yard and had asked not to be disturbed. Sakura and Sasuke overheard. Kakashi worried that Naruto would catch a cold if he stayed in the rain, but Tsunami explained that they had tried to stop him and he had said he liked being out in the rain, so they had not forced him inside. Sakura, having heard the conversation, came forward and asked if there was a towel for Naruto. She said she wanted to give it to him when he came in so he would not bring water through the house, and she added that she wanted to apologize to him. Kakashi nodded and Tsunami handed her a towel. Sakura looked out the window before going outside and saw Naruto standing in the middle of the yard, soaked by the rain, looking up with a faint smile. She noticed tears in his blue eyes and remained there watching. In his mind, Kurama warned that Naruto would catch a cold if he stayed there. Naruto replied mentally that he knew but liked how it felt. He thought that standing in the rain seemed to wash some of his pain away, and Kurama observed his reaction with a small, understanding smile. Naruto noticed someone watching and turned toward the house, seeing Sakura at the window. He walked back to the house, and Sakura opened the door and handed him a towel. There was an awkward moment as she watched him dry off. Sakura began to apologize for what they had done and said she knew it had been wrong, but Naruto interrupted her. He told her that they should leave the past behind. He admitted that he was upset and hurt by their actions, but he asked a question that surprised her. Why had she become a ninja? Sakura, taken aback, answered that she had become a ninja to become stronger. Naruto, concerned for her well-being, told her not to take it the wrong way, but that she seemed too thin and that extreme dieting could make her weaker. He advised her to stop unhealthy dieting and to focus on training and building her strength. He said that becoming stronger and healthier would bring confidence and earn respect from others. Sakura listened quietly, thoughtful about what he had said. Naruto left, leaving her to reflect on his words. Chapter end. A day had passed since Naruto had spoken with Sakura. The blonde youth walked toward the woods to find rest, still upset. He found a beautiful clearing and lay down to sleep for a while. Kurama warned Naruto not to let it bother him. Naruto admitted internally that he knew, but he felt he could not help it. He believed everyone acted like the center of attention and rarely noticed those around them. Flashback. Everyone was in the dining hall. The genin were eating along with Tazuna, Tsunami, and their sensei. The blonde enjoyed his meal. Decent food was rare for him. Sasuke ate quietly, and Sakura ate while still thinking about what Naruto had said. Inari, Tsunami's son and Tazuna's grandson, arrived after a while. Inari complained loudly that the ninjas' efforts were useless, insisting they could do nothing against Gato and his men and that they were wasting their time. Kakashi reassured the boy that they would handle things and that, despite appearances, they were strong. Inari sneered at the ninjas and said they did not know what true pain was. Naruto tensed and broke the chopsticks in his hands, alarming everyone. Naruto exploded in anger and shouted at the boy to be quiet. Kakashi told Naruto to calm down, but the young hyperactive ninja did not listen. Naruto raged that he had been born without parents and had been left alone in the world. He accused others of having family while he received only hatred and scorn. The anger made his eyes flash frighteningly, and a hollow silence followed until Kurama's voice urged him to calm down and breathe. Naruto obeyed. His eyes returned to blue but looked empty. He apologized to Tsunami for ruining the meal and excused himself, leaving the hall and the others stunned by what he had said. Kakashi later explained that Naruto had indeed been born without parents, always alone. The villagers treated him with hatred and avoided him. Kakashi knew only that at 4 years old Naruto had been expelled from the orphanage and that the third Hokage had found him a place to live. Inari listened, puzzled by how someone could have lived through such loneliness. Sakura, ashamed, realized she had not known about Naruto's past and reflected on how she had treated him poorly in the academy. Sasuke returned to his meal, lost in his own thoughts about his clan's past. And a flashback. A young man with black hair in a pink kimono walked along a path. He noticed someone lying on the ground and approached to find a young man sleeping, apparently unconcerned by his surroundings. The passerby recognized him as the ninja who had faced Zabuza and was about to check his neck when he paused, then prepared to wake him. Naruto awoke with a terrified scream that startled the young man. Tears of pain and sadness fell from Naruto's face. The black-haired man asked if Naruto was all right and showed concern. Naruto, still breathless from the nightmare, asked who he was. The stranger introduced himself as Haku and asked if Naruto was truly all right. Naruto wiped his face with his arm and, forcing a smile, said that he had suffered a nightmare and introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki. Haku, curious and gentle, asked Naruto what he had dreamed. Naruto lowered his head and declined to give details, saying only that it was related to things from his past and sometimes his present. Haku was surprised that someone so young could carry such a heavy past, but Naruto tried to move on and asked what Haku was doing there. Haku answered that he had been gathering medicinal herbs for a friend who had been injured. Naruto guessed the injured person was Zabuza. Haku stiffened and admitted he had helped Zabuza escape, so he remained on guard. Naruto explained that he did not sense malice in Haku. After all, Haku had had many chances to attack him while he slept but had not. Haku relaxed at that, and Naruto then asked why they were so obsessed with Tazuna. Haku explained that they had been hired by Gato to deal with Tazuna. They had taken the job for the money so they could stop hiding and living on the run. Naruto warned that Gato would likely betray them. Haku and Zabuza had the same intuition but had accepted the contract anyway. Naruto proposed that Haku and his companion come with him and offered to help. He said he knew the Hokage and believed they would be welcomed. Naruto handed Haku a medicine and asked him to give it to Zabuza to help him recover. Naruto added that although their meeting might seem strange, he had enjoyed their fight and smiled sincerely before urging Haku to consider his offer and wishing him luck. Naruto then left, leaving Haku thoughtful and unexpectedly uplifted. Several days later, Naruto woke, rose from bed, and went to the dining hall, finding it empty. He assumed everyone had gone to the bridge construction and decided to head there. When Naruto opened the door, he saw two men threatening Tazuna and Inari. He defeated them easily, asked if they were all right, and Tazuna only nodded. Inari apologized for what he had done the other day, and Naruto acknowledged it with a nod before heading toward the bridge. A dense fog covered the approach, and Naruto suspected his team was in a fight. He ran faster and pushed into the mist. He found Sasuke collapsed and unconscious, surrounded by ice mirrors and struck by several needles. Haku was advancing slowly toward him with the intention of finishing the confrontation, and Sakura was defending Tazuna outside a dome of ice. Naruto closed the distance at high speed and stopped Haku by placing a hand on his shoulder. Haku removed his mask. Naruto halted Haku. Haku apologized to Naruto and said he did not think the village would accept two mercenaries. Naruto assured him that he would speak with the Hokage and make sure they were accepted no matter the cost. Haku asked if he was certain, and Naruto only nodded. A tear of relief and happiness fell from Haku's dark eyes. Suddenly both Naruto and Haku felt a surge of energy and heard crackling noises of electricity ahead. They ran at once. Haku positioned himself between Zabuza and the attacking force, taking the impact as Zabuza was being assaulted by several ninja dogs. Before the strike hit Haku, Naruto grasped Kakashi's hand. Kakashi, annoyed, asked what Naruto was doing. Naruto explained that these were no longer enemies and asked Haku if that was true. Haku nodded happily. Kakashi deactivated his technique and ordered the dogs to release Zabuza. Kakashi asked why Naruto had come to that conclusion. Naruto told them what Haku had revealed, and Zabuza listened carefully. He seemed inclined to accept the offer until a voice interrupted. A short man stepped forward and taunted Zabuza, saying he knew Zabuza could not kill those leaf shinobi. Zabuza responded angrily, calling the man by name. The man, Gato, laughed loudly and said he would not have paid even if Zabuza had completed the job. His laughter angered both Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza lunged at Gato with murderous intent, but his movements stilled as Naruto began healing him with a reddish energy. Zabuza, surprised and not feeling pain as he moved his hands, demanded to know what the boy had done. Naruto explained that he had used energy Kurama's chakra to heal him. He said that he had done it because he had seen Zabuza watching Haku and suspected Zabuza wanted to fight without hindrance, and so he had made sure Zabuza could continue. Zabuza thanked Naruto with gruff appreciation and asked Haku if he was ready. Haku nodded, and together they charged at Gato and his men. The battle played out in stylized, fast-paced combat, flashings of movement, coordinated teamwork, defensive maneuvers, and finally only Gato remained. Zabuza confronted him and used his great sword to decisively end Gato's threat in a non-graphic, conclusive strike. Sasuke came to and saw Haku standing nearby. He moved to attack, but Kakashi intervened and explained everything that had transpired. Sasuke listened, grudgingly accepting the explanation, surprised that someone of Haku's age could match an Uchiha's strength. Tazuna thanked everyone and was able to finish the bridge he had been building. The ninjas, along with Zabuza and Haku, prepared to say their goodbyes. Tazuna decided to name the completed bridge the Great Naruto Bridge in honor of their help. It had been one day since they left the Land of Waves. Team 7, accompanied by Zabuza and Haku, walked calmly toward the distant entrance of Konoha. Naruto moved ahead to speak with Kakashi, while Sakura tried to speak with Sasuke as she always did. Naruto asked Kakashi if he should give the mission report when they arrived. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Naruto then asked if Kakashi could omit the part about what had happened between Sasuke and Sakura and mentioned that Kakashi had been the one to defeat Zabuza. Kakashi considered the request for a moment while Haku and Zabuza, walking behind them, listened. Kakashi agreed but asked why. Naruto explained that if the full truth was told, everyone would look at them poorly, and he did not want them seen that way. Kakashi simply nodded. Naruto then stopped and fell back to stand with Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza said it was unnecessary to request that, since he had heard everything Naruto had said. Naruto thanked him and nodded in response. They reached the village gates. The guards on duty greeted Kakashi and became cautious when they saw the mist swordsman and his companion. Kakashi explained the situation to the guards, and they allowed the group to pass. Everyone was heading to the Hokage Tower when Zabuza noticed something wrong. He looked around and saw that the villagers were staring at them with hatred, repulsion, anger, and contempt. Zabuza wondered aloud why they were being watched like that. Haku informed Zabuza that the villagers were not looking at them. Zabuza took Haku by the shoulder and they walked more slowly. Then Zabuza realized Haku was right. The villagers were staring at the young blonde with his head bowed. Zabuza and Haku moved to walk beside Naruto. Haku asked Naruto why the villagers were looking at him like that. Naruto decided to tell them and revealed that he was the jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Haku reacted with surprise and Zabuza regarded the news with a cold, almost dismissive look. Zabuza asked if that was the only reason and regarded the situation as foolish. Naruto gave a small, bitter laugh and thought it would be nice if everyone shared Zabuza's attitude. Haku reminded Naruto that he could count on them, but Naruto declined. He explained that if he revealed everything, those close to him would be harassed, and for that reason he preferred to be alone. Haku asked what he meant, but Naruto stayed silent for the rest of the walk to the Hokage Tower, leaving the 2 mist ninjas puzzled. At the Hokage Tower, Kakashi presented a report on the mission, carefully omitting the part where Sakura and Sasuke left him alone during the confrontation with Zabuza. Kakashi concluded his explanation and the 3rd Hokage listened attentively. The 3rd Hokage then asked about Zabuza and Haku. Before Kakashi could answer, Naruto interjected and said that they wanted to join the village. Zabuza and Haku both nodded in agreement. Zabuza explained that they were tired of working as mercenaries. Haku added that Naruto had offered them a chance to join Konoha so they would no longer have to run. The 3rd Hokage considered this for a moment and agreed, but said they would be monitored by some Anbu for 2 months. He threw them a key and Zabuza caught it. The 3rd Hokage said it was the key to their apartment and that Kakashi would guide them there. The 3rd Hokage also said he would evaluate their status as shinobi later. Everyone agreed and prepared to leave. Once everyone exited the tower, Naruto slipped away without anyone noticing. After a while, Sakura addressed Kakashi and asked why he had not mentioned what Sakura and Sasuke had done. Kakashi answered that Naruto had asked him not to tell, because he did not want to be looked upon badly by others. Then Kakashi paused and asked where Naruto was. The others searched with their eyes but could not find him. Kakashi assumed Naruto must have had something else to do. Sakura silently thanked Naruto in her thoughts, while Sasuke remained silent. Kakashi dismissed the group and told them they would meet in 2 days at training field number 7 and that he would make sure Naruto was informed. Everyone agreed and began to leave, except for the mist ninjas. Kakashi told Zabuza and Haku to follow him and he would guide them to their apartment. They complied and walked with him. During the walk, Haku asked Kakashi a direct question about Naruto's living conditions in the village. Kakashi explained that he knew a little. Naruto's parents had died when he was born during the Nine Tails attack. At 4 years old he had been expelled from the orphanage because they did not want a monster living there. The 3rd Hokage had assigned him an apartment, and Naruto had grown up largely on his own. Zabuza remarked that the kid had told them he was the jinchuriki and that they had noticed how the villagers had treated him with hostility. Haku quietly nodded. Kakashi reflected on this and said he would see what to do about the situation. With permission, Kakashi took his leave, leaving Zabuza and Haku alone. Meanwhile, Naruto arrived at his apartment only to find the door locked. He tried his key but it would not open. He went to the receptionist and asked why he could not enter. The receptionist looked at him with a sour expression and said that they no longer wanted him living there and that his belongings had already been taken care of. Naruto gathered his few possessions and felt a sharp pang of hurt, but he quietly packed them and left. Afterward, Naruto walked into a forest without realizing it was called the Forest of Death and ignoring the fences that surrounded it. He walked for a time, noticing large animals and insects along the way but paying them little mind as he continued onward. He walked for 30 minutes until he reached a lagoon with a waterfall and noticed a cave behind it. He entered and found it a good place to rest, left his things, and his clones disappeared. Inside his subconscious, Kurama told the boy not to pay attention to those voices and reminded him that he was not that demon, they were simply blind. Naruto acknowledged this, but then he began to cry and clutched his chest where his heart hurt. Kurama could only offer comfort for a while. Naruto vented for more than 15 minutes until he calmed down, then fell asleep with his head on the fox's paws while Kurama watched him. Kurama reflected that this was likely what Minato had wanted for his son's future and muttered a wry hope that Kushina would give Minato a lesson in the other world. He settled down to sleep beside the energetic young man. Outside the subconscious, several hours passed and night had fallen. Naruto woke, went to the lake, and bathed. The water was chilly, so he submerged himself and used a small amount of fire-style chakra to warm it. He emerged and began to enjoy the warmth. Naruto expressed how good it felt, and Kurama chuckled, noting that something had gone right after all. Naruto wondered what he meant. Kurama explained that, since he had been forced from that place, he could treat this spot like his own hot spring. The surrounding forest held animals and insects he could hunt for food, and there were no villagers nearby. Naruto laughed, admitting he had not thought of it that way. They fell silent, and Naruto continued to enjoy his bath. The next day Naruto rose early. The nine-tailed fox noticed. The normally hyperactive blonde rarely woke up at that hour, and the fox suspected he was planning something. Naruto bathed in the lake, warmed the water a little with fire chakra, changed clothes, created a clone, and sent it in another direction specifically to Training Field 7. Inside his subconscious, Kurama asked what Naruto was plotting. Naruto explained that he had gotten up early to train a bit, since it had been a long time. Kurama nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto added that he had sent the clone to Training Field 7 so it would stay there. If he ran into his old teammates, the clone would gather all the information and then vanish so he would have it. Kurama wondered what would happen if someone searched Naruto's old apartment. Naruto replied that nothing would go wrong. If people noticed he had not gone out, they would assume he had gone somewhere and probably look where he had sent the clone. Kurama laughed quietly and admitted he had never thought his jinchuriki would be so clever. Naruto teased Kurama about being jealous of his intelligence, and Kurama retorted that if he were not sealed, he would give Naruto a hard time. Naruto acknowledged the comment with a light response. Outside the subconscious, Naruto walked through the forest for 30 minutes. He noticed predators tracking him, as if preparing to strike, but he raised his chakra and drew on a fierce fighting instinct to drive them away in an intense, anime-style confrontation. He heard someone laughing in his mind but paid it no mind. He continued on until he reached a suitable training ground, a larger area resembling a genin training field but more expansive, with short green grass, trees around the perimeter, and a cluster of rocks at the center. Naruto created about 50 shadow clones and set gravity seals on their arms and legs to make the exercise more challenging. One clone approached and bound his hands with ropes. Once bound, the clone moved back to join the others, and they prepared to begin the training exercise. 10 opponents launched kunai and multiplied them. The original jumped a great distance, and 2 clones appeared behind to strike, one aiming for his back and the other for his head. The original young man turned, blocked one attack with his knee and the other with the forehead protector, pushed off and leapt upward as a large ball of fire hurtled toward him. Once in the air, 20 clones leapt and used a wind-style jutsu. Wind arrows formed, almost invisible, and struck the original, who fell hard to the ground and suffered a minor injury. Naruto rose with difficulty, breathing heavily as the gravity seals made movement harder. 5 clones launched shuriken, but the original multiplied them into an enormous barrage that, to the eye, appeared to be hundreds. The blonde prepared to dodge as best he could. In a quick motion, a shuriken severed the ropes binding his hands, then flew at a clone. He struck it in the abdomen, causing it to vanish. 3 other clones attacked with kunai, but he grabbed 2 of them by the hands and forced them to collide, and the 3rd clone received a powerful kick to the jaw that made it disappear as well. Naruto then leapt high, surveyed all the remaining clones, and released a large fireball that hit them, leaving only 9. Once on the ground he sensed someone watching him, and as he stopped moving the 9 clones vanished. Meanwhile, Kakashi, the white-haired jonin, was walking through the village. He had just returned from checking on the blonde, but no one had answered and he assumed the boy had gone out. After lingering a while, Kakashi decided to head to the genin training field where they had once done the bell test. His mind wandered to things he had discussed with Zabuza. Kakashi remembered Zabuza's blunt remark about the boy's connection to the 9 tails. Zabuza had told him that the kid had revealed he was the jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Kakashi had been surprised and had asked if Zabuza had known. Zabuza had replied that Kakashi had always suspected the boy was the jinchuriki, but they had never told him for his safety. Zabuza and Haku had noticed how the villagers looked at the youth with ill will, which might explain why the boy had left without warning. Kakashi understood and the memory faded. Arriving at the field, Kakashi looked around and saw the blonde, a clone, resting under a tree. He approached and woke him. Naruto rubbed his eyes groggily and asked what was happening. Kakashi said he wanted answers. Naruto yawned and invited him to ask. Kakashi asked if Naruto knew what had happened with the fox 12 years ago. The question made Naruto fall silent. He touched his stomach, and Kakashi realized he knew the truth. Kakashi observed that Naruto must know he was the Nine Tails host. He asked why Naruto had not told him or the third Hokage. Naruto affirmed that he knew, then argued that telling them would not change anything. Kakashi was taken aback by the logic. Naruto insisted that nothing would change beyond the fact that he himself knew. A long silence followed. Kakashi admitted he did not have a good reply. Naruto was right that revealing the truth would not alter how others behaved. Naruto then asked if that was all Kakashi wanted. Kakashi apologized if he had intruded and said that they would meet again tomorrow with Sasuke and Sakura to share some news. Naruto guessed correctly that the news concerned the Chunin exams in 2 weeks, explaining that he had overheard villagers talking about the upcoming exams. Kakashi was surprised that Naruto had learned of it. Naruto gave a strained smile and said he had no problem entering and that he expected Sasuke and Sakura would join as well. Kakashi nodded, said that was all, and left. The clones settled on the logs to rest. In the forest of death, Naruto stood in the middle of the clearing watching the figure that had been observing him. After a long wait, he grew impatient and shouted to the hiding place, challenging the watcher to come out or have him go there. A woman with purple hair and brown eyes emerged from behind a tree. She wore a long jacket over a simple top and a brown skirt. Her presence was striking and confident as she regarded him. The woman addressed him sharply, calling him a brat and warning that this place was dangerous. Naruto countered that it did not seem very dangerous where they were and asked who she was. The woman introduced herself as Anko Mitarashi. Naruto offered an awkward greeting. Anko's expression turned serious as she asked why he was here. Naruto retorted that it was obvious she had been watching him while he trained. Anko admitted she had been curious and laughed nervously, but then acknowledged that she had been observing because she thought he looked strong. Naruto reacted with a small, embarrassed smile and asked her not to tell anyone. Anko studied him for a moment, then her demeanor shifted to a more professional seriousness. The exchange closed with a measured tension between them, and the scene remained charged with the unspoken reasons that had brought each of them to the forest of death. Naruto glanced at his hands and saw the gravity seals still there. He shouted Kai, the seals vanished, and Anko, the purple-haired woman, noticed. Anko wondered what he had done. Naruto admitted that he had forgotten to remove the gravity seals from his hands and feet, scratching his head as Anko looked at him in surprise. Anko asked his name. Naruto collapsed to the ground at that question and then, irritated, said that she was only asking now and introduced himself as Uzumaki Naruto. Anko looked again and realized he was the kyubi's host. Naruto noticed her gaze and thought that look had returned, prompting Anko to arch an eyebrow. Naruto thought, apologizing to Kurama in his mind, and the fox within nodded, displeased at being called that. Naruto reflected that those looks were the ones he hated most. Anko said she understood. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Anko explained that people had looked at her that way too because she had been the student of a harsh sensei. She touched the mark on her neck where the curse had been, and Naruto noticed the gesture. Naruto muttered that she was lucky. Anko, annoyed by the remark, asked what he meant. Naruto told her not to take it the wrong way, but from what he could see that seemed to be the only thing she had suffered, and his voice trailed off. Naruto refused to talk about it and lowered his gaze, remembering his childhood and the harsh treatment he had endured from the villagers. Anko was about to ask more, but Naruto interrupted with a question that changed the mood. Naruto asked to see the mark on her neck. Anko was surprised and answered by showing him the back of her neck. Naruto offered to remove it. Anko laughed at first, calling him a brat and saying that not even the Hokage could take off her seal. Her laughter was cut short when Naruto placed his hand on her neck where the mark had been. She felt a burning sensation and complained in pain. 10 minutes passed as she endured it until Naruto withdrew his hand. Anko, tired and angry, demanded to know what he had done. Naruto explained that he had merely overloaded the seal. Anko touched her neck and found that the mark was gone. Using the reflection in her forehead protector, she confirmed that the curse mark had indeed disappeared. When she asked how he had managed it, Naruto raised a finger and began to explain the methods for removing such a seal. Naruto explained that there are 3 ways to remove a seal. First, the person who implanted the seal can remove it. Second, a sealing specialist with the right combinations and techniques can remove it, although that process takes time. Third, which is difficult, is to overload the seal with a very large amount of chakra. Naruto said he could do the third method because he was a jinchuriki with unusually high chakra. He described how he had mixed some of his chakra with the Nine-Tails chakra to overload the seal, which was why Anko had felt the burning. Anko listened, astonished, then hugged him tightly and expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Naruto said he hoped that, with the mark gone, the villagers would stop treating her differently. Anko looked at him and realized his blue eyes seemed dim, as if something important had been dulled inside them. Anko asked if Naruto was all right. Naruto forced a smile and said he was fine, but Anko would not be deceived. She noted the familiar nervous laughter and told him not to hide his feelings. Naruto admitted that he had never expected anyone to notice. He sat on a rock in his training field and stared at the ground. His hesitation drew Anko closer. He looked up and his eyes became glassy. He said he did not want to go into details but that he had endured suffering a child should never have to face. He apologized and wiped at his eyes. Anko urged him to tell at least part of the story. Naruto began to speak. He recalled that at 4 years old he had lived in an orphanage where everyone, even other children, treated him with hatred. They called him demon or monster, and the taunts had forced him into isolation. For a while he had managed to endure, but the orphanage owners eventually threw him out, leaving him to survive on his own. Tears welled in his eyes as he continued. For a time he had eaten spoiled food and fled from villagers who wanted to beat him or worse. Some carried knives and torches, and there were even hostile shinobi with kunai. He stopped himself, apologizing to Anko and saying he did not want to speak further. He pressed a hand to his chest where his heart ached, and Anko sat silently beside him. They spent some time gazing at the sky. Anko wondered how a child could have suffered so much. Her own wounds had been only stares and insults, but Naruto's story tightened something in her throat. After a while, Naruto asked Anko for a favor. He asked her to promise not to tell anyone about his skills or that he trained in that place. Anko agreed and touched her own neck in thought. Naruto nodded in thanks. He decided it was late and rose from the rock to leave. He bid her farewell and disappeared in a leap, leaving Anko to reflect on everything he had told her. Later, the energetic young man returned to the cave to rest. He sat for a long time thinking about the day's events and suddenly felt something shift in his mind. The clone he had left at Training Field 7 had disappeared and fed him information about the upcoming Chunin exams and the conversation he had had with Kakashi. He settled in to process the influx of information and rest. At Training Field number 7, Sasuke and Sakura had arrived. They waited together for the silver-haired Kakashi to see what he had wanted to tell them 2 days before. A brief memory returned to Sakura. Earlier she had asked Kakashi about a private matter involving her and Sasuke, and Kakashi had explained that Naruto had asked him not to tell anyone. Kakashi had asked where Naruto was, and when no one could find him he assumed Naruto had been called away for something. He then dismissed the others to rest and asked Zabuza and Haku to follow him to their quarters. They waited a long time because Kakashi was late as usual. Sasuke stood in the shade of a tree while Sakura, tired of speaking with the black-haired teammate, let her thoughts drift through their past, D-rank missions, the trip to the Land of Waves, and everything that had happened. She then remembered something Naruto had once told her. Naruto had given Sakura blunt advice to stop focusing on appearance and to concentrate on training to become stronger. That remark had left her thoughtful and determined to take her shinobi career more seriously so she would not be a weak link on her team. Kakashi finally appeared in a puff of smoke and apologized for being late with a small, wry smile. Sakura called out that he was late, and Kakashi silently reflected that he had indeed apologized already. He then told them that the Chunin exams were in 2 weeks and that he would like to register them if that was what they wanted. Sasuke and Sakura both nodded in agreement. Kakashi advised them to prepare, mentioned that he needed to speak with Sasuke later about training because he was the only one with the Sharingan, and noted that he would make sure Naruto received the same information. Sakura asked about Naruto, wondering why he had not arrived and wanting his opinion on the exams. Kakashi explained that Naruto had already figured it out and had agreed to take the exams. Sasuke asked how Naruto had deduced it, and Kakashi recalled that Naruto had approached him earlier, asked about the exams, and accepted on his own. Sasuke dismissed Naruto as someone who acted important and preferred to be alone. Kakashi appeared suddenly in front of Sasuke and warned him not to speak of Naruto like that, explaining that Naruto had carried a heavy burden since childhood. With that, Kakashi disappeared in another puff of smoke, leaving Sasuke and Sakura thoughtful. Sakura wished she could know more about Naruto, and Sasuke wondered what burden Kakashi had meant. The two genin then went their separate ways. Several days later, Naruto walked wearily after non-stop training and decided to take the day off. Lost in his thoughts, he wandered until he found a quiet spot that seemed perfect for resting. Sensing several presences nearby, he moved toward them. When he arrived, he saw 5 kunoichi standing together. Kurenai stood among them with jet black hair and red eyes, her outfit consisting of wrapped bandages. In front of her stood Ino, a blonde in violet whose legs were bandaged. Beside Ino was Tenten, a girl with her hair in 2 buns wearing a pink dress and blue pants. To Kurenai's left was Hinata, a young woman with blue hair, a cream-hooded top, and pearly eyes. At the end of the line stood Sakura. Naruto, the hyperactive young shinobi, hid nearby to spy on their training, thinking it might be preparation for the upcoming exams. Kurenai noticed him and told him to come out, saying that she knew he was hiding. Naruto greeted Kurenai and asked what they were doing. Kurenai explained that they had asked her to train them for the exams. Naruto sat under a tree to watch and rest. Ino complained aloud about training in front of him and said she would rather train in front of Sasuke. Naruto heard and flinched inwardly but ignored it. Hinata stammered that she would not mind, and Naruto noticed her blushing and fiddling with her fingers. He smiled quietly. Naruto reflected that Hinata had never made a move on him back at the academy, a thought Kurama observed from within without interruption. Kurenai began by explaining a simple exercise and the genin followed her instructions. After some time they started sparring with taijutsu only. Ino matched Sakura closely, while Hinata outperformed Tenten, who specialized in ninja weapons and was not as adept at hand-to-hand combat. Kurenai reminded them that she specialized more in genjutsu and would not use it for the exercise, then asked them to fight her in taijutsu. The genin nodded and attacked. Naruto watched closely and realized that Kurenai struggled with taijutsu despite being a jounin. He saw her dodge some blows with difficulty while the genin nearly landed hits. The 4 genin dropped back into battle poses facing their sensei. Naruto stood and Kurenai noticed him. Naruto apologized and asked Kurenai if she would allow a taijutsu-only match between them because he wanted to test something. Kurenai agreed, and the genin stepped back to watch. Tenten commented that it was obvious Kurenai would win because she was a jounin. Ino agreed but joked that it would be funny if Naruto got beaten. Hinata silently hoped Naruto would be all right. Sakura insisted that Naruto might surprise them and watched expectantly. Kurenai and Naruto assumed fighting stances and measured each other. Naruto's stance was nearly perfect, balanced between offense and defense. After a brief pause, Naruto launched the first attack. He delivered a rapid series of precise moves that had Kurenai on the defensive. She blocked his initial strike and countered with a kick aimed at his feet, but Naruto evaded, closed the distance, and pinned her quickly. In less than a minute he had forced her into a ground position and could have beaten her, had he wished. Naruto helped Kurenai to her feet, and she accepted his hand with a surprised look. She was more impressed than the genin had been that a single genin had bested her so quickly. Naruto asked whether the taijutsu style she had been using was her own or something she had learned from someone else. Kurenai replied that she had learned it from her own sensei. Naruto observed that the style she had demonstrated did not fit her personally, which explained her difficulty, and apologized if his assessment had offended her. He then offered to help her improve. Kurenai agreed and asked Naruto to show her. Naruto instructed her to return to a combat stance, and she complied. He demonstrated proper conditioning and technique, adjusting her stance and correcting her movements. He then showed her how to refine the use of her arms and back. The genin watched with interest as Kurenai listened and practiced the adjustments he demonstrated. Naruto stepped back a short distance from Kurenai and asked how she felt now, his tone a little serious. Kurenai said she felt a strong tingling all over her body, then relaxed while keeping a fighting pose and asked what he had done. Naruto told her to get ready and, in a swift movement, moved to intercept a punch aimed at him. As he blocked, Kurenai delivered a fast, powerful kick to his shoulder that sent him sliding several meters away, and she found herself impressed by his reflexes. Kurenai asked, somewhat alarmed, how he had done that. Naruto explained that he had relaxed her muscles and adjusted her stance to fit her natural movement, creating a fighting pose and taijutsu style better suited to her. He said he had noticed the previous stance had felt awkward to her and had adapted it on the fly. Kurenai admitted she did not know what to say and asked how he knew so much. She asked whether he had trained alone. Naruto said someone had taught him, but it was a secret, and he smiled. Kurenai then offered to teach him something she specialized in, genjutsu. Naruto laughed and admitted that he was terrible with genjutsu. Kurenai asked if he knew how to break free from one. Naruto nodded, and she told him she wanted to see how well he could escape. Kurenai then placed him under a genjutsu. After a moment, she released him with a strong shout technique to return everything to normal. They practiced for a long while with the other junior ninjas watching. Hinata watched Naruto with admiration at all he knew. Sakura began to look at Naruto differently, while Ino and Tenten simply watched, impressed. Kurenai acknowledged that he was very capable, noting he had even been able to escape high-level genjutsu. She decided to raise the difficulty and put him into a much stronger illusion to see how he would fare. Naruto agreed, and she cast the genjutsu. Inside the illusion, everything turned black. Naruto wondered what kind of genjutsu it was, since the sensation was unusual. Kurenai appeared within the vision and explained that this genjutsu was meant to show a person's worst memories to test their mental strength, but she was interrupted when a 6-year-old blonde boy ran by. 13-year-old Naruto saw the child and followed. Kurenai did not interfere and followed as well. The young boy ran happily toward Ichiraku Ramen and went inside. The adolescent Naruto followed, observing the scene. It was the boy's 6th birthday, and the ramen shop owners, Ayam and Tuchi, brought out a large bowl of ramen that made the child so happy he could barely contain his excitement. Watching this, teenage Naruto smiled as he remembered the moment. Kurenai found it odd, since the genjutsu was supposed to show the worst memories, yet this one was clearly joyful. The boy finished his ramen and left, thanking the owners. This time the young boy's face grew sad and a look of pain formed, which drew the attention of the dark-haired girl nearby. He had been walking happily until he sensed the villagers staring at him with hatred and contempt. One of them hurled a rock that struck his head, dazing him. The red-eyed woman covered her mouth in shock at what she saw. The boy began to run for his life until a ninja stepped in front of him. The sensei felt a brief sense of relief, but it did not last. The boy, Naruto, begged to be released, insisting he had done nothing and pleading that they were hurting him. The leaf ninja blamed him for his wife's death and, consumed by rage, attacked. He kicked Naruto hard into a wall. The villagers closed in and began to assault him, some with sticks, some with thrown stones, others with their fists in a chaotic, anime-style beating. Naruto coughed and, weakened, insisted that he was not a demon as they continued to call him names. Beside the scene stood a blonde youth of 13, watching in anguish. A tear slipped from his eye. Then someone called for them to stop. The sound came from Kurenai, and the blonde youth realized he had forgotten he was inside a genjutsu. He released a powerful kai and returned everyone to the present. In the real world, the genin sat motionless, observing one another. Hinata noticed that Naruto had a tear on his cheek, though he quickly wiped it away. The blonde youth began to turn away, intending to leave, but his sensei Kurenai embraced him from behind. The other genin watched the gesture with quiet surprise. Kurenai apologized through tears, insisting she had not known what had happened and swore she had not meant any harm. Naruto reassured her that it was not her fault and explained that he had mistaken the vision for a nightmare. He had dispersed the genjutsu before she could see everything. He then asked the others to promise they would not tell anyone about the vision, including the Hokage and the other girls. Kurenai nodded in agreement, her concern evident when she asked why, realizing the word, nightmare, suggested he had been suffering in his sleep. With that, Naruto accepted her concern, released the embrace, and took his leave. The blonde released the embrace and walked back toward the village. Kurenai watched from a distance. The genin approached where the red-haired jonin stood. She remained lost in thought about everything she had witnessed until they called to snap her out of her shock. Ino called loudly for the sensei. Kurenai forced a smile and asked what was wrong. Tenten asked what had just happened and why Naruto had hugged someone out of nowhere. Kurenai hesitated, unable to explain because she had promised Naruto to keep something private. Hinata asked the others to stop pressing the matter. Kurenai glanced at Hinata and wondered if she knew. Hinata nodded quietly, which only increased the group's curiosity. Hinata excused herself to go after Naruto and ran in the direction the blonde had taken. Kurenai told the others that Hinata had gone to find Naruto and announced that training was over. Sakura protested, wanting to know what had caused Naruto to act that way, but Kurenai apologized and reiterated that she had promised Naruto she would tell no one, then left in a puff of smoke. The remaining genin stewed in speculation and frustration as they watched her go. Naruto walked on, sunk in thought about what he had seen and berating himself for not realizing Kurenai had witnessed it all. He wandered for a long time until a shout pulled him from his reverie. Hinata called his name and ran up to him. Naruto stopped to see what she wanted. Hinata urged him not to let the incident trouble him. Naruto asked if someone had said something to her about it. Hinata denied that and explained that she had long noticed how the villagers looked at him. When Naruto asked how she could be so sure, she admitted her concern, her voice trembling as she said she had watched him for some time and believed he was not the monster people whispered about. She told him she admired him for continuing forward despite the stares and the hurt he received from people who did not know him. Tears welled in her pale eyes as she said it pained her to see him suffer. Naruto moved closer. Hinata began to speak but was interrupted when Naruto drew her into an embrace. She was surprised and flushed. Naruto's voice sounded strained as he asked her to stay like that a little longer and held her tightly. She felt his shoulder was wet, a sign he had been crying. She returned the hug while he released his emotions. During that moment, the Ninetales watched and seemed to smile faintly, as if sensing comfort in what he observed. After a while they separated, both a bit embarrassed but visibly calmer. Naruto thanked Hinata. His blue eyes brightened and filled with tears, and he smiled genuinely, telling her that her belief in him had made him very happy. Hinata fidgeted with her fingers and stammered that it was nothing. Naruto teased that he liked when she blushed, which made her turn even redder. He laughed softly, hugged her briefly once more in thanks, and then the two exchanged simple farewells before going their separate ways. Hours later, Kurenai walked through the village still troubled by what Naruto had endured and hoping Hinata had helped him. She crossed paths with Anko, who greeted her. Anko asked if Kurenai was all right, noting that she seemed off. Kurenai offered a polite, evasive answer, saying she had been thinking about the genin's progress in training. When Anko asked how she felt, Kurenai said she was fine. Anko replied in her usual blunt tone that she had been putting some ninjas through their paces, which made Kurenai wince at her casual phrasing. They walked for a long time. Anko, brown-eyed and purple-haired, kept recounting everything she had done over the past few days, while Kurenai, black-haired and red-eyed, drifted into thoughts about Naruto, the blue-eyed one. Anko called Kurenai's name to pull her out of her thoughts and remarked that it was unlike her to be so distant. Kurenai apologized and said she was worried about something she had seen. Anko asked if she could say what it was, but Kurenai only shook her head. Anko then asked at least who was the source of the problem. Kurenai turned to look at her for a moment, then looked ahead and revealed that it was Naruto. Anko froze at the name and drew Kurenai's attention, noting that Kurenai felt the same way. Kurenai asked what she meant, and Anko suggested they go into a bar so she could explain. At the bar, the two female ninjas sat at a table, not noticing two other ninja nearby. A waiter attended them. The purple-haired ordered a bottle of rice wine and 2 cups. The waiter nodded and went to fetch the order. When he returned, he placed the drink in cups and left. The purple-haired poured for herself and Kurenai did the same, and they began to talk. Several days passed after that meeting at the bar. The purple-haired Anko had finished her shift in the interrogation room and stepped outside into the rain. She intended to head home but something pulled her gaze toward the forest of death. A suspicious thought came over her that the blue-eyed blonde might be training there, and she went to confirm it. She ran through the rain and into the forest. After more than 20 minutes, she reached a clearing and froze. In the middle of the downpour stood the blonde youth Naruto alone. He was crying and clutching his shoulders. After a few minutes he fell to his knees and pressed his hand to his chest as more tears streamed from his blue eyes. Anko did not know what to do. She moved closer and tried to help. Anko asked Naruto if he was all right and placed her hand on his shoulder. Naruto spun away quickly and backed up several steps, trembling with fear. Anko was alarmed to see the terror in his eyes. He was struggling to breathe and shaking uncontrollably. Naruto pleaded with her to stay away and begged not to be harmed. Anko told him to calm down and identified herself as Anko. Naruto recognized her name, stumbled to his knees, and bowed his head. He apologized, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and apologized again for scaring her. Anko crouched down to be level with him and asked what had happened. Naruto confessed that he had had a terrible nightmare about the events from when he was 7. The memory hit him as if it were happening all over again. He told Anko that it had felt painfully real and that he had felt like he was dying once more. Anko put a hand on his back to comfort him and reminded him that it was in the past and he no longer had to suffer through it. Naruto looked up and met her eyes, pleading silently for help. He explained that the pain had felt exactly the same as before. Anko, shaken by his words, suggested that it would be best if she took him home. Naruto said he could go alone, but Anko refused and insisted she would accompany him. Naruto agreed with a caution, asking her not to be surprised. Anko wondered what he meant but did not press him. They walked together for a while, and Anko noticed they were not heading toward the village but in another direction. After 10 minutes, Naruto stopped suddenly. She asked again if she was sure she wanted to accompany him, and Naruto asked her not to tell anyone about where they were going. Anko, uncertain but sensing the seriousness in his tone, promised to keep his secret. After several more minutes, they arrived at a waterfall beside a lake. Anko had never seen this place before. She followed Naruto and watched him enter a cave hidden behind the falling water. Inside, she found Naruto's scattered belongings. Anko began a sentence suggesting she had guessed why he had come here, and Naruto nodded in confirmation. He explained that he had been living here for several weeks. Since he returned from the land of waves, he had been cast out because the villagers did not want the demon living among them. Anko started to leave in fury, but Naruto's hand caught hers. Anko answered sharply, making it clear she intended to stay. Anko shouted that she would tell the Hokage about everything, but Naruto shook his head. Naruto then interrupted loudly, insisting that it was better this way. He took a breath, calmed himself, and explained that being there kept him away from people. To be honest, he felt comfortable like that and did not have to deal with those looks. Anko argued that it was not right for him to live in that state and insisted that he was a person, not a rat. Naruto smiled at her words and thanked her for thinking that way. He looked at his few belongings and told her she could leave, reminding her not to tell anyone about this, including his sensei. He said the last remark with disgust, not noticing that Anko had noticed his tone. Anko agreed and offered to help him find an apartment, saying it was not fair for him to be in those conditions. Naruto said he would not recommend it and wished her luck with that. Anko did not understand why he had said luck, but she prepared to leave the cave and go rest after saying goodbye. In his subconscious, Kurama called Naruto and asked how he felt. Naruto at first pretended not to understand, but Kurama told him not to be foolish, reminding him that he knew him well and had heard everything he had said, including the nightmare. Naruto admitted that he felt very uncomfortable about what had been discovered and about the way he was living, but he had not had another choice. Even if he rejected her, she would likely follow him, and that would be problematic. Kurama advised him to try to rest and reminded him that the Chunin exams were in 3 days and he needed to be prepared. Kurama added that he had the feeling that something would happen during those exams. Naruto acknowledged that he shared that uneasy premonition, and then he rested. Later, Kurenai walked through the village in the rain, thinking about everything she had seen, the nightmares, the way he lived, and especially the odd remark about luck that left her curious. Before she realized it, she had arrived at her best friend Anko's house and knocked on the door. Seeing Anko standing in the rain, Kurenai quickly brought her inside, gave her a towel to dry off, and helped her onto the sofa. Kurenai made a cup of hot coffee and returned to the living room to find Anko sitting with tears in her brown eyes. Kurenai was taken aback. It was rare to see Anko cry. Kurenai sat beside her and handed her the cup, telling her it was unusual to see her like that and asking her to explain everything. Anko said that it was about Naruto, which made the atmosphere tense. Kurenai asked what had happened to him. Anko recounted everything she had seen, the blonde boy crying in the rain, the fear he had shown when she touched him, and the nightmare he had experienced when he was 7 years old. Kurenai was horrified and covered her mouth. Anko added that there was more. He was living in a cave. She explained that Naruto had been kicked out of his apartment because the people there did not like that a monster was with him after he returned from the land of waves with Zabuza and Haku. Kurenai did not know what to say and only nodded that they had to do something. Anko said she had tried, but Naruto preferred to stay where no one in the village would stare at him. Someone remarked that she already knew, and the red-eyed woman simply nodded. Kurenai insisted that they had to do something, that they could not leave things as they were and that they should tell Kakashi. Anko interrupted and explained that he had told her not to say anything, including not to inform the Hokage. Kurenai only watched in silence. Anko added that something had caught her attention. When he had said not to tell Kakashi, he had sounded odd, almost annoyed with him. The remark left Kurenai thoughtful. Anko told her not to tell anyone else, only the two of them would know. Kurenai asked about Zabuza and Haku. Anko replied that if Kurenai wanted to tell them, she could. After all, they already knew something about his past. Kurenai nodded, thanked Anko for the unexpected hospitality, and went home. Kurenai wondered how much Naruto was suffering and why he did not want anyone to learn what was happening as she returned to her duties. 2 days after Kurenai's discovery, the young energetic blonde was walking through the village when he stopped at the sound of an argument. He followed the voices and found a man dressed in black harassing a little boy, who was Konohamaru, demanding an apology for bumping into him. Nearby, a blonde woman with a fan on her back and a pink-haired girl tried to calm the situation. Naruto stepped forward and touched the man's shoulder, telling him to stop bothering the child. The man in black responded that he saw no reason to do so and insisted that the child should apologize for colliding with him. Naruto pointed out that the man's red-haired companion likely would not agree and indicated a nearby tree where Sasuke was perched with a stone in his hand. Beside the tree, a red-haired boy stood with tired eyes, a character meaning love marked on his forehead, and a large gourd tied to his back. The Uchiha had not noticed his presence until then and looked surprised. The man in black identified the red-haired boy as Gaara, voice trembling. Gaara addressed his brother Kankuro and ordered him to release the child. Kankuro stammered that it had been the other boy's fault. Gaara interrupted with a cold warning that made everyone tense. The man in black nodded nervously. The red-haired boy dropped down from the tree, ignored Sasuke, and stood in front of the blonde. He introduced himself as Gaara and said that the man in black was Kankuro and the woman was Temari, his siblings. Naruto thought that Gaara's eyes resembled his own and then introduced himself as Naruto, pleased to meet them. Sakura demanded to know what they were doing there, reminding them that they were ninjas from the village hidden in the sand and should not be in the village. Temari snapped that they were there for the Chunin exams, using a blunt insult that made Sakura visibly irritated. Naruto thought that Temari had spoken the words he had been thinking. Gaara turned his attention toward Naruto with a chilling intensity that sent a shiver through everyone except Naruto. Gaara told Naruto something cryptic about proving his existence. Naruto, confused by the meaning, brushed it off casually and suggested that they not bother people, then pointed at Kankuro and told him to stop painting his face like a clown, teasing that he might be trying to imitate his sister. Kankuro flushed with anger while Temari laughed at the exchange. The three sand genin left together with the man in black, walking away in a stormy mood. Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama spoke. He said that the boy carried a tailed beast within him, the one-tailed Shikaku, the younger brother of Kurama. Naruto understood then why he had felt something strange about the boy. After that internal exchange, Naruto noticed his teammates' discomfort with the sand ninjas. Sasuke glared at Naruto with irritation for stealing everyone's attention, and Sakura stood by without much reaction. Naruto greeted them and went home. A day had passed since the encounter with the sand genin. All the genin from Konoha, together with those from another village, gathered at the Ninja Academy to begin the first phase of the Chunin exams. Team 7 was inside when one of Guy's genin challenged Sasuke to a fight. The challenger was Rock Lee, known for his extremely large eyebrows, dark eyes, and a green jumpsuit. Naruto found Lee's manner ridiculous, but he did not want to miss the match since he expected Sasuke to win easily. Naruto noticed Lee's hands were heavily bandaged, which explained the intensity of his training. The fight ended abruptly when a giant turtle interrupted them. Afterward, Sasuke felt humiliated by the beating he had received. Sakura tried to encourage him, and Naruto smiled because he had enjoyed watching the match. As they walked down a corridor, Naruto sensed a genjutsu but Sasuke told him to dismiss it. Naruto had something he wanted to say to his teammate but kept quiet to avoid an argument. Niji and Tenten approached to ask names, but Naruto continued walking and ignored them. Sakura noticed his odd behavior but remained silent. When everyone entered the exam hall, Naruto took a seat without realizing that Hinata was beside him. Hinata greeted Naruto shyly, which caught his attention. Naruto acknowledged her presence and explained that he had been distracted by recent events. Hinata lowered her gaze and Naruto tried to reassure her, mentioning that his mind had been full of thoughts. Hinata asked what he meant with curiosity. Naruto summarized the earlier encounter between Rock Lee and Sasuke, and how other ninjas had introduced themselves. Hinata imagined the looks they might have received from villagers upon arriving at the academy and felt uneasy. Hinata told Naruto firmly that he was not the demon people whispered about. Her calm certainty drew his attention, and when he returned her look she blushed. Naruto smiled and silently thanked her. Once all the genin were present, a jounin named Ibiki Marino appeared to begin the exams. He distributed the test papers and explained that failure would result in removal from the exam, with supervisors watching closely to prevent cheating. The announcement made everyone nervous. When Ibiki ordered them to begin, the students looked at their sheets. Naruto quickly found something odd about the test. The questions were advanced for genin level, and as he observed others he realized the exam required covert copying rather than straightforward answers. He noted that the format seemed designed to measure how candidates gathered information under pressure. Kurama, the voice within Naruto, acknowledged that Naruto had finally understood the exam's purpose. Kurama reminded Naruto that their shared history gave him insight into this kind of test and that it had once been challenging for his mother as well. Naruto sensed Hinata begin to write and looked out of the corner of his eye. He saw that she was using her Byakugan to copy the exam in front of her. Closing his eyes, Naruto focused and channeled a small amount of chakra to synchronize with Hinata's movements, allowing him to mirror what she was doing. After a while, Naruto's answers matched hers almost exactly. Hinata realized something was enveloping her thanks to her Byakugan, glanced to the side, and saw Naruto. She smiled in quiet appreciation. Hinata expressed softly that he was impressive. Naruto replied in kind and blushed. They exchanged a shy, supportive moment as Naruto matched the small motions of her hands and shared a brief, light laugh before returning to the exam. Time passed. Ibiki explained the final question and warned that those unable to answer would be expelled and could never become a chunin. The room protested, but he allowed time for thought. One by one some candidates raised their hands and were dismissed from the exam. A long silence followed until Naruto, growing impatient, demanded that Ibiki give the final question already. His boldness inspired others and drew a rare approving smile from Ibiki. As Ibiki prepared to announce who would oversee the next phase, a sudden crash interrupted him when someone broke a window. She was a kunoichi who pinned several kunai to the ceiling beneath a banner that declared her the most confident kunoichi in Konoha. Mitarashi Enko entered the room with a loud, brash greeting, and the others reacted with amused surprise. Naruto felt a flash of déjà vu, remembered a sharp blow, and realized the Ninetales had left a noticeable bump on his head, probably from hitting its own cage. With that thought, he stepped forward to see what the purple-haired kunoichi would say. Enko scanned the genin who had passed the first test and froze for a moment when she saw Naruto. She waited until Ibiki encouraged her to continue, then pointed toward the direction they were to go and announced that they would meet in the Forest of Death to receive the next instructions. After giving that information, she vanished in a puff of smoke. All the genin rose from their seats and prepared to leave the academy. Naruto walked off in a different direction, drawing the attention of several peers: Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, Tenten, Ino, Shikamaru, Niji, and Rock Lee. Sasuke asked where Naruto thought he was going. Naruto responded without looking back that it was none of Sasuke's concern. Sasuke stepped forward, grabbed Naruto's shoulder, and told him to let go. Sasuke said Naruto could do whatever he needed later, but that they should head to the Forest of Death first. Naruto said they would find him there and tried to walk on, but Sasuke gripped his shoulder again more firmly. Naruto warned Sasuke to release him, and his tone made the others fall silent and watch. Sakura wondered what was wrong with Naruto. Sasuke demanded to know what Naruto would do if he refused to go. Naruto turned to face him, and his eyes flashed a deep red like the Ninetales. Sasuke took an involuntary step back. The others shared their shock at the sight. In a single powerful leap, Naruto disappeared from sight, leaving everyone stunned. Sakura asked what that had been, and Sasuke thought angrily that something was off with Naruto. Hinata stepped forward and, speaking softly, urged everyone not to worry about Naruto, believing he would head to the Forest of Death and meet them there. When Sakura asked Hinata if she knew why Naruto had taken that route, Hinata nodded quietly and then left, leaving some of the others unsure. Naruto made his way toward the Forest of Death by a different path to avoid the wary looks of the villagers. He had not told anyone his reason for choosing that route because he knew Hinata would notice regardless. He found it faintly amusing how surprised Sasuke had been when Naruto's eyes had glowed. Some genin had arrived at the Forest of Death. Team 7, Sasuke and Sakura, waited anxiously for the arrival of the hyperactive blonde. As time passed, all the other genin from the villages gathered except for the blonde, and Sakura and Sasuke grew uneasy. When everyone had finally assembled, Enko appeared in a puff of smoke. Enko told the kids that this place was called the Forest of Death and that they needed to sign waivers because the examiners did not want to be held responsible. Tenten asked what they would be held responsible for, and Enko smiled maliciously before warning that they would be responsible if they died. The announcement tightened everyone up. Enko explained that the forest would present many challenges: giant animals, oversized insects, and other dangers. She offered the advice to run if they wished, but emphasized that choosing to face the dangers was their own decision. She invited them to come forward and sign, promising to explain the details of the phase once the paperwork was complete. All the genin stepped up and signed. Enko distributed the mission scrolls, handing the Heaven Scroll to some and the Earth Scroll to others. When everyone had signed, Enko turned to the one who had not moved. Enko asked the rascal when he planned to sign, And the blue-eyed boy on the fence. Naruto drew the attention of everyone as he reluctantly asked whether he really had to sign. Anko insisted that he had to, and Naruto pouted before jumping down and signing. Once he had signed, Anko gave him the Earth Scroll and he rejoined his teammates. Anko then explained the rules. She said the objective was to steal the scroll from opponents. Whoever held the Heaven Scroll needed the Earth Scroll, and whoever held the Earth Scroll needed the Heaven Scroll. Once a team had both, they had to go to the tower in the center of the forest. Those who failed would have to return on their own. She reminded them that they could die and warned them not to open the scrolls early. The time limit was 5 days. Anko finished with a harsh shout ordering them to move to their starting positions so the exam could begin. The genin nodded and moved to their designated places. When the gates swung open, they all entered the forest, leaving Anko outside. Anko said she would go get some dango and walked off toward her favorite shop, but Kurenai intercepted her and asked where she thought she was going. Anko acknowledged the dango plan and Kurenai reminded her of another task they had agreed to do, namely helping find an apartment for Naruto. Anko agreed but insisted on getting her dango first, then left. Inside the forest, Team 7 moved through the trees searching for a team that held the Heaven Scroll, since they had encountered several teams with the same one. They ran until they heard the sounds of a fight. A battle between ninjas from IWA and Suna. Sasuke and Sakura considered intervening. Naruto asked where they were going, and Sasuke thought it obvious that they should go for the scrolls. Naruto suggested they wait until the fighters finished since a team that had just fought would be tired. Sakura pointed out that the winning team would possess the Heaven Scroll, and Naruto explained that watching the opponents would allow them to learn their abilities and exploit weaknesses. Sasuke reluctantly stayed on the sidelines while Sakura watched the fight closely, studying the enemy movements. The clash went on for over an hour, and Sakura was surprised at how strong the opponents were. Naruto's caution seemed justified. If Team 7 had interrupted too early, it was possible the opposing teams could have joined and overwhelmed them. Sasuke observed the action intently, his Sharingan active. Eventually one of the fighters fell unconscious. The remaining opponent, exhausted, searched for his scroll. Sasuke noticed that the fallen fighter's team held the Heaven Scroll and the 3 of them approached the weary genin. Sasuke demanded the scroll. The IWA ninja refused and told them to find their own. Naruto pointed out that the genin seemed alone and fatigued and implied that Team 7 would not hesitate to fight if necessary. The tired IWA ninja, unable to continue, tossed the Heaven Scroll to them. Sasuke caught it and Naruto offered a fox-like grin of thanks before the 3 of them leapt away and disappeared into the trees. Night fell and the genin prepared to rest. Naruto insisted he would stay awake to keep watch. Sakura suggested they take turns, but Naruto shook his head and created several shadow clones that spread out in different directions. He explained that if any clone vanished he would know someone was approaching, and that the clones would help draw threats away from their camp. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged doubtful looks and then settled in to rest while Naruto kept watch. For hours passed after the genin had gone to sleep. Sakura woke, looked around until she remembered where she was, and set out to find Naruto. She found him sitting in a tree with his eyes closed. Sakura called to Naruto and asked if he did not want to rest. Naruto replied that he had been resting a little while ago and that, even if he appeared asleep, he would wake when his shadow clones vanished because their experiences returned to him. He explained that when many clones disappeared at once, he suffered a terrible headache. He scratched his head, thinking of his training with Kurama, and his small joke made Sakura smile. Naruto suddenly stood up and warned that someone was approaching. He climbed down, grabbed 2 rocks, used a transformation technique to make them look like the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, created 7 clones, gave the scrolls to 1 clone, and sent them in the direction where a clone had previously vanished. He said that whoever saw the scrolls would be drawn to follow them. Sakura was surprised, and Naruto laughed softly, then told her she could continue resting. Sakura thanked him and lay down while Naruto climbed back into the tree and closed his eyes. At Kurenai's house, a day had passed since the genin had begun the exam in the Forest of Death. Kurenai and Anko sat silently and seriously, both upset by what had happened the previous day. Flashback. Anko and Kurenai had walked through the village eating dango and chatting about trivial things until they reached an apartment building they thought would be suitable for Naruto. Inside, they spoke with the receptionist to arrange a rental. Kurenai gave the name of the prospective tenant, Naruto Uzumaki. The receptionist hesitated, then lied that all apartments were occupied. Anko demanded to see the paper listing vacancies, took it, and noticed several available rooms. When they confronted the receptionist, he snapped and told them to leave, insulting Naruto by calling him a demon and saying neighbors would be upset to have him as a tenant. Anko reacted fiercely and struck the receptionist in an energetic, anime-style move that left him stunned and slumped against a corner. Anko insisted that Naruto was a person, not a demon. Kurenai calmed her and suggested they look elsewhere, and they left with the receptionist trembling from the encounter. They searched for another apartment all day, but everywhere they went they encountered the same refusals or were turned away as soon as they mentioned Naruto's name. Frustrated, they returned to their homes with plans to continue searching the next day. End of flashback. Back in the present, both women stared into the distance, having had the same disappointing results again. After a long silence, Anko sighed and said she now understood what Naruto had meant when he told her to good luck before leaving. Kurenai suggested that maybe Naruto had seen it coming. Kurenai admitted there was nothing they could do and that the whole situation left a bad taste in her mouth. Anko replied that the reality was worse than Kurenai could imagine. In the Forest of Death, 2 days had passed since Team 7 obtained the scroll. They ran toward the tower to finish the exam, but Naruto had sensed someone's presence sometime earlier and kept quiet to learn that person's intent. After 10 minutes of running, Naruto suddenly stopped. Sasuke and Sakura looked at him. Sasuke asked why he had halted, and Naruto ordered whoever was hiding to come out. A figure stepped forward and mocked that they had not realized Naruto could detect them. Naruto said he had known for some time, found the intruder's serpentine scent repulsive, and demanded to know who they were. The stranger taunted that he had expected more recognition from Naruto. As the figure came into view, Naruto realized who it was. Orochimaru appeared and observed Naruto with mild amusement, noting that Naruto seemed to know him. Naruto replied that Anko had told him about Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled softly, surprised that Naruto knew his former apprentice, and asked how she was doing now. Naruto thought that Orochimaru only sought Sasuke for the Sharingan. He warned Sakura and Sasuke to be careful, saying that this fight was serious. Sasuke bristled and began to object that he did not need orders, but Naruto interrupted and made it clear he was not joking. Sakura noted that Naruto knew Orochimaru. Naruto explained briefly that Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin and one of the strongest shinobi, nearly comparable to the Hokage. Orochimaru remarked that Naruto seemed to know him well. The three genin took up defensive stances and watched Orochimaru, who returned their gaze without moving. After several minutes of tense silence, Orochimaru addressed Naruto and asked with a malicious smile how the village had been treating him lately. The question made Naruto startle. Sasuke and Sakura watched him closely. Naruto told Orochimaru to shut up, his voice hardening. Orochimaru taunted him, suggesting that Naruto still endured stares and that he should want to run into the arms of his parents. Naruto flinched at the mention of parents. Orochimaru smirked and then reminded him that Naruto supposedly had no parents. The last taunt prompted Naruto to launch himself at Orochimaru. Naruto struck Orochimaru hard, sending him skidding through the air until he collided with a tree. Orochimaru rose, surprised and questioning how Naruto had closed the distance so quickly. Naruto demanded to know what Orochimaru could possibly know about him, insisting that no one truly understood what he had suffered. His hair stiffened, his facial markings deepened, and his nails seemed to sharpen as his chakra surged. He refused to let a serpent like Orochimaru speak of him as a helpless child. His eyes flashed a deep red, full of burning anger and resolve. Orochimaru watched the young blonde with irritation after being struck in the face. The blonde stared back while the other genin watched in surprise, and alarm spread when the blonde began making hand signs. Naruto performed fire style, fireball jutsu, producing a giant fireball that hurled toward Orochimaru. Sasuke noted aloud that Naruto could use fire jutsu and felt a surge of jealousy at how much stronger Naruto seemed. Orochimaru leapt to avoid the attack, then aimed a powerful kick that sent Naruto into the ground, burying him several centimeters. The snake-like figure observed without flinching. Orochimaru thought that Naruto was not only fast but also surprisingly strong, and the sight reminded him faintly of Tsunade. Acknowledging Naruto's strength, Orochimaru used Earth Style, Great Mud Dragon. A massive mud dragon rose from the earth and pursued Naruto. Naruto dodged to the side, but the jutsu followed. When the dragon turned into fire to scorch him, Naruto realized it combined earth and fire. He created a clone that took the hit and was struck by the dragon, while the original moved into position and then formed an Earth-style, Great Earth Wall, causing the dragon to crash and fracture. The sudden turn of events surprised Orochimaru. Orochimaru wondered how Naruto could wield earth nature at all. He reasoned that the fire came from Kurama but could not explain the earth. Suddenly Naruto burst up from beneath the ground and aimed a kick at Orochimaru. Orochimaru flipped backward, but a clone had appeared behind him and drove a kunai into his side. A snake opened its mouth and Orochimaru slipped inside to escape. The clone dispersed, leaving Orochimaru's body behind. Naruto observed that the snake seemed to shed its skin and told the other genin to stay back so they would not get in the way. Sakura and Sasuke could not believe what they were seeing. From their perspective, Naruto was keeping pace with the serpent. Sakura was amazed at how strong Naruto had become, while Sasuke burned with frustration at the thought that such power should belong to him. Orochimaru decided to take the fight seriously and unleashed a massive wave of snakes from his sleeves. Naruto answered with a large fireball that incinerated many of the snakes, but Orochimaru reappeared at his side and struck with a powerful punch. Orochimaru grabbed Naruto's hand, and Naruto grabbed back. Orochimaru then produced a blade-like extension from his mouth that slashed across Naruto's arm and stretched several meters, causing Naruto to wince in pain as the genin watched in astonishment. The blade retracted into Orochimaru's mouth, leaving Naruto with a painful injury in his arm. Orochimaru taunted Naruto, and Naruto pressed his hand to the injured arm. A reddish chakra flowed and healed the wound quickly. Orochimaru realized that Naruto could exert some control over Kurama's chakra and smirked at the discovery. Naruto found Orochimaru repulsive. Kurama warned Naruto to be careful, saying that Orochimaru was toying with them. The fox spirit was also surprised by the hand signs Naruto had made, recognizing the technique as one associated with Madara. Naruto then unleashed fire style, Great Fire Annihilation, forming a vast wall of flames both vertically and horizontally that surged toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru attempted to evade, but then Wind Style, Great Wind Wall expanded the blaze and drove it forward with devastating force. The flames struck Orochimaru, engulfing him in intense fire. The other genin watched in shock and backed away several meters to avoid being hit. Sasuke was stunned and could not understand how Naruto had produced such a technique. When the flames subsided, something moved in the ashes. Orochimaru emerged weakened. Naruto formed a water dragon like the one he had seen before to strike the opponent, but Orochimaru opened his mouth and slipped away, shedding his skin and avoiding the attack. Once he had escaped, the snake-like figure glared at Naruto with mounting anger. Orochimaru cursed under his breath at how Naruto had managed those feats and considered the boy's chakra composition. He determined that Naruto had 4 chakra natures: wind, likely from his father, water, likely from his mother, fire from Kurama, and earth, which Orochimaru could not explain. He thought that because Kurama was sealed within Naruto, Orochimaru might be able to take the boy's body, but he resolved to finish the confrontation quickly. A tense incident earlier had ended, and the remaining genin had moved on. In the village, 2 female ninjas stood in the Hokage's tower alongside 2 other ninjas, Zabuza and Haku, who were reporting on a mission they had recently completed. Zabuza informed the 3rd Hokage that their mission was finished, and the 3rd Hokage nodded in satisfaction. The 3rd Hokage tossed a bag containing their payment, which Haku caught, and the 3rd Hokage explained that it was the reward for the mission. Both Zabuza and Haku acknowledged this and were told they could take a few days off since there were no current assignments. Zabuza and Haku responded in unison. The 3rd Hokage then turned his attention to the 2 female ninjas and asked what they needed, specifically addressing Anko and Kurenai. Kurenai indicated that she had come to accompany Anko. Anko requested permission to observe the Chunin exams once they concluded in the Forest of Death. Zabuza spoke up, noting that since they had no missions at the moment, watching the exams would be a reasonable way to spend their time. Haku nodded in agreement. The 3rd Hokage considered the request and, finding nothing wrong with it, granted permission. Haku bowed in thanks, and the 3rd Hokage dismissed them, after which everyone left the tower. Outside, the 2 female ninjas recounted everything that had happened while Zabuza and Haku were on their mission. Kurenai described the purple-haired woman's account of the blue-haired boy's nightmare and how intensely he had reacted at the sight of Anko. Haku acknowledged that he understood and asked if that was all. Anko replied that it was not. She explained that the nightmare had occurred when he was 7, and that it had felt so real to him that it was as if he had died again. This revelation alarmed the former mist shinobi, but Anko added more information. Zabuza asked if she was serious, and both female ninjas confirmed. Zabuza remarked that the boy was full of surprises. Kurenai then revealed that he was currently living in a cave, which caused Zabuza and Haku to pause. Haku, concerned, asked for confirmation that the boy lived in a cave, and Kurenai affirmed it. Haku murmured in disbelief and clenched his fists without noticing the others watching. Anko said she had reacted the same way and explained that they had tried to find him an apartment, but no one in the village wanted him. They had continued trying, but it had been difficult. Zabuza suggested that perhaps it was better for him to avoid the village's hostile looks by staying in a cave, away from the constant judgment. The two female ninjas considered his words and agreed. Anko instinctively touched her neck, then shifted the conversation to details about the mission Haku and Zabuza had completed. Several hours had passed, 3 to be exact, and Naruto was trapped inside a giant snake. The creature writhed so quickly that he could not gather his chakra, and Naruto grew increasingly impatient. Naruto thought that if he stayed inside he would be digested at any moment. He tried to pull a kunai from his ninja pouch but could not because of his position. Kurama urged him to think of something fast. Naruto asked Kurama for chakra. Kurama complained that Naruto had not asked for help earlier, when Orochimaru had been involved, and Naruto explained that he had wanted to face Orochimaru himself but did not fully understand the enemy's abilities. Kurama showed irritation but agreed to help. Kurama granted a portion of chakra, and a red chakra mantle began to cover Naruto, taking the shape of a single tail. Naruto focused, and the mantle expanded outward. The snake became overwhelmed by the sudden surge and was forced to release him. Naruto was expelled from the creature, and the chakra mantle faded. He gagged and shuddered from the experience and remarked inwardly that he now understood what it felt like to be swallowed. Afterward, Naruto returned to his home by the lagoon near the cave to bathe because of how he smelled, but before bathing he created a clone and disappeared with a leap. Sakura stood watch over Sasuke, who lay unconscious from a strange mark Orochimaru had placed before fleeing. She remained on guard and felt tired from everything that had occurred. Sakura called Sasuke's name in her thoughts and hoped that Naruto was all right. She then sensed movement approaching and turned to see 3 sound village ninjas step forward. In the village, Kurenai walked with a purple-haired companion alongside Zabuza and Haku, the swordsman and his ice user companion. They spoke about various topics to pass the time and avoided dwelling on certain matters, until Zabuza noticed someone running in a direction and drew the others' attention. Zabuza pointed out that the runner looked like Naruto. They all saw Naruto speeding toward the Hokage Tower. The 4 ninjas did not hesitate and chased after him, catching up at his side. Kurenai questioned Naruto and reminded him that he should not be in the village. Naruto explained that he was only a clone and kept his gaze forward as he ran toward the Hokage Tower. Haku asked what he was doing there. Naruto said that he had no time to explain and told them to follow him if they wanted to know, because he was heading to the Hokage Tower. The ninjas fell in behind him. When he arrived at the tower with the other shinobi, the blonde entered without permission, as always, which alarmed the 3rd Hokage because he was supposed to be at the mid-level ninja exams in the Forest of Death. The 3rd Hokage asked Naruto what he was doing there while he began to smoke his pipe. Naruto explained that he was only a clone and that the real one was resting. Anko asked if he was resting, and Naruto nodded. The 3rd Hokage asked what the others were doing there. Haku explained that they had followed Naruto from the village after seeing he was not in the exams. They had been worried and Naruto had told them they could accompany him to find out what he meant. The 3rd Hokage nodded. The 3rd Hokage then asked Naruto what he wanted to say. Naruto revealed that it was Orochimaru, and the name tightened the atmosphere. Anko instinctively touched her neck. The 3rd Hokage asked what he meant. Naruto said he had just fought Orochimaru in the forest. Anko reacted with disbelief when she heard that. The 3rd Hokage urged Naruto to tell the story. Naruto recounted that Orochimaru had appeared in the forest and he had sensed him for a while but pretended not to notice so he could learn Orochimaru's intentions. He had discovered that Orochimaru's interest was Sasuke because of his Sharingan. Orochimaru had summoned a giant snake that swallowed Naruto, a memory that made him tremble, and he had moved away from his companions to stay close to Sasuke. When the 3rd Hokage asked how long ago that had happened, Naruto said it had been more than 3 hours and that he had escaped by creating many clones that disrupted the summoned snake from within until he could break free. He lied about that last part. The 3rd Hokage said he would send a squad of covert operatives to watch over the village, and Naruto nodded. The 3rd Hokage thanked him. Naruto was about to vanish when the 3rd Hokage stopped him and demanded an answer to another question. He asked why Naruto had not told him about how the villagers had been looking at him all this time and about the 9 tails sealed within him. The room grew tense. Naruto asked whether Kakashi had told the 3rd Hokage, and the Hokage confirmed that he had. Naruto replied that he had told Kakashi the same thing he would tell the Hokage now and asked what difference it would make if he revealed it. The 3rd Hokage said he could make the villagers stop looking at Naruto with hatred again. Naruto responded that the alternative was that it might happen all over again. He lifted his orange jacket and shirt to his stomach to reveal 3 scars, 2 along his ribs and 1 just below the seal of the 9 tails. Everyone in the room was shocked at what they saw. Naruto said he preferred to endure the villagers' looks rather than see that happen again. The 3rd Hokage asked how that had come to be. Naruto explained that when he had previously told the Hokage what was happening in the village, the informant sent to get the villagers to stop hating him had apparently told them that Naruto had been the one who revealed the plan, and they had attacked him for it. For that reason, he had decided not to rely on anyone. When asked how long it had lasted, Naruto refused to say, answering coldly. His manner surprised the others and even the 3rd Hokage, who had expected a different tone. Zabuza, the swordsman, told the young blonde not to be so cold and that he was not like that. Zabuza met Naruto's eyes and noticed an emptiness there. He stammered, which caught Haku's attention because she rarely saw her master falter. With permission, Naruto said he would take his leave and then vanished in a puff, leaving the others in shock at what they had seen. Alone, the 3rd Hokage wondered whether hiding Minato and Kushina's identities had truly been the right choice and cursed himself for all that Naruto had suffered without his knowledge. He dismissed the others and they left. Outside the tower, the 4 ninjas walked in silence, each lost in thought about the hyperactive blonde they had just seen. They knew something of his past, and now this new revelation weighed on them as they continued on. Everything was silent until the black-haired man finally spoke. Haku drew Zabuza and the others' attention by noting that Zabuza's stutter earlier had been unusual. Zabuza struggled to explain, saying he had felt something when he looked into someone's eyes but could not put it into words. Anko observed that Zabuza's gaze had seemed dim, and the swordsman nodded in agreement. Anko added that she and Kurenai had noticed the same thing on several occasions, and her main concern was the scars. Kurenai said she had glimpsed something in a genjutsu the previous week and had never imagined the situation would be so severe. Anko reminded them of the nightmare she had described, where it had sounded as if someone were dying again, and suggested that might be connected to the scars. Haku allowed that it could be. After a while, the 4 shinobi went to their respective homes. In the forest, Naruto moved toward where his teammates were located, guided by the 9 tails chakra in a manner similar to how he had tracked them before. He also detected several other presences, 9 in total. When he arrived, he saw Sakura with cropped hair and several wounds, and Rock Lee looking exhausted from a recent fight. Ino, Chuji, and Shikamaru watched in astonishment as Sasuke behaved aggressively. Strange markings appeared on Sasuke's body as he restrained a ninja from the hidden mist, pulling the opponent back by the arms and pressing a foot into the opponent's back to immobilize him. A sharp, audible snap echoed and the captured ninja cried out in pain. Sasuke noticed his former teammates and walked slowly toward them. Naruto called for Sasuke to stop, which turned everyone's heads. Sakura showed visible relief at seeing Naruto safe. Sasuke made it clear that he was busy and ordered everyone to move aside. Naruto urged him to calm down and observed the dark marks on Sasuke's neck, concluding that Orochimaru must have placed a curse mark on him. The captured sound ninja lay writhing from the pain. Naruto moved in, kicked him toward the others, and warned the group to leave if they did not want to be hurt. The visiting ninja retreated without hesitation, leaving Sasuke even angrier. Sasuke demanded to know why Naruto had interfered. Naruto told him to settle down, but Sasuke responded by delivering a heavy punch to Naruto's face that forced him back several steps. Ino pleaded for Sasuke to calm down, but he threatened her, warning that he could do the same to her as he had to the restrained ninja. Then Sasuke declared that he wanted to fight Naruto. Sakura moved to restrain him, but Sasuke slapped her away. Naruto shouted in alarm at Sasuke's behavior, reminding everyone that Sasuke was hurting a teammate. Sasuke coldly replied that he did not care about any of them and that revenge was all that mattered, a statement that shocked some of their friends. Shikamaru, Chuji, and Rock Lee watched him with disapproval while Ino hurried to help Sakura after the blow. Naruto signaled to Shikamaru to clear the others away. Shikamaru nodded and assisted Lee to his feet, while Ino supported Sakura and Chuji stayed close by. The 2 genin faced each other. Sasuke struck first with sudden speed, aiming a hard blow at Naruto's stomach, but Naruto blocked it with his hand and countered with a powerful knee to Sasuke's midsection, knocking the younger Uchiha to his knees and leaving him winded. Sasuke, enraged, attempted to follow with a punch to Naruto's jaw, but Naruto stepped back and delivered a decisive strike that sent Sasuke crashing into a tree. Sasuke lost consciousness, and the dark marks on his body faded away. Naruto hurried over and examined the remaining trace of the curse mark, but he realized he lacked sufficient chakra to remove it after his recent battles. The other genin gathered around, and Naruto checked on them. They all reassured him that they were all right. Naruto called Sakura, Rock Lee, and Shikamaru closer. They approached and tended to the scene. Naruto instructed that Sasuke be seated against a nearby tree for a while. Shikamaru indicated a spot, helped settle Sasuke there, and remained watchful as the group regrouped. Naruto placed his hand gently on Sakura's cheek. Sakura blushed slightly. The earlier slap did not seem to have hurt her. He then moved to where Rock Lee lay and pressed his hands to the young man's wounds. A warm red chakra flowed from Naruto's palms, knitting the injuries in a swift, anime-like surge of energy that allowed Lee to stand as if nothing had happened. Rock Lee thanked Naruto and asked how he had done it. Naruto smiled and explained that his master had taught him while he trained. He added quietly that he owed the technique to Kurama, and the fox spirit nodded in agreement in his subconscious. Sakura expressed her gratitude to Naruto. Naruto replied that she did not need to thank him and observed that she had become much stronger than before, which made Sakura smile. Naruto then asked if anyone had a rope. Shikamaru produced a not very long rope from his ninja pouch. Shikamaru asked what Naruto intended to do. Naruto said he would bind Sasuke so that if Sasuke woke and became uncontrollable they would not have to worry. He did not want to be Sasuke's babysitter. The others nodded in agreement. Naruto addressed Rock Lee and remarked that he seemed very strong given the weights he carried on his legs. Rock Lee thanked Naruto and declared that his flames of youth were always burning, which made the others exchange nervous looks. Naruto said that Rock Lee was a little like him. The group looked puzzled as Naruto rolled up his sleeves to reveal a pair of marks on his hands. Rock Lee wondered what they were. Naruto explained, smiling, that they were gravity seals, surprising the others with the revelation. Rock Lee exclaimed with enthusiasm that Naruto was impressive and that they would have to have a battle someday, preferably during the Chunin exams. He shouted this exuberantly while Naruto finished securing Sasuke. Naruto agreed and told Lee to stop shouting or he would go deaf. The green-clad young man continued to shout about the flames of youth, causing more nervous sweat among the others. Naruto decided it was time to leave and said he would see them later. Sakura and Naruto departed together while Naruto carried Sasuke. Sakura and Naruto left with Sasuke still tied, leaving Shikamaru, Chuji, Rock Lee and Ino behind. Everyone was silent for a moment. Rock Lee continued talking excitedly about Naruto's youthful flames and how he could not wait to face him, until someone else finally spoke. Chuji asked what had just happened and drew the others' attention with a look that said, "Are you serious? You didn't see anything." He asked specifically what had happened to Sasuke. Ino admitted she did not know. She said the marks that had appeared and the way Sasuke had looked at her had frightened her, especially after what he had said. Rock Lee observed that Sasuke had seemed stronger than before and wondered aloud whether those marks on his body were the cause. Shikamaru said that was a possibility. He looked toward the tree where the Uchiha had collapsed and muttered that he was annoyed. If Naruto had not shown up, who knew what would have happened? Ino, a little irritated by Shikamaru's comment, asked if he was implying that Naruto was stronger than Sasuke. Shikamaru confirmed that he was, which drew everyone's attention. He pointed out that Naruto had been carrying seals on his arms and had not removed them during his fight with Sasuke. Rock Lee agreed, saying he had seen seals like those before. When someone tried to remove them they would glow and then vanish. Chuji asked how strong Naruto might be. Ino said she had seen Naruto train with Kurenai. She explained that Kurenai had put him through powerful genjutsu and he had freed himself from them easily. When she had heard what Kurenai-sensei had said about one particularly strong genjutsu, she had been surprised. Shikamaru asked how strong it had been. Ino said she did not know exactly, but the last one had been strange. She described that in the genjutsu Kurenai had appeared apologetic and had embraced Naruto as part of the scene, which Ino had not understood. Shikamaru listened closely to her words and began to form a mild suspicion, though he was not certain. Shikamaru said it would be better to investigate later and suggested they leave. The others agreed. Rock Lee said goodbye, then vanished in a leap, thinking happily that he really wanted a match with Naruto after seeing the seals on his arms. With Naruto and the other genin headed toward the tower, carrying an unconscious Sasuke, hoping to finish this phase of the Chunin exams. According to Naruto, they would arrive in less than an hour, so he proposed moving as quickly as possible to avoid any last-minute encounters. Sakura agreed and they increased their pace. Once inside the tower they took out the Heaven and Earth scrolls and Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke. Kakashi praised them and said he was proud. They had managed to pass this phase of the exam and with only one day left, They could rest until the next challenge began. Then he noticed Sasuke bound and asked why they had him tied. Sakura began to explain, and Naruto said they had encountered Orochimaru and that Orochimaru had left a mark on Sasuke's neck, and they had restrained him because he had been behaving erratically. Their explanation was interrupted when several shinobi arrived: Zabuza, Haku, Kurenai, and Anko. Anko checked on Naruto and asked if he was all right. Kakashi asked Zabuza and Haku what they were doing there. Zabuza replied that they had finished their mission and the third had given them permission to observe how things went in the Chunin exams the next day. Haku asked Naruto how he was doing. Naruto replied that he was fine, though Haku meant something else and the atmosphere grew a little tense. Sakura asked what Haku meant. Naruto said nothing to her and explained that when he had been separated from the others he had sent a clone to the Hokage's tower to report what had happened. He added that was all. The 4 visiting shinobi noticed he had not mentioned his scars and chose not to press him about them. The brown-eyed Kunoichi moved closer to examine Sasuke because she had been curious about why he was bound. She touched his neck and noticed the curse mark, then instinctively reached to touch it but stopped when she saw Naruto making a gesture to silence her about the mark he had extracted. Kakashi said he would take Sasuke to see what could be done about the mark Orochimaru had left. He lifted the Sharingan bearer and left, taking Sasuke with him. Naruto said he would go rest for a while, but Anko asked to speak with him. Naruto agreed and they walked a short distance away with Zabuza and Kurenai, leaving Sakura and Haku behind to talk about the exams. Anko asked why Naruto had not removed the mark. Naruto explained that he could not. He had been training and when he fought Orochimaru, he had used a lot of chakra. If he used more chakra from the 9 tails he could cause permanent harm, so he had avoided using it to extract the mark. That made sense to the others and they accepted his explanation. Kurenai then asked Naruto if he could explain the scars on his stomach. Naruto asked why she wanted to know, which left everyone puzzled. Sakura had been nearby and, unnoticed, moved close to listen. Naruto mentally cursed himself for not being more careful. Kurenai persisted, and Naruto, embarrassed, lifted his jacket to reveal the scars. Sakura saw them and was surprised. Sakura stammered, asking what they were, and Naruto quickly lied that they were from a childhood accident when he had fallen from a tree and cut himself on some branches. Everyone else could tell the story did not ring true, but Sakura accepted it at face value. Naruto said he would go rest and departed with Sakura to prepare for the next day's exams. The others noticed what had happened. Kurenai commented that Naruto had lied about the scars and seemed to be keeping something from Sakura. They all agreed there was nothing more they could do and said they would meet again tomorrow to see how the other teams fared in the exams. They said their goodbyes. Naruto walked on and saw that Kurenai's team, along with the shinobi from Sunagakure and the sound forces that had confronted Sasuke, had arrived, as had other teams from various villages. He walked happily until he sat and leaned against a wall to wait for the remaining genin to finish. Naruto had been sitting for more than 2 hours resting when he noticed someone approaching. He opened his eyes and saw Hinata. Hinata greeted Naruto shyly and blushed. Naruto smiled and congratulated Hinata on passing the test, which made her blush a little more. Hinata thanked him and returned the compliment. Naruto admitted that they had faced some difficulties along the way. Hinata looked at him curiously, and Naruto began to recount everything they had endured, the fight against a very strong ninja and the rebellion of his teammate. Hinata explained what they had done to obtain their scroll. Naruto felt comfortable beside her and was happy to be there. Sakura watched them and thought it was unusual to see Naruto so cheerful and open. Sakura listened and rested for a while until more genin arrived. Ino, Chuji, Shikamaru, Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee. Rock Lee greeted Naruto enthusiastically and asked if Naruto wanted a sparring match. Tenten interrupted and told Lee to stop repeating the same offer. Naruto said he would not mind and explained that with the next test coming up the next day, a taijutsu warm-up would do him good. He stood and moved toward Lee. Lee shouted with excitement at Naruto's response. Tenten warned that Lee was very strong in taijutsu. Shikamaru told the others not to worry and said that Naruto was not an idiot after all, drawing the attention of Niji, Tenten, Sakura, and Hinata. Tenten asked what he meant, and Shikamaru replied that they would see. Hinata silently wished Naruto luck while Sakura watched. The 2 genin took their distance and prepared to spar. Both adopted fighting stances and faced each other. Lee studied Naruto's posture and noted a balanced stance between offense and defense, which excited him. Naruto's stance leaned more toward attack. After a tense silence, both charged. Lee aimed a strike at Naruto's forehead, but Naruto slid along the ground and hit back with his feet. Lee pushed off with his hands and leapt to kick toward Naruto's jaw. Naruto blocked with his arms, and Lee followed with a kick to the stomach. Naruto braced and was thrown several meters before landing on his feet. Naruto dashed forward and executed a rapid sequence of moves while Lee continued to evade. Tenten expressed surprise that Naruto was holding his own against Lee, who was considered the best at taijutsu. Shikamaru remarked that he had warned them not to worry. Niji activated his Byakugan and observed markings on Naruto's arms and legs. Hinata used her sight and noticed the same thing. Ino identified the markings as gravity seals and reminded the group that Naruto had mentioned them before. Tenten and Sakura were surprised. Hinata thought Naruto was remarkable as she watched the fight. Lee landed a blow that pushed Naruto back several steps. Naruto returned the exchange, and Lee's strong kick to Naruto's shoulder forced him back. Lee then jumped to create distance. Naruto complimented Lee on his strength despite wearing weights. Lee cheerfully responded with praise in return. Naruto wondered what Lee had meant by his earlier comment and suggested they stop the spar for now, not wanting to reveal all their abilities. The others watched in admiration. Lee agreed to a rematch another time, and Naruto smiled as both of them rejoined the group. One day had passed after that warm-up. Naruto remained standing at the front of his team on the stage, with Sasuke behind him and Sakura at the rear. He listened for any talk about the mark and deduced that Kakashi had not been able to do much about it. In the stands sat the team leaders, including Zabuza, Anko, and Haku. Zabuza asked Kakashi if he had been able to do anything about the mark. Kakashi answered that he would deal with it after the exam. Anko asked why, and Kakashi explained that if he had treated it yesterday the subject would have remained unconscious and been disqualified, so he had chosen to wait. Anko acknowledged this. Back with the genin, the host Hayate Gecko explained that this phase would be one-on-one combat. Everyone nodded as names on the screen narrowed until only Sasuke versus Yoroi remained. Several matches followed. Sasuke defeated Yoroi Akato and Kakashi escorted him briefly to examine the curse mark before leaving him to rest. Sakura and Ino tied and were both disqualified. Tenten defeated Temari. Shikamaru beat Kintsuchi. The bracket continued until Hinata Hyuga versus Kankuro was next. Naruto wished Hinata good luck. Kurenai warned her to be careful. Hinata nodded and descended to the stage while Kankuro did the same. When both were down, Kankuro revealed a puppet wrapped in bandages and Hinata took a fighting stance. Naruto predicted it would be an easy match and claimed it would be over in less than 30 seconds. Hayate then started the match. Hinata activated her Byakugan and detected that the true presence was inside the bandages. She dashed forward and struck at the wrappings, drawing surprised looks from the others. She then leapt back, and Kankuro, who had been standing, suddenly collapsed and fell unconscious. Hinata explained that the original was inside the bandages and had been rendered unconscious. Hayate unwrapped the bandages and confirmed Kankuro's condition, granting Hinata the victory. In the stands Naruto said he had been right. Kakashi asked how he knew, and Naruto explained that Kankuro's gait had seemed off, so he concentrated a little chakra and sensed the presence in the wrappings, which Hinata detected at once with her Byakugan. Kurenai praised Hinata. Hinata thanked them and blushed slightly when Naruto gave a congratulatory nod. The next match was Rock Lee vs Dosu Kinyuta. Both genin took the stage and faced each other. Dosu stated that he would finish what he had started in the Forest of Death. Rock Lee replied that this time it would not be the same and began removing the weights from his legs. In the stands, Guy wondered whether Lee planned to fight at full strength from the beginning. Sakura reminded everyone that Lee and Dosu had already fought in the Forest of Death and that Dosu had won using a device on his arm. Kakashi noted that the device emitted a sound that affected the auditory sense, and Sakura confirmed. Guy reasoned that Lee removing his weights from the start meant he intended to finish the fight quickly. Lee removed the second weight from his foot. Naruto joked that the outcome was obvious, but Kakashi cautioned against overconfidence. Naruto then mentioned that he had sparred with Lee the previous day. Guy asked whether Lee had defeated Naruto. Naruto shook his head. Tenten said their spar had been even. Guy expressed surprise that anyone could match Lee in taijutsu. Tenten added that Shikamaru had told her Naruto had seals on his arms. Kakashi became attentive and asked if that was true. Naruto showed the seals on his arms and legs, which impressed everyone in the stands. Guy asked how long Naruto had used them. Naruto hesitated but decided to answer, thinking they would keep pressing otherwise. He revealed that he had used the seals since he was 6 years old. The admission surprised everyone. Guy stammered at the age, and Naruto explained that he had suffered a serious accident at 6. Zabuza, Haku, Kurenai and Anko all sensed a change in the atmosphere as he spoke. A memory followed. 4 Konoha ninjas sat together in a quiet place, discussing the young blonde boy known for his energy. Kurenai said that the genjutsu she had used forced someone to relive the worst moments of their life. She described seeing a small blonde child walking happily to Ichiraku and enjoying a large bowl of ramen, and then the scene had shifted to villagers and some shinobi. She said what she had witnessed was terrible and expressed disbelief at how anyone could harm a 6-year-old in that way. With Rock Lee's victory, he returned to the stands where his fellow genin waited. They all congratulated him. Naruto, the blue-eyed boy, began speaking about his youthful spirit in a way that made many sweat nervously. His sensei guy joined him and both became emotional. The blonde hoped the next match would begin so he would not have to watch them any longer. Several names appeared on the screen until only Neji and Gaara remained. Both descended to the stage and stood face to face. Naruto warned that Neji should be careful. Guy asked what he meant. Naruto explained that Gaara was not an ordinary person. Kurenai asked why, and Naruto said that when he looked into Gaara's eyes he saw himself, which made several jonin sit up and left some genin puzzled. Everyone turned their attention to the arena where the young Hyuga and the red-haired shinobi faced each other. Height signaled for the match to begin, and the two continued staring silently. Neji told Gaara that fate meant he would lose this fight and that Gaara should prepare himself, but Gaara only stared back without blinking. Naruto muttered that Neji still clung to talk of destiny. Neji activated his white eye and launched a barrage of rapid strikes, but Gaara's sand shielded him from the attacks and Gaara watched calmly. Neji thought the sand was a nuisance. He ran forward and, seeing the sand beginning to cover him, slipped behind Gaara and struck from the rear. He landed several blows, but most were blocked again by sand flowing from Gaara's gourd. Neji stepped back to a moderate distance and realized he would have to strike quickly before the sand could stop him. He smiled grimly and assumed a fighting pose that made his master and Hinata watch him intently. Hinata recognized that he was preparing the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Guy observed that Neji intended to begin with it. Naruto asked what they meant. Hinata explained that the technique was based on the gentle fist style passed down within the Hyuga main branch. Guy added that when the opponent was close, Neji would assume the posture they were watching and begin by delivering 2 consecutive strikes, then another 2, then 4, doubling the number of strikes each time. Naruto summarized that the pattern doubled until reaching 64, and Guy confirmed. Guy also explained that with each strike Neji's speed and strength increased. Naruto realized that Neji had found a way to overcome his limits. Rock Lee asked what he was getting at, and Naruto answered that when Neji attacked, the sand initially blocked his blows. When Neji appeared behind Gaara and hit him quickly, the sand began to interfere. Shikamaru noted that with the doubling pattern each strike would be faster than the last and eventually impossible to block. The others watched, surprised at Naruto's insight. Hinata agreed but reminded them that the technique belonged to the main branch and Neji was from the secondary branch. Naruto asked about the secondary branch. Kurenai explained that the Hyuga clan was divided into 2 parts, the main branch, which leads the family, and the secondary branch, which protects the main family. Naruto said that whether main or secondary, they were still members of the same clan and it seemed wrong to treat them differently. Hinata felt relieved by that remark, and the jonin nodded. Naruto added that Neji's belief in destiny had been challenged by learning the technique. He had broken the barrier that was supposed to bind him. Kakashi remarked in surprise at Naruto's newfound insight. Naruto said his past experiences had opened his mind, drawing looks from several shinobi. A few veterans understood the implication and fell silent while the others returned their attention to the match. Kiba watched the arena, annoyed by Naruto's attitude. Neji kept his gaze fixed on Gaara as he moved into position and began the sequence. 2 palms struck and were blocked by sand. Neji reappeared and delivered 4 palms that forced Gaara back several steps. 8 palms came from the side, 16 followed with increasing speed. 32 strikes landed as Neji appeared behind Gaara. Then, in a rapid motion, he came face to face and executed the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Each blow landed, and the final burst sent Gaara flying across the arena and crashing into a wall, leaving him several meters away. The match was intense and decisive. The Suna siblings watched as their younger brother was struck by a Konoha shinobi and worried that he might lose control. Gaara rose, faint cracks appearing along his face and falling away as he moved. Neji could not comprehend what he was seeing. Gaara, wincing from the blow despite his sand armor, lashed out and sent sand surging toward Neji. Niji dodged as best he could until the sand seized his foot and slammed him into the ground several times. Gaara threatened to finish him and sent more sand swirling around, but Niji activated the Kaiten technique, spun in the air to deflect the sand, and landed with difficulty. Niji feared that if things continued this way, he would be defeated. Before he could react further, Naruto shouted a warning for Niji to watch his back. Niji turned, was struck fully by the follow-up attack, was thrown against the wall, and fell unconscious. Hayate then declared Gaara the winner. From the stands, Naruto saw the sand rushing toward the unconscious Hyuga as if to end him. Naruto called for Gaara to stop, insisting that Gaara had already proven himself. Gaara, unmoved, made it clear he intended to continue. When the sand drew closer, Naruto invoked the name of the tailed beast, and the sand halted abruptly, drawing the attention of the Suna shinobi and Naruto's comrades. Gaara, astonished, reacted to Naruto's intervention and sprang toward the stage with the sand after him. Naruto manifested a visible crimson chakra and used it to stop the sand, impressing everyone watching. Kakashi was stunned and suggested that the chakra resembled something significant, a realization that the other Jonin also registered. Gaara declared that Naruto was like him, and Naruto nodded. The Jonin now understood what Gaara had been referring to. In a brief memory, Naruto had warned that Niji should be careful. Guy had asked what he meant, and Naruto had replied that Gaara was not an ordinary person. Kurenai had questioned the claim, and Naruto confessed that when he had looked into Gaara's eyes he had seen himself, a revelation that opened the eyes of several Jonin. Back in the present, Gaara insisted that Naruto would validate his existence, but Naruto stated that their confrontation would have to wait until after the exams. Naruto created clones to carry the unconscious Hyuga off the stage. He reappeared behind Gaara, surprising him by placing a kunai at his nape and ordering that their fight be postponed until after the exams. Gaara stored his sand back in its gourd, and the two stood in a long, tense exchange of gazes. Gaara spoke about the look in Naruto's eyes, remarking that those eyes held the same knowledge of loneliness, a shared longing for power and the same cold instinct born of pain. Naruto responded that maybe Gaara was right, a reply that surprised their teammates, comrades, and the Jonin in the stands. In the stands, everyone absorbed the exchange between the two genin with a mixture of shock and curiosity. Kakashi quietly questioned Naruto about what he knew regarding the earlier attack. Guy asked Kakashi to speak with him privately, and they stepped aside while the Jonin followed, leaving the genin to themselves. Guy asked whether Kakashi had told Naruto about the events from 13 years ago. Kakashi said he had not. Naruto already knew somehow, and Kakashi did not know how Naruto had learned all this. Asuma asked if Naruto knew his parents, and Kakashi admitted he did not. He reminded them that after the Nine-Tails attack, the Hokage had forbidden them to discuss Naruto's status as a jinchuriki or his parentage, a directive the Jonin accepted. Haku voiced concern that keeping the truth hidden might only make Naruto angrier over time, suggesting that the situation was a powder keg that could ignite at any moment. Zabuza agreed, warning that Naruto was volatile and could erupt unpredictably. Kakashi acknowledged their worry but reiterated that the Hokage's order stood, and despite efforts, the Hokage had refused to reveal the truth. While the Jonin debated, the genin occupied themselves with other matters. Ino asked Sakura if Naruto's words might be true. Sakura, unsettled, admitted she did not know and had never heard such claims before. Hinata watched Naruto on the stage with quiet concern, thinking of him as he stood motionless. The Jonin returned to their seats and noticed that Naruto had not yet rejoined the stands. The large screen announced the next match as Naruto vs. Kiba, signaling the next round of the exams. The Jonin and the genin grew concerned when the blue-eyed boy did not return to the stands. They checked the screen and saw the match announcement, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. They finally understood why he had not come back to his comrades. Kiba announced that it was time to teach that idiot a lesson, and Akamaru barked in agreement. Kurenai wished Kiba luck, but Kiba replied that he did not need luck and leapt onto the stage to face the blonde boy. Hayate called for the match to begin, and both genin took their positions. The hooded Kiba set Akamaru down at his feet and assumed a fighting stance while Naruto watched. Naruto thought that this was his first time fighting someone with a ninja dog partner. Kurama reminded him not to underestimate them, that dogs and their partners could be stronger than they seemed, and Naruto thanked Kurama for the warning. Kiba taunted Naruto for not taking a stance and reminded him that he had been the weakest in the academy, then charged forward. He struck Naruto and sent him skidding across the platform. Kiba smirked and turned to pick up Akamaru, thinking he had won. Naruto rose and met Kiba's gaze, admitting to himself that the strike had hurt but indicating he was not finished. Kiba, angered by the reaction, attacked with several rapid strikes, but Naruto calmly dodged each one. Guy observed that Naruto was deliberately provoking Kiba to make him lose control so his movements would become reckless. Kurenai hoped Kiba would notice his own imbalance. Kakashi pretended not to hear, prompting an exasperated reaction from Guy. Hinata watched quietly, impressed by Naruto and wishing both opponents well despite her loyalty to Kiba. On the stage, Naruto continued to evade Kiba's assaults until he decided to stop playing and counterattacked. He blocked a blow, struck back with a precise hit to Kiba's face that made him stagger, then followed with a kick to his side. Kiba leaped back to a safe distance and Akamaru appeared beside him. Kiba admitted to himself that he had not expected Naruto to be so strong. He looked to Akamaru and asked if the dog was ready. Akamaru vocalized his readiness and then took on Kiba's form. Naruto murmured in surprise at a dog's ability to use transformation. The two Kibas accelerated in unison, launching their signature Fang over Fang attack and striking with dizzying speed from all directions. Naruto struggled to form hand seals and focused on blocking as much as he could. The rapid assault went on for several minutes until it finally stopped, leaving Naruto on the ground. Kiba began to gloat about how easy the fight had been, but fell silent when he saw Naruto standing again. Naruto acknowledged that the earlier barrage had hurt and declared it was his turn. He used the shadow clone technique to create 4 clones and sent them to engage. 2 clones approached from behind but disappeared in small clouds of smoke when Kiba tossed kunai at them. The transformed Akamaru swiped at the frontal clones, making them vanish in puffs as well. Unnoticed, the original Naruto had positioned himself above the fray and delivered a quick kick that separated 2 of the remaining clones, which cried out in pain. The 2 Kiba figures launched Fang over Fang once more, but Naruto leaped aside and sprinted across the stage. The pair pursued him, maintaining their technique while Naruto ran until he spun around and prepared his next move. Naruto unleashed a fire-style Great Fireball technique, forming a massive fireball that drew gasps from some in the stands. The fireball rushed toward both Kiba and Akamaru. They split apart and attacked Naruto from different sides, and when their strikes connected, Naruto blocked with both arms, using his left arm against Kiba and his right arm against Akamaru, who had assumed a humanoid form. Naruto pushed them apart with a surge of strength, gathered chakra into a concentrated fist, and struck. The impact sent them stumbling backward, the attack dissipated, and Akamaru reverted to his normal form at his companion's side. Kiba thought it was impossible that anyone could resist his Fang over Fang technique. He watched Naruto take up a combat stance again while several ninja in the stands showed their surprise and admiration at what the blue-eyed young man had just done. Kakashi stammered, wondering since when Naruto could use fire style. Zabuza caught his attention and reminded him that Naruto was his student and that Kakashi should know what his student was capable of. Kakashi explained that he had been assigned to train Sasuke because he carried a special eye technique and Sasuke also possessed it, so he had little time for other trainees. Kurenai, Anko, Haku and Zabuza understood why Naruto addressed him as teacher with obvious disdain. Zabuza insisted that this was not the point and that, regardless of assignments, Kakashi needed to train all his students, not only one. Kakashi remained silent. Zabuza recalled that when he had fought Naruto in the Land of Waves, Naruto had used that same technique against his water dragon. Kakashi replied that he had not been told about that and had only heard that Naruto had used shadow clones against him. Zabuza added that Naruto had also used them against Zabuza's water clones. On the stage, Kiba noted that Naruto had become stronger since their time at the academy. Naruto thought that Kiba had no idea. The blue-eyed young man and the Inuzuka changed their stances. Kiba declared that Naruto still remained weak and then performed a combined human-beast transformation into a 2-headed wolf. A thick wall of smoke swept across the stage and terrifying growls echoed from within the curtain of smoke. When the haze cleared, a giant 2-headed canine, over 5 meters tall and exuding a menacing presence, stood where the smoke had been. Naruto watched the transformation with surprise. The blonde had left accompanied by the blue-haired girl, leaving the others alone and a little uneasy after the looks she had exchanged with the Suna ninja. After that, the remaining matches continued. Choji fought Misumi Tsurugi and emerged victorious. Zaku Abumi faced Shino Aburame, with Aburame taking the win. When the results appeared on the screen, the lineup for the 4th stage of the Chunin exams was set: Naruto vs. Rock Lee, Hinata vs. Temari, Shikamaru vs. Shino, Gaara vs. Sasuke. Misumi was left without an opponent because Ino and Sakura had tied. he would face one of the winners from the third phase. Rock Lee loudly declared that he would fight Naruto. His teacher, my guy, encouraged him fiercely, urging Lee to make Naruto feel the flames of youth. Lee answered his teacher with equal enthusiasm, and they continued to shout until some of the others stared, which they ignored. Anko intended to tell Naruto the news after having some dango, but Kakashi stepped in and said he would inform him instead. Anko questioned whether Kakashi should be reporting on the status of the Uchiha to the Hokage. Kakashi made no reply, and Anko added that Naruto had asked her to tell him. Kurenai then asked Anko to inform Hinata about her upcoming match as well. Anko agreed and leapt away. Zabuza told Haku that it was time for them to go. They nodded and departed together, leaving the genin with their sensei. Might Guy gathered everyone and reminded them to prepare and train hard. He announced that the exams would take place in the stadium in a month and that everyone, including the Hokage and the Kazekage, would be there. The genin who had advanced nodded in agreement. Guy turned to Rock Lee and emphasized once more that Lee must train hard so Naruto would feel his youthful fire. The two of them erupted into spirited shouting again, earning a few more odd glances from the others. Later, Naruto and Hinata walked together through the forest of death. The Hyuga girl found the place beautiful. Naruto led the way behind a waterfall and into a small cave. Inside, Hinata was surprised to see that Naruto had made a modest shelter there and had some belongings. She asked if he lived there, and he nodded. She guessed that he had been forced out of his apartment. Hinata stepped back out of the cave and sat by the pond, overcome with emotion. Naruto noticed her crying and sat down beside her. Hinata reflected on how unfairly people sometimes treated Naruto because he carried the 9 tails within him. She said that he should not have to go through such isolation, that he was a person like everyone else and did not deserve that fear or rejection. She reminded him that his parents had surely loved him and that their sacrifice did not mean they loved him any less. Her words touched something deep within Naruto. He felt his cheeks damp and realized he was crying, hands trembling as the years of bottled-up pain began to surface. Hinata encouraged him to cry and to let it out. She wrapped her arms around him, and Naruto rested his forehead against her arm as he released a flood of tears he had kept inside for so long. For the first time, all that accumulated sorrow poured out. After a long while, they separated and looked at each other with red eyes but gentle smiles. Naruto thanked Hinata for seeing him and for speaking about his parents in such a kind way, something he had never heard before. Hinata blushed and fidgeted with her fingers, shy but happy. They spent hours talking quietly, both feeling comfortable in the other's company. Their moment was interrupted when Anko arrived, coming toward them with a dango in her mouth. She had come to inform them who they would face in the Chunin exams. Everyone paid attention. Anko told Hinata that Hinata would fight Temari, the ninja from Sunagakure. Hinata nodded. Anko then told Naruto that Naruto would face Rock Lee. Naruto only looked up. Naruto asked if that meant facing the one with the thick eyebrows, and Hinata simply nodded. Anko commented that they had a match coming up and looked at the sky. She noticed that Naruto had red eyes and then turned her gaze to Hinata. Anko offered to help Hinata find her way out of the forest since it was getting late. Hinata accepted and glanced at Naruto, struggling with her words as she said she would see him later. Naruto smiled and said they would see each other another day. The others left the area, leaving Naruto alone by the lake. Anko then asked Hinata if she liked Naruto. Hinata stammered, flushed, and nodded, admitting that she liked him in a shy, earnest way. Anko asked why Naruto's eyes had been red. Hinata explained the reason, and Anko listened, then looked toward the path and noted they were near the exit. Anko reminded Hinata to remember the route from there to the lagoon, and she suggested Hinata visit Naruto when she could and help him as much as possible. Hinata agreed and said goodbye to Anko. Anko told herself she should return to work and left for the interrogation room to deal with a couple of rogue ninjas in a firm, intense confrontation. Night fell. Hinata was at home about to eat with her family. They ate in silence for a while until Hinata addressed her father, Hayashi, and told him that she had passed the second and third phases of the Chunin exams. Hayashi acknowledged this and expressed his hope that she would continue to do well, reminding her that she was the heir of the clan. They continued their meal. Hanabi, Hinata's younger sister, chatted about small things. After dinner, Hayashi went out to the patio for some air. Hinata cleared the table, washed the dishes, and saw her father resting. She sat beside him and they both looked at the moon. Hinata told her father that she wanted to talk about something and then asked what he thought of Naruto. Hayashi listened, then explained that he had seen Naruto several times. Hayashi described Naruto as sometimes foolish in certain ways but straightforward in others, and said that Naruto carried a heavy burden inside him. Because of that burden, people often treated him poorly or kept their distance, which left him isolated. Hinata smiled faintly at that and looked back at the moon. When Hayashi asked why she wanted to know, Hinata replied that she had been with Naruto earlier, which was why she had arrived home late. Hayashi acknowledged this. Hinata told her father that he lived in a cave. Hayashi was taken aback by the remark. Hayashi refused Hinata's suggestion to invite him to live with them, explaining that having him in their home would affect the clan and how others perceive them. The pale-eyed girl bowed her head and accepted his words. Hayashi observed that the man did resemble his mother, but he granted permission for Hinata to visit him, warning her not to neglect her training. Hinata agreed, relieved at the prospect of seeing her beloved blue-eyed friend, and left while Hayashi watched the moon. In the forest, Naruto sat at the lagoon looking at the stars, replaying everything that had happened during the exams and the chaos of his confrontation with Kiba. He decided to enter his subconscious to speak with his fox companion. Kurama found it odd that Naruto had come to visit at that hour. Naruto wanted to try something new and focused chakra into his fingers. He pressed them against his stomach, turned them, and the sealed area made a faint sound. He removed a small paper that had marked the seal, and slowly the barrier relaxed and opened. Kurama was surprised that Naruto had managed to free him this way. Kurama laughed, calling Naruto a genius with seals. Their moment was interrupted by other voices. Naruto detected the presence of Kushina and another person and recognized their arrival. Kurama snapped angrily and surged forward, using a flash of the fourth Hokage's cloak appearance in an attempt to strike. Minato dodged the lunge with a leap, putting distance between himself and the beast. Kushina moved as if to intervene, but Kurama warned her not to get involved. Kushina vowed not to let him escape, but Kurama declared he did not intend to run and instead targeted Minato with lethal intent. He blamed Minato for the pain Naruto had endured as a child and lashed out with powerful, sweeping strikes. Minato avoided the attacks with difficulty. Kurama accused Minato's decisions of condemning Naruto to a life of loneliness, then seized Minato briefly before being stopped by a sharp interruption. Naruto shouted for Kurama to stop, drawing everyone's attention. Minato and Kushina reacted in disbelief, and Kurama taunted, asking if he should cease. He unleashed accusations. Because of others, Kurama said, Minato lived alone, the village hated him and mistreated him. Kurama asked rhetorically if Naruto wanted to be forced to remember the near-deaths of his past and then insisted that despite everything, Naruto still wanted Kurama to leave the village. Naruto simply nodded, leaving the two parents stunned by the fox's words. The fox and Naruto exchanged glances for a while, and the fox released Minato. Kushina drew Naruto's gaze and, like Minato, noticed that his eyes had gone dim. Both parents felt a tightness in their chests at the sight and Kushina asked what he had meant earlier. Kurama offered to show them. Tales brushed Minato and Kushina, and memories of the hyperactive young boy flooded their minds. Surprised, they ran to Naruto and embraced him. Kushina apologized tearfully for not being there when he needed her most. Minato opened his mouth to speak, but Naruto interrupted, reassuring them that he did not hate them. He said he understood he was proud of them for their sacrifice, and he added that if they had not acted, he would never have met Kurama. They looked between Naruto and the fox. Kurama told him not to get sentimental. Naruto pointed out that Kurama was always asking if he was okay. Kurama put on a fierce expression and teased whether Naruto wanted to fight, and Naruto bristled, insisting he was not afraid of the fox. Their bickering sent the others into nervous amusement. Minato murmured that it seemed they got along. Kushina agreed that they behaved like siblings. Then both parents began to glow, catching Naruto's attention. Naruto asked what was happening, and Minato explained that their chakra was fading. Kushina asked if they were leaving. When they both nodded, Naruto lowered his head. Kushina drew Naruto's gaze again and told him that, no matter what happened, he should not let others bother him with their comments. She asked him to take care of Kurama, smiling as Kurama simply nodded. Minato confessed that he had been the one who sealed the nine tails into Naruto and apologized. Naruto reassured them once more that he did not resent them. Instead he loved them, was proud of them, and intended to carry on their will. He smiled through tears, the thought of his parents leaving filling him with pain. Minato thanked him and, before departing, placed his hand on Naruto's head to give him something. Naruto received it as a kind of knowledge. When Naruto wondered what it had been, Minato explained that he had given him the technique that had inspired his nickname and that it would only be a matter of time before he learned it. Naruto nodded happily. Kushina drew Naruto's gaze one last time and reminded him that they both loved him. Then she and Minato faded away together. Naruto said that he loved them too and wished he could have had more time with them. Kurama told him that they would always be with him, and Naruto nodded, comforted by that thought. The next morning, Naruto woke and stepped outside the cave to find dawn breaking. He slipped into the lagoon to bathe and relaxed while thinking about the meeting with his parents from the day before. It hurt him that he could not spend more time with them, but he was quietly glad to have met them in person. Naruto remembered that his father had mentioned something about the technique that earned him his nickname and decided it would be best to put that knowledge into practice. He left the lagoon, changed, and prepared to train. Inside his mind, Kurama appeared and offered to give him something. Kurama explained that, despite all his time as a ninja, Naruto had never signed a summoning contract. A scroll materialized before him and Kurama instructed Naruto to sign it with his own blood. Naruto followed the instruction, and the scroll dissipated into smoke. Kurama then explained how to use the summoning technique. Naruto would use a bit of his blood to form the necessary hand signs, then touch the ground and call the summoning. He demonstrated the seals while Naruto watched and nodded. Naruto tried the pose and touched the ground, calling the summoning technique, but nothing happened. Kurama, frustrated, told him to perform it outside his subconscious. Naruto complied and reappeared in the cavern. Back in the real world, Naruto muttered about Kurama's temper and ignored a remark from the fox spirit. He formed the seals again and called the summoning technique with more resolve. An orange fox about the size of a large dog appeared in a puff of smoke. The fox had dark markings around its eyes that reached toward its ears and carried 9 tails. Kurama identified himself. Kurama explained that the technique Naruto had used allowed the tailed beast within to manifest outwardly. If the fox were attacked, he would vanish and return to Naruto. Kurama also clarified that his apparent size depended on the amount of chakra Naruto applied. If Naruto mixed more chakra with Kurama, the fox could assume a larger, original form, but that would likely alarm the village. Kurama made light of the idea with a dry smile. Naruto admitted he did not fully understand and said he would go train. He wanted to learn his father's technique. Kurama began to say he would accompany him but then vanished, still present inside Naruto. Kurama told Naruto that he sensed someone approaching. Naruto sat on the edge of the lake and waited until he saw Hinata approaching. Naruto recognized her and asked what she was doing there. Hinata, nervous and shy, explained that she had only come to see how he was doing. Naruto told her he was fine and that he planned to train a bit, and he invited her to join him. Hinata accepted happily and they walked together for about 30 minutes to Naruto's private training field. Naruto explained that this place felt like his own personal training ground. Hinata admired the setting and called it beautiful. Naruto smiled and asked what Hinata intended to train. Hinata replied that she would practice her gentle fist technique. They separated to train. Hinata took a combat stance and began striking the air, each attack growing quicker and more precise. Naruto observed that each strike became faster and remembered how Neji had fought against Gaara. There was a similar progression of speed and focus. Naruto moved to a tree at the edge of the field and concentrated on the new information his father had given him. After a PRD of focus, he opened his eyes to find a mark had appeared on his hand. He tested the mark by touching a spot on the tree and then used it to teleport himself back to the clearing beside Hinata. Kurama, speaking in Naruto's mind, told him to go to where his friend was. Naruto obeyed and found himself standing in front of Hinata just as she paused her practice. A puff of smoke appeared beside him and the orange fox that had manifested earlier stood there with a curious expression. Kurama remarked that he could manifest whenever he concentrated. Naruto asked what Kurama was doing, and Hinata, remembering their old exams, realized and quietly asked if Kurama was the 9 tails that had been sealed inside Naruto. Kurama confirmed he was the tailed beast sealed within Naruto and introduced himself bluntly as the spirit trapped inside that young man. Hinata approached and, moved by curiosity and affection, reached out to gently slide Kurama behind the ear. Kurama made a small satisfied sound and wagged a tail. Kurama told Hinata to stop in a mildly exasperated tone, but Naruto teased that Kurama clearly enjoyed the attention. Kurama snapped at Naruto to be quiet while still showing a relaxed demeanor as Hinata continued to smile. After a moment, Hinata stopped stroking him. Kurama, serious again, asked what she intended to do now that she had seen him and knew who he was, whether she planned to tell others about him. 2 weeks passed. Naruto trained with Hinata in their training field. Hinata already had the seals placed on her legs. At first they had been difficult, but once she became accustomed to them she could move as if they were not there. They practiced in different ways under the supervision of Kurama, who watched from nearby. After a while Kurama called them over and both answered. Kurama noted that Hinata had progressed a lot and asked if she could perform the technique that another Hyuga had shown during the exams. Hinata admitted she could not. Kurama said it was time to try. Hinata wondered who she would practice with, and Kurama looked at Naruto. Naruto protested at being chosen, but Kurama reassured him that as his host he would recover after a single rest, though it would hurt for a moment. Naruto sighed, accepted, and asked Hinata if she was ready. Hinata stammered her agreement. Kurama instructed Hinata to release her seals to show her progress. Hinata joined her hands, shouted release, and the seals glowed and vanished. She stepped back to a moderate distance while Naruto stood where he was. Hinata took a combat stance and began to attack at great speed. When the technique ended, she was surprised by the result. Naruto collapsed to the ground, wincing in pain. A small, odd sound escaped him. Hinata rushed forward, apologizing repeatedly with obvious concern. Kurama smiled. He had enjoyed the exercise. He suggested they take a rest while Naruto recovered, and Hinata agreed. The blonde-haired boy remained unconscious for a time. After 2 hours Naruto was finally able to rise with some difficulty. He walked over to where Hinata sat by the rocks in the middle of the training field and sat beside her. Hinata asked if he was all right. Naruto said he was fine and told her that she had impressed him. She had moved so quickly he had barely noticed. Hinata blushed at the compliment and produced 2 lunch containers, offering one to Naruto. Naruto asked what it was and opened the container. Inside were rice, meatballs, and a fried egg. Tears welled in his eyes, which worried Hinata until he wiped them away and explained that it was the first time someone had prepared food for him. He smiled genuinely, took a bite, and said it was delicious. Hinata smiled happily and began to eat her own lunch. Kurama watched the scene from a short distance, resting. 2 days later Hinata was returning to the Forest of Death with a large backpack. She walked happily until she reached the pool beneath the waterfall. She entered the cave behind the waterfall and found Naruto sleeping. She approached and noticed that he was moving a lot. Hinata paused, concerned, and prepared to wake him. Hinata begged in her sleep not to be hurt, tears slipping from her eyes. Naruto, seeing that, felt a knot in his heart and gently stroked her head until she calmed. After a while he woke and noticed Hinata sleeping beside him. He was about to get up when he realized she was holding his hand. He simply looked at her and smiled, staying there until she woke. Hinata rubbed her eye and greeted Naruto good morning. She then saw that she had been holding his hand, blushed, withdrew it, and began to play with her fingers, which made Naruto smile. Hinata apologized, explaining that she had seen him having a nightmare and had stayed to soothe him, then fallen asleep. Naruto reassured her that it was fine and that he had been able to rest. He offered a roguish smile that made her blush slightly. He suggested they go outside. They stepped out, and Naruto noticed Hinata carrying a large backpack. He asked what she had brought. Hinata opened the backpack and, to Naruto's surprise, Kurama appeared in a small puff. Hinata greeted Kurama politely and he nodded, approaching the backpack with a smile. Kurama observed that she had found the 3-pronged kunai that the 4th had used and asked how she had obtained them. Hinata explained that she had asked some members of her clan to look for and buy that kind of kunai and bring them. She reminded Naruto that he had said he needed special kunai to use a certain technique and that she wanted to help. Naruto was genuinely surprised and embraced her in gratitude, thanking her warmly. Hinata returned the hug and blushed. Naruto then picked up a kunai, focused his chakra, and imprinted the Hiraition mark onto it. When he placed his hand on the kunai, the mark held. He threw it and immediately teleported to where it had landed, demonstrating the technique. He declared that with this he would be able to teleport during battle. Kurama thought that Naruto showed the same mindset as Minato and noted that he was indeed his son. Kurama advised marking all the kunai with the Hiraition seal so Naruto could teleport in the middle of a fight. Naruto created clones, and together they marked all the kunai before disappearing. Naruto expressed confidence that this would make him much stronger, and Hinata agreed, which made him smile and caused her to blush again. Kurama watched and smiled to himself. Far from the village, in a cave, an organization called Akatsuki held a meeting. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame stood at the front. Before them stood a man with orange hair and a blue-haired woman with a flower in her hair. Pain instructed Itachi and Kisame to go to Konoha. He explained that the Chunin exams were underway and that Orochimaru would likely create chaos for the 3rd Hokage. Once that attack occurred, they would go in and capture the kyubi's jinchuriki. Kisame questioned why they should wait until the exams were over. Itachi replied that during the exams, ninjas would be on high alert. If Orochimaru attacked from within, the defense would be intense. After the attack ended, people would focus on repairs and security would be reduced. Kisame made a comment about not missing old comrades. Itachi confirmed that in a week they would depart for Konoha. Pain dismissed them and both disappeared, but someone else appeared from the shadows and noted that if everything went well they would secure the kyubi and move closer to their goal. Pain turned to ask Madara what he planned to do. Madara, masked in orange, said he would wait until everything was ready and then vanished in a swirl. Konan admitted she did not trust Madara, and Pain replied that they both shared the same objective, peace. Konan expressed that she preferred their older methods, but Pain insisted there was no other choice. 4 weeks had passed since the third phase of the Chunin exams ended. The stadium was full of villagers from the village and neighboring settlements. The jounin present included Zabuza, Haku, and Anko, who had been granted permission by the Hokage to observe the genin results. The Hokage sat in his chair with the Kazekage of Suna at his side. They exchanged greetings and both looked to the stage. In the stands, Sakura, Chuji, Ino, Kiba, Tenten, and Niji watched as Naruto, Rock Lee, Hinata, Temari, Shino, Shikamaru, and Gaara prepared on the stage. Sasuke was not yet present, and everyone protested because they wanted to see the Uchiha fight. The Hokage arranged for that match to be last so Sasuke would arrive in time. Everyone agreed and turned their attention to the genin on the stage. Among them, Misumi was also missing. Later they found him dead and they did not know who was responsible. Gunma Shiranui, the judge, appeared in front of the genin and explained the rules of the match. Everyone listened and agreed. Gunma then selected the 2 genin who would stay to face each other, Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee. The other competitors left the arena. Naruto and Lee exchanged a smile and stepped back to a moderate distance to begin the bout. Meanwhile, where the Kage were seated, the Kazekage observed the blonde boy and asked if he was the jinchuriki. The Hokage confirmed that he was Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage. The Kazekage noted, with a hint of irony, that his own son was the jinchuriki of Shikaku and added that their powerful wards were both present. The Hokage did not like that way of putting it and simply turned his attention to the match. In the stands, villagers whispered about the blonde boy behind his back. One villager said he could not understand how they allowed that monster to be a ninja. Another asked what the Hokage was thinking to permit it. A third muttered that they should have dealt with him when they had the chance. The genin and the jonin nearby heard the comments and stiffened. Sakura asked why they were speaking like that about Naruto, and Ino answered that she did not know. A chill settled over the crowd, and everyone sensed its source, Haku. Zabuza told Haku to calm down. Haku admitted he could not bear what they were saying. He turned to see his sword-wielding master clenching his fists. He was equally displeased by the villagers' insults. Anko produced a few snakes from her sleeve that slithered toward the talking villagers, but Guy intervened and stopped her, wearing an annoyed expression. Kurenai remained quietly observant. Nearby, some of the villagers had fallen asleep, and Kurenai smiled faintly, having apparently placed them under a genjutsu to defuse the situation. On the stage, the 2 genin faced one another while Gunma assessed them. Gunma confirmed that Rock Lee was ready and then confirmed that Naruto was ready. Gunma then called for the match to begin. Both young fighters adopted their combat stances, and the bout started with quick, stylized clashes of skill and speed, portrayed like an energetic anime duel rather than anything brutal. A brief moment of focused action moved the match forward and maintained the tension. After Gunma signaled the start of the match, both fighters simply stood facing each other in fighting stances. Everyone in the stands grew impatient because neither moved, waiting for one to make the first move. Sakura wondered aloud that they were only staring and asked if they had realized the match had already begun. Guy corrected Sakura, explaining that the 2 were analyzing each other and were waiting for their opponent's first move. Ino asked Teacher Guy what he meant. Guy reiterated that both were studying one another. Sakura said she understood and returned her gaze to the stage, watching the 2 remain poised. On the other side of the arena, the other participants of the Chunin exams watched as well. Temari complained that she was getting tired of them standing like that. Shikamaru sighed that Temari would be surprised once she saw the fight, then scratched the back of his neck and called it troublesome. Hinata silently wished Naruto good luck as she watched the stage. Meanwhile, Lee and Naruto began to run toward each other. When they met, they exchanged powerful strikes. Lee tried a kick to Naruto's right side, but Naruto stepped back to evade and threw a punch toward the midsection. Lee caught the punch with his left hand and launched Naruto into the air with a strong toss. Naruto leapt and attempted a heel kick. Lee blocked it, but the force carried him toward the ground. He landed on his hands, and as he fell, Lee darted in and struck his midsection with a forceful blow. Lee blocked as before but then took a surprise headbutt that sent him to the ground. As Lee began to rise, Naruto attacked from Lee's left with a heel strike. Lee rolled and Naruto pursued, leaping again for a heel. The impact shook the arena floor, leaving visible marks that showed the strength behind the blows. Lee kept rolling until he rose, balanced on his hands, and began a flurry of powerful foot strikes while moving forward on his hands. Naruto did his best to block. Fighting in that inverted style was unfamiliar and surprising to him. Naruto crouched, spun 180 degrees, and struck with a sweeping kick. Lee sprang up using his hands, landed 3 meters away and charged back. Both then exchanged a rapid series of blows that impressed the spectators. In the stands, the genin were awed. Ino exclaimed that it was incredible and her friend merely nodded in agreement. Tenten observed that it was the first time she had seen someone match Lee. Guy loudly proclaimed that both fighters felt the flames of youth and laughed exuberantly, though a few drops of sweat formed on his brow. Zabuza admitted he had expected the kid to be good at taijutsu. Haku agreed with Zabuza, adding that this was only the beginning, drawing the attention of the genin except for Niji, who continued to watch intently. Tenten asked what Haku meant. Niji pointed out that neither of the two had removed the weights they had been wearing, surprising the others. Ino realized that Naruto could remove weights hidden in his sleeves without them noticing, but Lee had not taken his off. Suddenly a loud impact echoed through the arena as Naruto and Lee struck each other in the faces again. The force sent both flying several meters. Naruto smiled and acknowledged that Lee was good, admitting that it was the first time he had fought someone using only taijutsu and that Lee was among the best he had faced. Lee returned the compliment, explaining that Teacher Guy had trained him in taijutsu and that facing a fellow leaf ninja excited him every time. They both resumed posing briefly, but Naruto signaled that the warm-up had been enough, which surprised everyone in the stands. Sakura expressed disbelief that what she had just seen had been only a warm-up. Niji thought to himself that it would be interesting to see how Naruto handled Lee now that Lee had removed the weight from his right leg. Guy, delighted, encouraged Naruto to show what he could do next. Anko commented that it would be interesting, and her crimson-haired friend nodded in agreement. On the stage, Lee had already removed the second weight and stood ready. Naruto observed that Lee had not taken all of his weights off and that he likely still had more hidden under his sleeves, smiling as he said it. Guy noted that he had not realized that detail. Zabuza asked what Guy meant. Tenten explained that during last month's Chunin exams, Lee had been impressed by Naruto's strength when he had fought Kiba, and that impression had led Lee to begin wearing weights on his limbs. Guy asked whether Lee had mentioned it directly. Tenten replied that she had seen it while training in training field number 9. 2 weeks had passed since the encounters in the Forest of Death. Tenten had been walking through the village toward her training field with plans to practice with her ninja tools and wire threads. When she arrived, she heard the steady thud of blows. She followed the sound and found Rock Lee striking a tree with his fists, clearly tiring and having trained for a long time. Tenten called Lee's name to draw his attention, and he stopped his training. Tenten suggested that he should rest, but Rock Lee refused and immediately resumed his stance, striking the tree again. He explained that after watching Naruto's fight, he realized he also needed to improve the power of his punches. Tenten asked what he meant with some doubt. Rock Lee said that he had always trained with weights on his feet, and then he showed the weights wrapped beneath his sleeves, adding that he had focused on his fists and did not want to lose the upcoming match. On the stage, Hinata and Temari faced each other while everyone watched. Their sensei silently wished them luck. Niji observed Hinata closely to see what she would do. The crowd stared until an unseen voice announced that this was finally Hinata's match. Everyone turned to see who had spoken. Niji recognized Hayashi and showed surprise at seeing him, noting that he had not been present earlier during the blonde's fight. Kurenai asked if Hayashi had just arrived. Hayashi replied that he had been there from the beginning but had remained near the entrance until his daughter's match, then glanced toward Naruto, who watched the encounter from the participant stands. Hayashi admitted that he had been surprised by Naruto's earlier fight. Guy commented that it was the first time he had seen someone defeat Lee in taijutsu, and he looked toward Naruto. Hayashi said he did not know what training Naruto had received, but if Hinata's progress matched Naruto's, it could be significant, since she had apparently spent all her visits training with that boy. Everyone looked at Hayashi. Kurenai questioned whether he meant that Hinata had been trained by Naruto. Hayashi clarified that he had not said Naruto was her trainer, only that she had trained with someone. Anko asked if he knew who that person was. Hayashi explained that when he had asked his daughter who had been her training master, she had given a name that he could not recall clearly. Guy suggested the name Kurama. Hayashi asked if Guy knew the person. Guy answered that none of them knew Kurama personally, they only knew that Naruto had been trained by someone whose identity remained unknown to them. Hayashi fell quiet and looked at his daughter. Kurenai asked how he knew Hinata had trained with that person. Hayashi began to explain and then remembered. Hayashi recalled the evening in Konoha when dusk was falling and Hinata had not yet returned home. He had been sitting in the Hyuga courtyard with a cup of green tea, watching the sky darken, when he heard the front door open. Hinata announced her return and closed the door. As she entered the courtyard, her father called her over, an unusual request that made her pause. She approached and sat beside him. A silence settled as Hayashi kept his eyes closed. Hinata felt uneasy until he opened his eyes and gazed at the sky. Hayashi noted that 3 weeks had passed since the third phase of the Chunin exams and asked if Hinata had been visiting that boy all that time. Hinata nodded. Hayashi observed that although she had been seeing him, she did not seem to be training. Hinata corrected him, explaining that she had been training during her visits. The boy had helped her on occasion to test new abilities while he himself learned to control a new technique. Hayashi, puzzled by the mention of a new technique, asked who the trainer was and expressed a desire to meet him. Hinata hesitated because she had promised not to reveal the person's identity. She said she could only disclose the name. Hayashi, reluctant but resigned, asked her to tell him. Hinata revealed the name Kurama. Hayashi considered the name and admitted that he did not know anyone in the village called Kurama. Hinata laughed softly and explained that it would be pointless for him to remember, since the trainer had always remained hidden and only she and Naruto knew him. Hayashi, still thoughtful, simply acknowledged that she had said he had been hidden. Hayashi asked to see Hinata's training progress. Hinata apologized that she could not show it, and Hayashi watched her quietly, saying that he wanted it to be a surprise and asking her to wait until the 4th phase of the Chunin exams next week. Hinata rose and left for the dining hall, telling him they would see each other later. As she left, Hayashi noticed that her clothes were slightly dirty, a clear sign that she had been training. Hayashi looked up at the sky and admitted there was no other choice, hoping she would not disappoint him. He took a sip of green tea and noted that it had already cooled. The flashback ended. Everyone in the stands watched Hayashi as he recounted the conversation with his daughter from the previous week. Some regarded him with doubt, others with astonishment. Sakura observed that Hinata had been training with Naruto the whole time as she watched Hinata from the stands. Zabuza interrupted to ask what that meant and whether Naruto had been learning a new technique, a detail that drew everyone's attention. Hayashi explained that he had not asked Naruto about it because, for now, he was only concerned with his daughter's progress. All eyes shifted to Naruto across the stands. Guy commented that another technique would be significant, and he added that Naruto knew some fire techniques, that his taijutsu surpassed Lee's, and that he possessed great stamina and even knew the Rasengan. This revelation surprised Hayashi. Hayashi questioned whether that young man truly knew the Rasengan. Guy replied that, according to Zabuza, that was the technique Naruto had been about to use when he had faced Kiba a month earlier. Zabuza nodded, and Hayashi listened. Guy further noted that if Naruto mastered genjutsu, he would be an almost incomparable ninja. Kurenai agreed and recalled that, despite being weak to genjutsu, Naruto had been able to free himself from illusions easily in the training she had witnessed more than a month ago. Haku suggested that, overall, Naruto could be considered an almost complete ninja, though that remark drew some skeptical looks. Zabuza clarified Haku's point, saying that Naruto had high-level ninjutsu and taijutsu, and although he struggled with genjutsu, he could escape even powerful illusions thanks to his current condition. He and the others watched Naruto standing by the arena as if he had escaped the earlier taijutsu clash without a scratch. Zabuza added that Naruto was extremely resilient and that the technique he had been learning, whatever it was, might even make him stronger than the Rasengan. Haku nodded in agreement, sharing that same thought. Guy acknowledged the assessment. Then Genma called for the match to begin, and everyone focused on the stage. On the stage, both Kunoichi faced each other. Temari opened her fan and Hinata activated her Byakugan. Hinata adopted a battle stance and observed the Suna ninja. Temari signaled that if she opened her fan fully to reveal the 3 moons, the match would be decided and it would be futile to attempt to defeat her. Hinata warned against underestimating an opponent, insisting that one should never be overconfident. Temari opened her fan to the first moon and made a sweeping motion toward Hinata. With her Byakugan, Hinata perceived an air wave coming for her and leaped aside. Temari used her fan again, directing another gust at the blue-haired Kunoichi and forcing her into the air. The wind blast carried Hinata toward the wall surrounding the arena, where she struck and then rose, returning to her battle stance. Temari expanded her fan to the second moon and unleashed a wide wind technique, summoning multiple cutting blades of air aimed at Hinata. Hinata circled the arena, trying to close the distance while Temari continued to fan. Several of the wind blades found their mark, and Hinata staggered from the blows, sustaining minor wounds to her face and arms. Hinata realized she had to act quickly because if this continued she would not be able to get close enough to mount an effective attack. She steadied herself and assumed her combat pose once more. Everyone in the stands watched the exchange, and Hayashi regarded his daughter with a hard expression. To him, her struggle in the match felt like a test of the clan's honor. Kurenai observed that it would be nearly impossible for Hinata to close the gap, since Temari favored long-range techniques and Hinata was too far away to counterattack effectively. Guy agreed, noting that whenever Hinata attempted to approach, Temari's fan would push her back and make it very difficult for her to land an attack. Hayashi turned his gaze toward the arena and wondered whether she knew any long-range technique, then shook his head. Someone observed that Hinata would have to act quickly as they all watched Temari produce a third fan and call forth a wind technique. Temari unleashed a wind style, Dragon's Great Task, sending a massive gust into the air that in an instant formed a powerful cyclone over Hinata. The cyclone struck Hinata, throwing her through the air and slamming her into the ground. Everyone believed she had been defeated, but Hinata rose again and assumed a combat stance, determined. Zabuza noted that the girl was resilient and questioned how long she could last, which drew nods from the other jonin. The swordsman then noticed what the pearl-eyed Hyuga was doing and asked what she was looking at. Everyone followed Hinata's gaze and saw that she had stopped posing and was looking toward the blue-eyed boy watching the fight. He nodded in confirmation. Niji asked if she was planning something too, activating his white eye. Hayashi mirrored him and also activated his white eye, noticing something covering Hinata's arms and legs. Kurenai expressed concern and asked what was happening. Hayashi explained that there was something covering her arms and legs. Niji identified them as gravity seals, the same kind Naruto used, surprising those in the stands. He added that Hinata's seals were not as concentrated as Naruto's. When Hayashi asked for clarification, Niji explained that Naruto's seals had a high concentration of chakra when he first saw them with the white eye. They likely increased the user's weight and power. The others agreed, and Guy confirmed his understanding from prior knowledge of those seals. Niji surmised that Hinata's seals had lower chakra concentration, perhaps because she had only recently begun using them. Hayashi remembered that Hinata had trained with Naruto a month earlier and asked how long Naruto had been training in total. Guy replied that Naruto had told them he had encountered Kurama at age 6. As everyone watched, Hinata gathered her hands and performed a seal release. The seals that covered her glowed and then vanished. Temari watched with curiosity. Hinata declared that with the seals gone she could close the distance and then sprinted forward with great speed, appearing directly in front of Temari. Temari was taken aback and tried to reach for her fan, which lay stuck in the ground beside Hinata. The blonde fumed that she had to grab her fan back quickly and began to plan her next move. In the stands, Kurenai and Hayashi were amazed by what they had seen, while Niji was impressed but more reserved. Kurenai praised Hinata for closing the gap in an instant and disarming her opponent, leaving Temari vulnerable. Hayashi expressed pride in his daughter's progress, though he was surprised by the unusual stance she adopted. Guy asked what he meant. Niji remarked that the stance resembled the beginning of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, but he stopped himself after examining Hinata more closely and admitted that it was different. Anko asked what was wrong. Niji explained that while the stance was similar, it was altered. Hayashi peered at Hinata with his white eye and, astonished, declared that the stance was impossible. Anko urged them to explain, clearly uncomfortable. Hayashi clarified that Hinata's stance was like Niji's description but intended to double the attack. He stated that Hinata planned to use the 8 trigrams 128 palms technique. Everyone reacted with surprise, including Niji. Hayashi warned that the technique required exceptional concentration and speed. Guy noted that doubling the number of strikes meant each attack had to be faster. On the stage, Hinata stood in a striking combat pose while Temari tried to devise a way to recover her fan. As soon as Hinata saw Temari prepare to move, she closed the distance and began her sequence. Hinata executed 2 rapid palm strikes, appearing behind Temari, then followed with 4 strikes to the spine and appeared to Temari's right. She continued with 8 strikes to the ribs from the left, then 16 to the same area from the opposite side, reappearing in front of Temari. She landed 32 strikes across the neck, chest, stomach, and legs, forcing Temari to stagger. Hinata then delivered a kick that sent Temari flying. She leapt to match her opponent's elevation and continued the assault. Hinata pressed on with 64 rapid strikes, moving so quickly that she seemed to vanish and reappear above Temari as they both descended. She completed the sequence with the 8 trigrams 128 palms, landing a flurry of blows and finishing with a powerful final strike that slammed Temari into the ground and left her unconscious. The finish was decisive but depicted with the swift, stylized action of a high-energy battle. Hinata landed a few meters away, exhausted from the effort. Genma approached and announced that Temari could not continue and that Hinata had won. The crowd applauded. Hinata bowed in acknowledgement, and at her side the blue-eyed boy appeared. Naruto congratulated Hinata. Hinata blushed and stammered thanks to Naruto and to Master Kurama, murmuring the latter softly enough that Naruto heard it. Inside, the Nine-Tails grinned at the affectionate address. They were about to leave when the blue-eyed Naruto approached Temari, who lay on the ground. He placed his hand on her forehead and a crimson chakra flowed, healing her and bringing her back to consciousness. Temari asked what had happened. Naruto explained that she had lost the match and that he had used his ability to restore her awareness and treat her wounds. Temari made an annoyed sound and left the area. Naruto thought she had quite the temper as he and Hinata accompanied the Suna ninja back to the stands with the other participants. After the pearl-eyed Hinata's match, Hinata, Naruto and Temari moved toward the stands while the crowd continued chanting for the Uchiha, since most had come for that fight. After more shouts and requests, Kakashi and Sasuke appeared on the stage in a cloud of smoke. Kakashi apologized for arriving late and expressed hope that they had not been disqualified. Genma answered that they had been close, but fortunately the village leader had decided to postpone the match, and he added that they had arrived just in time. Kakashi then wished Sasuke luck, and Sasuke responded with a short grunt before Kakashi jumped over to join the other high-level and lower-level ninja. Guy asked Kakashi what he had been doing the whole time. Kakashi explained that he had been training Sasuke since the 3rd phase of the mid-level exams and that Sasuke had made great progress. The purple-haired ninja approached, and Anko asked if Kakashi had been able to do anything about Sasuke's mark. Kakashi nodded and said that was his hope. The former members of the Mist watched him, and Zabuza looked toward the stage before speaking. Zabuza bluntly said that Kakashi did not deserve the title of sensei, and he accused him of training only one student while leaving the others aside as if they were worthless. Kakashi protested that Zabuza was wrong. Zabuza then asked Sakura when the last time had been that Kakashi had trained her and Naruto. Sakura lowered her head and admitted that it had been 3 days before leaving for the Land of Waves. Zabuza pointed out that Naruto had trained by himself every day of his life, but that Sakura had not received the same attention. If Kakashi had trained her earlier, she might have passed the 3rd phase without needing Kurenai's help. Guy agreed with Zabuza and warned Kakashi that no matter what orders or favors he held from the village leader, he should never leave others behind to focus on only one thing. Kakashi remained silent and turned his attention back to the stage. Genma then called for the match to begin. The match unfolded as expected, with only a few moments retained here that were important to the story. While everyone watched Sasuke and Gaara battle, Naruto sat in the participants' stands and studied Sasuke's movements. He noticed how much Sasuke's strength had increased since the 3rd phase of the exams and thought about speaking to someone afterward. Naruto asked Temari if he could ask a question, and Temari responded by asking what he wanted to know. Naruto said his question concerned her brother, not the other man who entertained the crowd, but the brother himself. Temari, visibly annoyed at speaking ill of her brother, demanded to know what Naruto wanted to ask. Naruto revealed that he already knew Temari's brother was a tailed beast host. Startled, Temari drew a kunai from her ninja pouch and placed it near Naruto's neck. Hinata moved to intervene, but Naruto stopped her with a hand. Temari recalled that Naruto had called him Shikaku a month earlier and asked how he had known. Naruto showed that he was also a tailed beast host by lifting his jacket, focusing chakra at his stomach, and revealing a seal and a few scars. Temari lowered her kunai slowly, surprised. Naruto asked about the brother's life, explaining that he wanted to understand him. Temari explained that everyone had ignored Gaara growing up. Even their father had told them to stay away from him for protection because the seal was imperfect. As children, no one wanted to talk or play with Gaara. He was always alone. Temari added that someone who had once been close to him had tried to kill him. Gaara had defended himself and the attacker had been defeated. From that moment Gaara changed. He developed a cold, distant look that made Temari and Kankuro uneasy, but Temari emphasized that no matter what, he was still her brother. Naruto listened and glanced around, noticing that Shikamaru and Shino were also paying attention. He suggested they speak somewhere else so they would not be overheard, and Temari agreed, following him away from the others with the pearl-eyed Hinata close by. Temari wondered why they had moved. Naruto said he did not want anyone listening. When Temari asked about Hinata, Naruto explained that Hinata already knew something about his past, so he had no problem with her presence. Hinata felt happy at that and Temari nodded. Returning to the topic, Naruto asked if the villagers in Sunagakure viewed Gaara with hatred and contempt, as if he were a demon. Temari confirmed that they did and said people had tried to attack him, but the sand protected him and they had stopped a long time ago. Naruto said that was good, a remark that provoked Temari into exclaiming angrily before Naruto interrupted to explain. He tried to convey that Gaara had not always been in danger in every moment, but Naruto had not had that same luck. He touched his chest as he trailed off, and Temari watched him closely as he began to speak. He had suffered more than a child, more than any person should have to endure in a lifetime. Temari asked him to explain. The blue-eyed boy only looked at her, undecided whether to tell them or not. Naruto sighed and recounted how, for more than a year, villagers had turned on him. They had attacked him, driven him out of the orphanage and his home, insulted him, and hurled dangerous objects at him. He touched his shoulder as he spoke about the way other ninjas would take out their bad days on him, and he remembered being targeted even on his birthday. He reached around his back as if to steady himself while drawing the attention of the two female ninjas beside him, and several tears fell from his eyes. He apologized and wiped them away on his sleeve. He did not want to dwell on the subject, but seeing Gaara in that state hurt a part of him. Naruto said he understood why Gaara did not want anyone's help, that fear of being hurt again made someone push others away, and that being alone and distant was something he knew too well. Then he looked at Temari and asked if she loved him. Temari said that of course she loved Gaara. He was her brother, after all. She smiled. Naruto watched the fight on the field and observed that Gaara was fortunate. When Temari asked what he meant, Naruto explained that Gaara had people who cared about him, even if Gaara did not realize it yet. Naruto pointed out that if Temari and her brother supported Gaara, he could change. With help and steady support, Gaara could become a great ninja and earn others' respect and admiration. Naruto said they could be the pillars to guide him on that path. Temari brightened at the idea. Temari told Naruto that he was doing the same for others. Naruto acknowledged the thought but said his situation was different. He tried to help others, he said, yet the villagers still looked at him with contempt and sometimes threw things at him. Even after completing missions and offering help, nothing seemed to change. He recalled how, earlier in the fight with the eyebrowed one, when he took hits, he felt the crowd enjoying it. In some way, he felt relieved that Gaara did not have to endure that kind of public scorn. Naruto believed Gaara could change his life in Suna if people reached out to him. Temari wondered why he did not leave the village. The other female ninja with pale, pearl-like eyes looked worried, thinking Naruto might really want to go away for good. Naruto admitted Temari had a point but firmly said he would not leave. He looked toward the faces of the Hokages seated in the stands. Temari pressed him, asking why he would stay where he was not respected or loved. Naruto answered that he stayed for his parents. Temari, surprised, reminded him that he had said he was kicked out of the orphanage and asked if that meant he had no parents. Naruto corrected her, saying he did not have parents now, but he had known them earlier. He touched the spot on his stomach where the seal rested and managed a small smile as he explained that his parents had saved the village when the Nine-Tails attacked 13 years ago and had placed their faith in him to protect the village someday. Because of that faith, he would not leave. He wanted to fulfill what they had hoped for. Temari asked about his own will. Naruto looked up at the sky and admitted that part of him, hurt by what he had suffered, had once wanted to destroy the village, but he did not want to become a killer or walk in darkness. He had chosen instead to protect the village as best he could. When Temari asked what he meant by, as best he could, Naruto remembered an encounter from a month before. He said that when Kiba had said something about his parents, Naruto almost lost control and felt the urge to kill him. He said that if Zabuza and Haku had not intervened, he might have acted on that impulse. A quiet tension followed as the two female ninjas absorbed what he had admitted. Their attention returned to the arena. Naruto watched as Gaara was wrapped in a protective sphere of sand while Sasuke charged forward with a lightning technique. Sasuke struck the sand sphere, and the impact caused sand to erupt around them. Gaara cried out, and then a massive arm formed out of sand and surged outward. Sasuke leapt back with a series of agile bounds, and the sandy arm retracted and folded back into the sphere. Temari reacted with alarm at the sight of the huge sand arm. Naruto asked what was wrong, and she indicated her concern. Suddenly, a loud explosion rocked the stands where the Hokage and the Kazekage were watching. The blast threw the crowd into chaos. A short neutral pause followed as the fighters and observers braced themselves for what would come next. On the stage, a large arm emerged from the sand sphere where Gaara stood, then slipped back inside. Sasuke watched everything, surprised by what he had seen. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out in the stands where the Hokage sat. Naruto, in the participant stands, saw the blast and watched the smoke disperse. He then saw Orochimaru, pressing a kunai to the third Hokage's neck in a clear threat. Naruto murmured that it was Orochimaru and turned to look at the villagers in the stands. They were all asleep, and he realized they were trapped in a genjutsu. He watched his friends fighting several Suna shinobi. Temari was nowhere to be seen. On the stage, Kankuro and Gaara stood together, both looking exhausted. Sasuke saw this as well, and the three Suna ninja leapt away from the area. Sasuke called for them to wait and pursued the fleeing attackers. Naruto called to Shino, Shikamaru, and Hinata to follow him. They did not hesitate and leaped to the other side of the stands, where Jonin and some genin were engaged in combat. Haku, while dodging a kunai thrown by an arena shinobi, asked if Naruto was there. Naruto formed more than 10 shadow clones with his jutsu and sent them to assist the comrades who were fighting. He ordered everyone to come quickly, and they hurried over. Kurenai asked what was happening. Naruto explained that they were under attack and that Orochimaru was involved. Kurenai touched her neck in worry. Anko demanded to know where Orochimaru was in a threatening tone. Naruto looked up toward the roof of a building and noticed a violet barrier. He reported that Orochimaru was inside that barrier and seemed intent on preventing interference with his fight. Anko insisted she did not care and was going to intervene, but Kurenai grabbed her arm and stopped her. Kakashi began to tell everyone to prepare and not to let their guard down, but Naruto suddenly shouted for a halt. Kakashi moved to object, but Naruto spoke in a sharp, threatening tone that made everyone stop and realize the seriousness of the situation. A brief flashback unfolded in Naruto's mind. Kakashi had once asked if there was a problem, and Zabuza had harshly told him that he did not deserve the title of sensei, accusing him of training only some students while leaving others behind. The sharp rebuke had echoed then, and now Zabuza's words resonated again. Zabuza addressed Naruto, warning him not to treat his sensei poorly. Naruto said he did not care about the accusation at that moment and then issued orders. He asked who a certain man was, and Hayashi introduced himself as Hinata's father. Naruto bowed politely. Hayashi returned the bow. Naruto instructed Kurenai, Anko, and Asuma to go to the prison in Konoha. When Kurenai asked why, Naruto explained that they were under attack and that Suna might try to free prisoners to increase their chances of winning. Anko agreed that the concern was valid. Naruto then assigned Sakura, Ino, Chuji, Niji, Shikamaru, Shino, and Kiba to search for and escort as many people as possible, men, women, and children, to the shelter. They all nodded in understanding. Everyone present was impressed by Naruto's command presence. He sprang into action, seized an explosive kunai midair, and used it to neutralize the shinobi who had thrown it. The resultant burst sent the assailant flying into a wall and rendered him unable to continue fighting. Naruto instructed Hinata, Might Guy, and Hayashi to go to the hospital and protect patients and staff. He warned that, with the attack, there would likely be casualties and injured people. They were to defend the wounded and assist the medical personnel as best they could. Might Guy asked why Naruto was not going with them and reminded Naruto that he could help treat the injured. Some nearby shinobi agreed with that suggestion. Naruto explained that he could not join them for 2 reasons. First, when people saw him and he approached, they tended to recoil and distance themselves, which would complicate rescue efforts. Second, he needed to find Gaara. From what he had witnessed earlier, Gaara was at risk of losing control and potentially releasing Shikaku, and Naruto intended to try to stop that from happening. Everyone reacted with surprise at the revelation. Kurenai began to voice her concern, but the plan was already in motion. A short while earlier, one of his companions warned Naruto that he had fought Lee and used a lot of chakra. If he went alone, he could die. Everyone grew worried. Naruto smiled and insisted that if he died, it would only mean that had been his limit, which surprised those listening. Then he grew serious and said that Sasuke had gone after them. If he did not arrive in time, Sasuke might die. Naruto instructed Zabuza, Kakashi and Haku to stay behind and confront the ninjas there. Looking around, he noticed that all the villagers were trapped in an illusion technique. Kurenai said she would free them and began to move, but Naruto stopped her. He warned that freeing the villagers now would create too much commotion and make it harder for the shinobi assigned to hold the area to fight. Kurenai understood. Naruto prepared to leave, and Hinata immediately stepped forward and expressed that she wanted to go with him. Naruto refused and explained that he wanted her to go to the hospital because Might Guy was there. With her pale-eyed vision, she could assist the medics if any ninja was dislocated or had a broken bone. Hinata lowered her gaze, embarrassed but determined. Naruto said he trusted her strength and reminded her he would not be alone. She remembered the presence of Kurama and agreed, warning him to be careful. Naruto nodded. He turned, drew a kunai from his ninja pouch and surprised Kakashi, who recognized the type of kunai. Naruto charged chakra into it and sent it toward the direction where Gaara's siblings and Sasuke had gone. He handed another three-pronged kunai to Hinata, telling her to use it if he needed to teleport Sasuke to the hospital. She should make sure the medics attended to him. Naruto smiled, said goodbye, and vanished in a yellow flash, leaving the others astonished. Zabuza wondered what had just happened. Kakashi identified the technique as the Flying Thunder God technique and was amazed that Naruto had learned it. Guy decided to set aside his surprise and, together with Hayashi and Hinata, leapt away to the hospital. Kurenai exchanged a look with the others and then the three of them disappeared in a jump. Zabuza turned to the remaining genin and ordered them to follow Naruto's instructions. They complied and left the scene, leaving Kakashi, Haku and Zabuza alone. The three prepared to engage while Naruto's clones dispersed across different sectors to hold other attackers. The kunai Naruto had sent fell near a forest. He reappeared and, with Kurama's help, was able to locate them quickly. Kurama urged him to hurry, sensing Shikaku's chakra growing stronger. Naruto asked if it had awakened. Kurama replied that it had not reached full power yet. Naruto acknowledged this, grabbed his kunai, and teleported toward where Gaara was. At the hospital, several injured ninjas were being treated by the medics. Gradually, ninjas from Suna and Sound approached until three of them stood in front of the entrance. Guy declared that they would not let them advance, but the attackers only laughed at the small number of defenders. Hayashi prepared himself, then with a shout released the gravity seals he had been wearing, which made his father smile. The defenders then moved and quickly overwhelmed the three intruders. Elsewhere, three shinobi were leaping from house to house until they reached the Konoha prison, confirming for themselves that criminals were being freed. Anko acknowledged that the boy had been right and Asuma said it would be best to hurry. The two of them rushed toward the battlefield. In the forest, Naruto ran until he reached Sasuke, who looked exhausted and was covered by the ominous cursed mark. In front of them, Gaara had a strange expression and form. Naruto wondered what was happening. Kurama warned that Gaara was taking on traits of his tailed beast brother and urged Naruto to stop it quickly. Naruto nodded, moved behind Sasuke unseen, and delivered a precise strike that rendered Sasuke unconscious without causing graphic injury. Gaara's siblings watched from a distance, impressed by what Naruto had done. Naruto then created several clones to engage Gaara while the original carried Sasuke on his shoulder and jumped toward where Temari and Kankuro stood. Temari asked why he had put Sasuke out of the fight. Naruto explained that if Sasuke had been active, he might have interfered, and the cursed mark seemed to have drained him significantly. He set Sasuke down gently, checked him, and teleported him to the hospital, where he trusted Hinata would be waiting. Temari and Kankuro were surprised. Kankuro asked what Naruto had done. Naruto confirmed that he had teleported Sasuke to the hospital and asked what they planned to do next. Temari said she did not know and wanted to stay and help as much as she could. Kankuro reminded her that it might be impossible to do so. Temari acknowledged this, still resolved to assist where she could. But she was interrupted. Naruto reassured them not to worry and promised he would stop him and make him see the truth. He turned and watched the redhead struggle against the last remaining clones, warned that it would be better if the others did not intervene, and they nodded. Naruto then leapt into the battlefield. At the hospital, Guy opened the second inner gate to increase his speed and strength as more ninjas kept appearing. He muttered that it seemed endless while dodging several attacks and striking back with his dynamic action technique. Hayashi arrived at his side, agreed, and used his special visual technique to scout the approaching forces. They were getting closer, so he told Guy to prepare. Hinata appeared beside them, called out to her father, and asked how long it would last. Hayashi admitted he did not know, then noticed several sound ninjas approaching and urged everyone not to give up and to get ready, but he stopped when Sasuke appeared before them in a yellow flash. Hinata reacted with alarm at the sight of Sasuke. Guy observed that Naruto had kept his word, saw Shinobi charging to attack, and instructed Hinata to quickly bring Sasuke into the hospital and to assist anyone who asked for help. Hinata complied, took Sasuke, and hurried to the hospital. Elsewhere, all the genin escorted villagers toward the shelter as instructed by the blue-haired youth. Everything was calm until Niji warned they had to move faster. The genin noticed Niji had activated his special visual technique and he reported seeing several ninjas approaching. Shikamaru complained that it was troublesome and said they would have no choice but to fight. He looked around as people moved toward the hideout and assigned Niji, Chuji, Shino and himself to hold off the attackers while the others escorted the villagers to safety. Kiba insisted he would fight as well, but Shikamaru pointed out that Kiba was not paired with his companion and had not fully recovered from his earlier fight with Naruto, which made Kiba wince in frustration. Ino told Kiba not to worry, he simply nodded. Niji called to Tenten and told her to set traps using her lines and throwing knives. Once she finished, she was to help the others. Tenten agreed and leapt away to carry out the orders. Shikamaru said it was time to do their part and with Niji, disappeared in a jump, leaving the genin with the villagers. Sakura suggested to Ino that they move quickly. Ino agreed, and both began helping the people as did Kiba. In another part of the village, Kurenai used illusion techniques to subdue criminals trying to escape, while Enko used her snakes to return them to confinement while they remained unconscious thanks to Kurenai's work. Asuma fought several sound and sand ninjas while protecting both of them. Enko remarked that this was the last one, told Kurenai it was time to take action, and, after Kurenai nodded, they prepared to assist their smoking comrade. Meanwhile, in the stands where the former Miss Ninjas and the copying ninja were, the battle continued while Naruto's remaining clones faced several opponents on the promotion exam stage. Zabuza warned that if things continued like this there would be more casualties, then struck a sound ninja with his sword. He instructed Haku and the other high-level ninja to bring those enemy ninjas onto the stage and ordered Haku to create ice mirrors around the stands to prevent them from reaching the villagers. Haku and the others followed the plan and led the opposing ninja to the stage. Naruto's clones did the same. Once the enemy shinobi were all on the stage, Haku formed several ice mirrors covering the stands, an effort that left him nearly exhausted from the heavy use of his chakra. Everyone found themselves gathered on the stage with Naruto's clones. Zabuza told Haku he could retreat, noting he had used a lot of chakra. Haku, panting, insisted he would continue fighting. The blue-eyed high-level ninja approached the brown-eyed high-level ninja and asked what he was doing. One of the Naruto clones offered to transfer all the chakra he had gathered from the other clones so the others could keep fighting. After doing so, the clone would disappear. Haku accepted, and when the blonde clone touched him, Haku felt his strength return little by little until the clone vanished in a puff of smoke. Kakashi asked Haku how he felt. Haku, surprised, said he felt incredible. Zabuza asked what was happening. Haku explained he had regained nearly all the chakra he had lost and wondered how many chakra reserves Naruto possessed. He said he would thank Naruto later, took a battle-ready stance holding several needle-like weapons, declared himself ready, and joined the attack against the enemy ninjas along with the two high-level ninja. Gaara struck with his arm at one of Naruto's clones, making the clone vanish in a puff of smoke. The original appeared in front of him and kicked him hard, knocking him off the tree where he had been standing. Gaara rose and stared up at Naruto, the blue-eyed blonde, who was poised on a branch above. Gaara acknowledged that Naruto was the real one and then laughed, declaring that it was time to end the fight. Naruto turned, and a sudden, powerful strike from Gaara hit him, shaking the surrounding trees. Naruto thought that Gaara was faster and stronger than before as Gaara's sand began to wrap around him, and a tail emerged from behind Gaara. Naruto watched in alarm at what was happening to the red-haired Jinchuriki. Inside Naruto, Kurama warned that it was Shikaku starting to take control and that the transformation would progress until it was too late. Naruto asked Kurama what he meant while keeping his eyes on Gaara. Kurama explained that Shikaku tried to manipulate its Jinchuriki, pushing them toward destructive acts and massacres to gain full control. Naruto understood and realized Shikaku was convincing Gaara to surrender control. Kurama instructed Naruto to stop Shikaku by any means necessary, to injure Gaara enough to interrupt the transformation and, if possible, try to reach him before it completed. If that failed, Gaara would fully become Shikaku. Naruto nodded and prepared himself to attack. Gaara watched Naruto move from tree to tree. Sand shuriken shot from Gaara's arm toward Naruto. Naruto backed toward some trees and quickly threw a kunai beneath the tree where Gaara stood, using a substitution technique to disappear in a yellow flash. Gaara searched for him, then felt a sharp impact as Naruto's fist connected with his jaw, sending Gaara reeling. Naruto formed a hand seal, and more than 40 clones appeared above Gaara, all striking him with rapid punches and forcing him toward the ground. The original Naruto gathered chakra into a Rasengan. As Gaara rose, he used his tail to defend against the attack. The Rasengan struck the tail, smashing its structure and leaving it temporarily broken. Naruto formed another Rasengan in his other hand, landed on his feet, and drove it into Gaara's midsection, sending him tumbling against a tree. Gaara stood again and glared. Gaara complained that the blow had hurt badly, and his tail reformed. He threatened that Naruto would have to face the reality of his existence and continue to loom over him in a menacing stance. Naruto called Gaara by name and warned him not to let Shikaku take control, saying that Shikaku only wanted to free itself from Gaara. Gaara responded that he did not care about others, he only cared for himself and loved himself above all, and that everything else was insignificant. Naruto asked what that meant for the people who cared about Gaara. The three brothers listened attentively as Naruto spoke, his blue eyes earnest as he urged Gaara to try to change and become someone people could admire. Gaara insisted that it was a lie and that everyone hated him, which was why he chose to be alone. Being with people only did him harm. His brothers lowered their gazes, saddened because they knew the history of their youngest sibling. Naruto told him that he should know that he was like Naruto in some ways, and that protecting others could lead to pain. People could betray him as they had betrayed Naruto. He fell silent for a moment and looked up at the sky. Naruto admitted that Gaara had a point, and the two Suna ninjas who had been watching turned their attention to him. Naruto touched his stomach and said he could not deny it, but no matter what people thought of him, he would protect them. He would not let the sacrifices of the people who gave him life be in vain. Gaara shouted for him to stop lying, saying he recognized that look of loneliness, desperation, sadness, and hatred. He accused Naruto of having the same murderous aura he had seen during the Chunin exams. Naruto answered that Gaara was right, but that Gaara's situation could change. He could make others admire and follow him. Gaara told him not to speak nonsense and reminded him of the solitary, betrayed life he had led with no one to love him. When Gaara lunged and threw a three-pronged kunai aimed at Naruto's face, Naruto moved aside with a quick burst of movement, reappeared behind Gaara, seized his arms, and threw him to the ground, holding him firmly. Gaara tried to break free, but Naruto tightened his grip. Naruto asked if he did not realize that his brothers loved him, that he was their little brother, and how could Gaara expect them to see him that way if he kept behaving like this? Then Naruto released him, grabbed him by the shoulder, and made him look toward where his siblings stood. Gaara insisted that he did not care and that they hated him like everyone else. Naruto countered that he was wrong and said Temari had told him about Gaara. Gaara glanced toward Temari and saw her looking down, sadness in her expression. Naruto explained that Temari had shared what his life had been like and that it pained her that he was cold to both her and Kankuro. They loved him, but he did not seem to notice. Naruto urged him to think of others sometimes and not only of himself. Gaara murmured that he had trusted them, then scoffed and pulled away from Naruto's hold. He used a burst of sand to strike, sending Naruto crashing into a tree so forcefully that its bark cracked. Naruto rose and faced him again, ready. Naruto told him to simply watch his siblings and he would understand. He should not lock himself away or hide. Naruto asked when was the last time Gaara had spoken to them outside of a mission, whether he had ever asked if they were okay, noticed any change in their mood, or at least greeted them in the morning. Gaara fell silent and looked at his brothers. Temari spoke up and said that Naruto was right. She told Gaara that they did not hate him and, on the contrary, they loved him. Kankuro added that Temari was correct and reminded Gaara of how, when he was a child and cried because no one would talk to him, Kankuro had used puppets to cheer him up. Gaara continued to look at them, the moment lingering between them as the truth of their words settled in. At the spot where both tailed beasts faced each other, a massive explosion forced Gaara's siblings to take cover as best they could. A thick curtain of smoke made it impossible for the two to see one another. A three-pronged kunai appeared in the smoke and struck near Gaara. Shikaku recognized the technique. Naruto appeared in a yellow flash, preparing to strike Gaara. Shikaku warned Naruto not to be so fast, and sand erupted at Gaara's side to seize Naruto's arm. Naruto cursed and tried to strike with his other hand, but the sand grabbed that arm as well and began squeezing tightly. Naruto cried out from the pain as the sand tightened. Kurama, speaking from inside Naruto, told Naruto that he was inside him and would lend a little chakra. Kurama urged Naruto to try to land a blow to wake Gaara and make Shikaku disappear. Naruto responded that he knew, but that it felt impossible, and he continued to struggle helplessly. Shikaku taunted Naruto, insisting it would be useless and threatening to kill him at once. Kankuro and Temari watched in growing concern until they were startled by what Naruto did next. Naruto shouted and intensified his effort. He managed to pull most of his arms free except for his hands. Shikaku squeezed harder, and in the strain Naruto suffered painful injuries to his hands and wrists. Naruto demanded that Gaara wake up and then headbutt him, which caused Shikaku to suddenly go still. Shikaku bellowed in disbelief about having just woken and then vanished, leaving Gaara and Naruto to fall to the ground nearby. Both lay on the ground. Gradually Gaara opened his eyes and felt a sharp pain in his forehead. He touched it and noticed blood. He turned and saw Naruto crawling toward him, dragging himself forward. Gaara called for Naruto. Kankuro and Temari appeared at Gaara's side, and Gaara looked at them with a mixture of relief and shame. Temari watched Naruto approach and Gaara shouted for him not to come closer, but Naruto ignored the warning and continued. Naruto acknowledged that the situation was painful and told Gaara that he understood those looks and that loneliness. Naruto said he had experienced the same. He came within inches, knelt, and looked at Gaara. Gaara asked why Naruto protected others after all that had been done to him and said he did not understand. Naruto explained that he did it for his parents, who saved the village and had made him a jinchuriki to protect others. That had been their belief, and Naruto did not want their sacrifices to be in vain. Gaara argued that by doing that Naruto would end up betrayed by everyone. Naruto rose a little, noticed Gaara crying, and asked him to look to his side. Naruto told Gaara that his family loved him and would stay by his side no matter what. Gaara looked to the side and saw Kankuro and Temari nodding. Gaara apologized and begged forgiveness for everything. Tears streamed down his face. Kankuro and Temari, surprised, crouched to help him up and embraced him. Kankuro called him an idiot as he hugged him. Temari said they would always forgive him no matter what, and Gaara nodded through his tears. Naruto remained on his knees, smiling at the scene. Gaara spoke Naruto's name, and as he did the blue-eyed ninja gradually fell backward and lost consciousness. Temari checked Naruto's hands and saw they were badly injured. Temari asked if Naruto was all right. Naruto insisted he was fine, looked up at the blue sky, and told them it would be better if they left. He explained that he could sense other ninjas approaching and warned that if they were seen they might be attacked. He added that the assault had come from Suna and part of Sound. Kankuro protested at leaving Naruto in his condition, but Naruto insisted that they go. Kankuro and Temari exchanged a glance, then helped Gaara to his feet and departed. Before they left, Gaara asked Naruto a quiet question about whether he had anyone who loved him. Naruto closed his eyes and a tear escaped. He admitted that despite what he did, people looked at him with hatred and fear, and that his teammates had betrayed him. He remembered bitter moments from his life, confrontations that had driven him into isolation, insults from other ninjas that left a heavy ache in his chest, and the pain of lonely birthdays. He confessed that those days made him want to stop suffering. The others listened in stunned silence as Naruto looked again at the sky, his face marked by sadness. Gaara told Naruto that someone must care for him, even if he had not realized it yet. Kankuro and Temari nodded, thanked Naruto for what he had done, and then departed. Naruto thought about those words and the memory of a certain fellow ninja crossed his mind. He murmured that perhaps Gaara was right, closed his eyes, and fell unconscious. A group of passing ninjas drew nearer and took in the wreckage of the battle with growing astonishment. They walked through the ruined area, increasingly impressed by the scale of the conflict, until finally they came upon someone lying on the ground. Everyone rushed over and recognized him. Hinata murmured that it was Naruto and quickened her pace like the others. She approached, knelt, and tried to wake him, repeating his name, but he did not respond. Anko said they needed to take him to the hospital immediately, then fell silent when she suddenly noticed something. Kurenai asked what was wrong, puzzled by her friend's expression. Anko dismissed it as nothing, lifted Naruto into her arms, and exchanged a look with the others. Anko urged them to hurry to join the others. The three nodded, and they vanished in a leap toward the village. It was night. Hinata was in the cave trying to start a fire. She had brought plenty of food in a backpack, some medicinal herbs just in case, and 2 mattresses, one for herself and the other for Naruto. Suddenly the fox, Kurama, appeared beside her in a ball of smoke. Hinata asked if it was Kurama. Kurama approached and breathed a small flame to light the fire. Hinata thanked him happily. Kurama asked how the attack on the others had gone. He sat beside the fire and Hinata sat next to Naruto. Hinata explained that the hospital had been secured and that her father and teacher guy were safe. When Sasuke had appeared she had been surprised, but he was treated and she had spent a while helping other patients. Kurama listened and nodded. Hinata continued that at the Chunin exam stage Kurenai, Anko, and Asuma had also appeared and reported that their areas had been cleared. Naruto asked about the villagers. Hinata said they were in the shelter. When she had gone to get some things she had seen no one on the streets and had noticed lights near the Hokage faces where the shelter was located. Naruto asked Hinata to remove his headband. She complied and saw several wounds, including a large one on his forehead. Naruto asked for some medicine from his backpack. Hinata reached into her own and took out healing herbs, applying them to his injuries. These herbs did not sting like others she had seen, and she said she had brought them from home so he would not have to suffer again. Naruto thanked her and closed his eyes at the comfort of Hinata's touch. Kurama suggested they rest. Both young people agreed. Hinata brought her mattress and placed the other beside Naruto. Naruto asked why there were two mattresses. Hinata explained one was for her and the other for him. Naruto, moved, said it was the first time anyone had done that for him and lay down with some difficulty because of his injuries. Kurama assisted quietly. Naruto thanked Kurama. Kurama made a short, gruff sound in response. Hinata watched him and thought of him quietly. They said goodnight and settled to rest while Kurama stepped out of the cave to look at the stars. 2 days after the attack, Naruto sat at the lake looking at his reflection and thinking about everything that had happened. He felt relieved that there had been no civilian casualties. Hinata organized a few items in her pack beside him when Kurenai and Anko arrived. Kurenai asked how he was feeling. Naruto said he could stand without much difficulty and could move his hands a little, though they hurt when used, and that he would need a few more days. Kurenai nodded, relieved. Naruto asked what had happened to the others. Anko said that the rest were fine and that they had been busy dealing with the aftermath of the attack and the defeated enemies, saying it in a matter-of-fact way that made the three of them exchange nervous, embarrassed looks. Naruto remarked that it seemed things had gone as well as they could and looked up at the sky. Kurenai then delivered the news that stunned them. The Hokage had died. Hinata was surprised and Naruto stared at her. Anko added that Orochimaru had been responsible. She looked pained because she knew, as did her friend, how much Naruto had respected the third Hokage. Naruto stood without addressing them and asked when the funeral would be held. Anko answered that it would be that afternoon. Naruto walked out onto the lake, crossing the water to the center. He submerged for a moment and then rose, and his chakra flared in an intense burst that startled the others by the shore. For an instant they saw him standing in the water with his head bowed, tears falling, and then he slipped below the surface again. Hinata called to him with concern. Kurenai said there was nothing they could do except be there for him. Naruto emerged, climbed from the lake, and stood facing a tree in silence. The three watched with sadness, realizing how deeply the news affected him. Anko suggested they leave, and the others agreed. Kurenai asked Hinata what she intended to do. Hinata said she would stay a while and then attend the funeral. Kurenai and Anko departed. Hinata approached Naruto from behind and spoke his name softly. Naruto turned, looked at her, and rested his head on her shoulder. Hinata held him to comfort him in that moment. That afternoon in Konoha, Hinata walked toward the funeral and encountered Sakura, Niji, Kiba, Shino, Lee, Ino, Sasuke, Tenten, Shikamaru, and Chuji. Kiba greeted her, and Sakura asked how she was. Hinata answered that she was well but sad. Niji reminded her that the third Hokage had protected them as much as he could during the attack. Before they could continue, 2 voices called from behind. Zabuza asked where the boy was, and Haku said he had thought Naruto might be with Hinata. Hinata lowered her head, uncertain what to say. She remained silent for a moment as the others looked on. He was in a place where he had always spent time with the third Hokage. Zabuza looked ahead as the other villagers headed to the funeral and noted that it would be better to move on. Everyone nodded and left. On the Hokage monument, the blue-haired boy Naruto sat on the head of his father, the fourth Hokage, watching the sunset while remembering everything he had shared with Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. When Naruto was 5, he asked the third Hokage for the Hokage's hat. The third Hokage smiled and explained that Naruto would have to earn it. Determined, Naruto produced a small notebook with photos the third recognized and threatened to show it if he did not get the hat. The third reacted with embarrassment and quickly took the notebook back. Naruto then asked for a trade. He wanted the third to treat him to ramen, and the third agreed with a smile. A year later, at 6, Naruto sat on his father's head on the Hokage monument, staring at the stars. The third Hokage joined him and asked what troubled him. Naruto asked why no one wanted to be with him and why they called him a demon or a monster. The third Hokage said those were only people who did not know him and reassured Naruto that there would be people who would love him. He then asked what Naruto would do if someone he loved were in danger. Naruto answered that he would protect them at all costs, even give his life to keep them safe. The third Hokage praised his resolve. Naruto then wondered aloud how he could have someone special if everyone kept their distance. The third Hokage advised that people needed the chance to know him, and that by helping others without being asked, they would come to see him differently and draw closer. Naruto responded enthusiastically, and the two shared a warm laugh. The third Hokage suggested they go eat, and Naruto promised that he would become a ninja, change how people saw him, and protect the third Hokage even without being asked. The third Hokage said he was counting on him, and together they went to the ramen shop. Remembering those moments brought tears to Naruto's eyes as the first stars appeared. He looked at the third Hokage's face and apologized for not keeping his promise, lamenting that he wished he were stronger. Alone, he wondered if dying hurt. After a long time watching the stars, he rose and disappeared in a flash of yellow light, leaving without looking back at the third Hokage's face on the monument. A week and a half had passed since the death of the third Hokage. The council met to choose a new leader for the village. The votes favored Jiraiya, but he declined and proposed that his former teammate Tsunade was the better choice. Some members objected, but after a final vote they decided that Tsunade would be the next Hokage. Before leaving the village to find her, Jiraiya decided to bring someone in particular. He searched the training grounds first. Naruto stood in the training field by the 3 wooden posts, staring at the names carved into the stone of heroes that honored the shinobi who had fallen defending the village. He read the names of his parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and smiled. He continued until he found the name of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto stood there for a moment, then placed a bouquet of flowers and a pair of green glasses on the stone glasses the third had given him as a child. Naruto called for whoever was hiding to come out. A white-haired man with a headband that read "Oil" stepped from behind the trees and approached, stopping in front of Naruto while Naruto still faced the memorial stone. Naruto asked what the man wanted without turning around. The man explained that he wanted to ask Naruto to come with him to look for someone. Naruto replied that he did not even know the man. The man introduced himself as one of the legendary Sannin and the sage of Mount Myaboke, Jiraiya. Naruto showed a nervous sweat at the introduction. Naruto asked if Jiraiya had been Orochimaru's teammate. Jiraiya confirmed it and then explained that he had a personal reason for wanting Naruto to join him. Naruto reminded him of someone special, his student, Minato. Naruto listened intently as Jiraiya described Minato as one of the best, the 4th Hokage. When Naruto asked whom Jiraiya intended to find, Jiraiya said he was looking for his teammate Tsunade and hoped she would accept becoming the 5th Hokage. Naruto understood and warned Jiraiya that he was the one who had trained his father. He told Jiraiya again to find someone else, insisting he had no interest in going. Naruto prepared to leave. Jiraiya offered to train Naruto, and Naruto paused to listen. Jiraiya said he would teach a technique that only he and the 4th Hokage had known, the Rasengan. Naruto surprised him by explaining that he already knew the technique. Naruto demonstrated briefly, and Jiraiya reacted with astonishment. The 4th had taken years to learn it, yet Naruto claimed to have mastered it in a short time by using his shadow clones to accelerate his learning. Jiraiya thought Naruto was smarter than he appeared and asked again if Naruto would agree to go. Naruto hesitated, thinking they might encounter Orochimaru along the way, but agreed to go. Naruto created a shadow clone and vanished in a single leap. Jiraiya asked what Naruto had done. Naruto said he had sent the clone to inform someone that he would be away for a while. Jiraiya asked about Naruto's belongings, and Naruto replied that he had enough money to buy what he needed on the road. They left together to begin the search for Tsunade. Meanwhile, the clone jumped from tree to tree through the forest of death. When the clone arrived, Hinata sat by the lake, waiting. Naruto's clone told Hinata what he was doing, and she blushed slightly as she had come to check on him. Naruto's clone showed his hands, now healed, and told her he was fine. He then explained that he would be leaving the village for a time to travel with someone and search for a candidate for Hokage. Hinata worried but wished him luck and promised to let others know where he had gone if they asked. Naruto's clone disappeared in a puff of smoke, and Hinata, realizing it had been a clone, quietly left the lake. Outside the village, two men in black cloaks patterned with red clouds stood on the wall overlooking Konoha. Kisame remarked that, despite Orochimaru's attack, the village had managed to hold on but that security had weakened. He teased his companion about feeling nostalgic for being back. Itachi dismissed the remark and the two vanished in a single leap. On the road with Jiraiya, the two spoke about many things. Jiraiya mentioned that he had written a book called Aika Aika that Kakashi often read. Naruto teased Jiraiya about being the author of that scandalous novel and gave him a playful nickname that made Jiraiya bristle. Jiraiya scolded Naruto lightly and tried to maintain his composure as Naruto continued to tease him. Jiraiya told Naruto that they would split up briefly. He would gather information to aid their search, while Naruto should find a place to stay for the night. Naruto agreed as Jiraiya produced a pencil and notebook, then disappeared with a sudden jump. Naruto reflected on the need to find information to help their search. Naruto dismissed the idea of the perverted sage with a brief thought and went in search of a hotel for the night. He walked into an alley, formed a hand seal, and used a transformation technique to appear as a villager. He knew he would be turned away if he approached in his usual appearance. After finding a hotel and reserving a room, he walked down a corridor searching for someone. He dispelled the transformation and, just as he was about to turn his key in the door, he froze. Kurama asked if he felt it. Naruto confirmed that he felt a very strong chakra approaching. Kurama warned him to be ready because whatever was coming was not there to greet them. Naruto asked how Kurama knew, and Kurama snapped in an annoyed tone that he sensed the great influx of chakra. Naruto teased Kurama and told him not to shout, which only provoked a frustrated reaction from the fox. Naruto glanced to one side and noticed two figures appear in a corner. One had the distinctive Uchiha eye technique and the other had blue skin and carried a large bandaged sword on his back. Naruto wondered who they were. Identified them as members of the Akatsuki and announced that they had come to take the Nine Tails. Naruto mocked Kisame's shark-like appearance, and his teasing only made Kisame more furious. Kisame moved aggressively and threatened to take action, but his companion called his name to draw his attention. Naruto observed the Uchiha and wondered if he might be Sasuke's brother. The Uchiha told Kisame to calm down, set the sword aside, and addressed Naruto directly, declaring that Naruto would come with them whether he agreed or not. Naruto refused and insisted he was fine, then warned his companion that Kisame was likely to attack. Kisame grew angrier at the remark. The Uchiha decided to take Naruto by force and activated his clan's eye technique. The surroundings changed abruptly, darkness gathered, the sky shifted to a crimson hue, and the Uchiha appeared surrounded by crows. He announced that Naruto was now under an illusion technique and that he would take him away, but Naruto interrupted by asking the man's name. The Uchiha asked why Naruto wanted to know and then identified himself as Itachi Uchiha. Naruto connected the name and acknowledged that he was Sasuke's brother. Naruto then asked whether the things said inside the illusion would carry over into the real world. Itachi confirmed that they would. Naruto expressed a preference to speak with Itachi. Itachi hesitated. Outside the illusion, Itachi remained focused on Naruto with his Uchiha eye technique while Naruto stared into nothing. Kisame said it was time to take Naruto, but Itachi warned that Naruto was resisting and told Kisame to be ready. Kisame asked why they did not simply knock Naruto out, and Itachi replied that he was trying to control the Nine Tails chakra and that it was resisting a claim meant to buy time until he could learn what Naruto wanted to say. Kisame urged him to hurry. Back inside the illusion, both men regarded each other as Naruto sat on the floor and prepared to begin his conversation. Naruto called Itachi's name and started to speak. Naruto asked Itachi why he had killed his entire clan. Itachi first questioned why he should have to explain, but after a brief silence admitted that he had done it. Naruto then demanded to know why. Itachi answered that he had only wanted to test his strength, and for a moment they simply stared at each other while Naruto looked up at the sky. Naruto observed that, seeing him like that, it was a little frightening that his eyes were red. He then told Itachi that he knew he was lying. Itachi, surprised, asked what he meant. Naruto explained that everyone called Itachi a serial killer or psychopath, and when he had heard about the massacre he had been shocked. Seeing Sasuke at the academy, however, had made him reconsider that simple explanation. Naruto laid out his reasoning. If Itachi had truly been the kind of killer the rumors described, he would not have spared his younger brother. That left two possibilities. Either someone had forced Itachi to do it and he had been unable to kill Sasuke because of love, or someone else had committed the massacre and made Itachi the scapegoat, though Naruto admitted the latter was odd because if that had happened Sasuke would probably be dead unless Itachi had hidden him and someone had seen Itachi at the scene and blamed him. Itachi listened quietly while Naruto explained, and after a moment Itachi conceded that Naruto was right about both options. Before they continued, Itachi asked whether Naruto had told anyone his conclusion. Naruto replied that he had no one to tell, having been alone since birth, and lowered his gaze briefly. Itachi apologized if he had forced an unpleasant memory. Naruto said it was unnecessary and assured him he had told no one. Itachi brightened and said he was glad. He then admitted that Naruto was partly correct. He had not been the one who personally carried out the massacre, another man had. When Naruto asked who, Itachi answered that it had been Madara Uchiha. Naruto was stunned and reminded him that Madara had supposedly died long ago, defeated by Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. Itachi agreed but said that the man had claimed to be Madara, though he wore a mask and at first Itachi had not believed him. Naruto felt something odd and wondered what was happening. At that moment, Kurama, the nine tails within Naruto, urged Naruto to create a clone quickly. Naruto obeyed immediately and produced a clone that appeared in a puff of smoke. Itachi noticed something different about this clone. Its eyes were red and the facial markings were more pronounced. Kurama then identified himself as the Nine Tails and stated that he got along well with Naruto. Kurama urged them to be quick before Naruto's companion noticed anything strange from the delay. He asked what that organization wanted. Itachi explained that Akatsuki sought to gather all the tailed beasts and seal them into a statue called the Geto statue. Kurama understood and clarified that the Geto statue was the shell of the 10 tails and that, according to the Sage of Six Paths, the goal must be to restore the 10 tails. Kurama suspected that the masked Madara, whoever he truly was, aimed to become the host of the 10 tails and obtain the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Both men were taken aback by the implication. Kurama, recalling what the sage had told him and the other tailed beasts, warned that this plan pointed toward a grave threat. After that, Kurama vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto murmured that if someone intended to become the 10 tails host, they must be planning something big. For the moment he thought they could do nothing and it would be best to keep the matter secret. Returning to the earlier topic, he asked Itachi if the masked man had been the one who annihilated his clan. Itachi confirmed that the man had approached him and offered him membership in Akatsuki. If he refused, the man threatened to kill everyone in the clan. Naruto listened as Itachi explained that the Uchiha clan had been planning a coup to overthrow the Hokage. Itachi loved the village and opposed the uprising, so when he met the masked man again he agreed to join on one condition, that Sasuke be spared. Naruto noted that Sasuke wanted to kill Itachi, and Itachi acknowledged that he knew of Sasuke's intent but had had no better choice. Naruto warned that if Sasuke continued on his current path, he might turn to Orochimaru for more power. Itachi asked about Orochimaru, and Naruto recounted that during the Chunin exams Orochimaru had appeared in the Forest of Death and placed a cursed mark on Sasuke's neck. Itachi asked if anything had been done about the mark. Naruto replied that, to his knowledge, Kakashi had attempted something but had been unable to remove it. Naruto then offered that he could remove the mark, but with the distraction of the recent attack on the village, the Chunin exams, and the death of the third Hokage, he had not yet found the time. He agreed to take responsibility for Sasuke and keep an eye on him. Naruto suggested they withdraw for now because Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, was on his way, and the conversation ended as they prepared to move. Itachi held Kisame's gaze and explained that he had told Kisame he was trying to control the Nine Tails chakra. He instructed Kisame to expel a bit of the tailed beast's chakra to avoid suspicion and to leave his brother to him, warning Kisame not to repeat what he had said. Naruto acknowledged this and released a large amount of chakra. Outside the genjutsu, Itachi watched the blonde with blue eyes while Kisame grew impatient with the delay. Kisame felt the blonde suddenly emit chakra and noticed it had a red hue. Kisame commented with some pride that Itachi had failed to handle the situation. Itachi made only a sound in response. Kisame readied his sword, an explosion erupted, and Jiraiya appeared beside Naruto carrying an unconscious woman over his shoulder. Naruto expressed annoyance at Jiraiya for arriving with a woman in tow. Jiraiya scolded Naruto for using a teasing nickname and, after a moment, intended to take care of the woman. He was interrupted when Sasuke shouted Itachi's name, and both members of Akatsuki turned to see him. Kisame noted that the boy bore a strong resemblance to Itachi and asked if Itachi knew him. Itachi confirmed that the boy was his younger brother. Sasuke reflected on how he had hated Itachi, harbored resentment, and trained to kill him. He formed a Chidori and surged forward with the intent to kill. Itachi observed the technique and steeled himself. Sasuke charged at high speed, and when he struck, Itachi seized his arm and immediately incapacitated him, eliciting a cry of pain. Itachi taunted him, calling him weak, then kicked him so he slammed against the wall. Itachi stepped forward, gripped Sasuke by the throat, lifted him slightly, and activated his Sharingan to trap him in a genjutsu that left Sasuke screaming as if losing his mind. Naruto watched the reunion with a sigh, noting it reminded him of another tense memory with Shikaku. The Nine Tails offered no comment. Itachi signaled Kisame that it would be better to leave, warning that Jiraiya would complicate matters and mentioning that he sensed another presence approaching. The two of them vanished in a coordinated leap. Jiraiya checked on Naruto to make sure he was all right. Naruto asked when Jiraiya would set the woman down. Jiraiya explained that she had been controlled by the other man and served as a distraction, then helped prop her against the wall. They moved to Sasuke, who lay unconscious. Jiraiya identified the condition as a genjutsu triggered by the Sharingan. At that moment, Might Guy arrived and delivered a heavy kick to Jiraiya, then apologized, saying he had mistaken him for members of Akatsuki. Naruto asked if Akatsuki had been encountered. Guy confirmed they had and asked what Naruto was doing there. Naruto explained he was helping Jiraiya search for someone. Guy lifted Sasuke onto his shoulder and said they should take him to the hospital, asking anyone able to try to wake him. He then departed in a swift leap. Jiraiya sighed at Naruto's lack of respect, the run-in with Akatsuki, and the kick he had taken, and decided it would be best to rest. Naruto told Jiraiya to rest and close the door, explaining that he had rented the room for himself and did not intend to share it. Jiraiya muttered that the boy would pay for it later, thought that Naruto reminded him in some ways of his mother, picked up the unconscious woman, and left. 2 days had passed since they had encountered the two Akatsuki members. Naruto and Jiraiya walked far from Konoha in search of the Sannin who might become the village's future Hokage. Naruto asked if Jiraiya knew where to find her, and Jiraiya answered that someone had said she was headed to a village called Tanzaku. In the distance they could already see a small settlement. Jiraiya noted that the village looked fairly large and that finding her might take some time. He added, with a grin, that Tsunade besides being a Sannin was known by another nickname because she loved to gamble, so they would likely find her at one of the city's casinos. Naruto teased Jiraiya about his own notorious nickname, and they shared a laugh while also making a passing joke about Orochimaru. Jiraiya suggested they start their search in the casinos, and the two of them set off. They spent the whole day looking without results and began to tire as evening fell. Jiraiya decided they should stop for a meal, and when they entered a bar he found his old companion sitting at a table. Tsunade was there with her attendant Shizune and the small pig by her side. Naruto noticed how easily Jiraiya was distracted by the company of women and felt a little embarrassed at the older man's obvious interest. Kurama mentally observed that Jiraiya at least had good taste, and Naruto sighed in response. Jiraiya greeted Tsunade happily and waved to attract the waiter's attention. Naruto sat down beside Jiraiya and noticed a familiar scent in the air that reminded him of sake. Jiraiya was pleased to have found them and called over the waiter. Naruto asked for a glass of juice and also requested the best bottle of sake available. The waiter took the order. Tsunade asked who the young boy was. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki and said he already knew who Tsunade was. Shizune introduced herself. Tsunade inwardly suspected that Naruto carried the nine-tailed fox. Naruto bowed politely while they waited. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at Naruto's extravagant order and mentioned that he did not have much money. Naruto smiled mischievously and said he would pay. When the waiter returned with the drinks, Naruto handed over a bag of money and told Jiraiya to keep the rest as a tip. The waiter, surprised at the amount, accepted the payment gratefully. Tsunade observed that Naruto seemed to have a lot of money and then turned her attention to Jiraiya, asking why he had come. Jiraiya said he would be honest. He wanted Tsunade to return to Konoha to become the new Hokage. Tsunade was surprised and refused, saying she would not return to the village. Jiraiya persisted, arguing that she was the best choice. He opened the sake and offered a cup to Tsunade, who accepted the gesture with a nod. Naruto teased Jiraiya about pouring for himself, which made Jiraiya flustered. Jiraiya began to say he would then was interrupted. Naruto, speaking plainly, challenged them both. He asked Tsunade to do what people had done to him since he was a child: strike him, hurt him, even try to kill him, and said that if she succeeded she would be known as the one who killed the jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. The sudden intensity of his words made everyone at the table uneasy. Jiraiya apologized and excused himself, saying he needed to use the restroom, and left the table. Shizen asked if something was wrong with Naruto, concerned. Once Jiraiya was gone, he began to explain to Tsunade that Naruto had suffered a great deal growing up as a jinchuriki. Then Jiraiya changed the subject and told them that their former sensei had been killed. Tsunade reacted with surprise and anger when Jiraiya revealed that Orochimaru had planned an attack together with the Sound and Sand villages, and during that invasion their sensei had been killed. Tension filled the table. Tsunade clenched her hands but reiterated that she would not return to Konoha or take on village leadership. Jiraiya admitted that he could not become Hokage himself because he was always traveling and distracted by other pursuits. Naruto mockingly suggested that Jiraiya was always off writing his novels. Jiraiya grew red with anger at the insult, and Naruto sighed, saying he would go rent a room for the night. Before Naruto left, Jiraiya asked him to rent a room for him as well. Naruto, smiling slyly, rifled through his pockets and then revealed that the bag of money had paid the bill. Jiraiya, surprised and annoyed, accused Naruto of saying he would pay. Naruto admitted he had promised to treat them but not with his own money, then dashed out of the bar and ran off. Jiraiya leapt up and chased after him, shouting his name angrily. Shizen observed with a small smile that Naruto was quite mischievous. Tsunade took a sip of sake and, a little amused, remarked that at least Jiraiya would get his comeuppance for always writing those novels. Naruto agreed, and both women turned to look at him, surprised. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizen watched with growing concern as the blue-eyed young man was enveloped in a sphere of pure crimson light that pulsed like a living thing and then began to fade. Naruto now bore 4 tails. His skin glowed a deep red and the unusual whiteness of his eyes and mouth made him look frightening. He did not take his gaze off Orochimaru. Orochimaru only smiled, while Kabuto observed everything. Jiraiya cursed and told Tsunade that he needed her help to control Naruto. Tsunade nodded without hesitation, and the two of them moved to stand at Naruto's side, Tsunade to his left and Jiraiya to his right, both watching him closely. Orochimaru murmured that the two of them would try to control the jinchuriki while his group withdrew, and Kabuto acknowledged this while keeping his eyes on the scene. The jinchuriki stared at Orochimaru, indifferent to everything else. Orochimaru's smile remained, and Naruto dropped to all fours, taking on a fox-like stance. Jiraiya asked Tsunade to distract him, and she agreed. Naruto noticed Jiraiya's eyes had gone pale and that Jiraiya had produced a sheet of paper and a pencil. Naruto called Jiraiya's name, which surprised both Sannin. Tsunade whispered Naruto's name and he turned his gaze to her. Jiraiya asked if it really was him, and Naruto simply nodded. Naruto told them it would be better for them to leave and looked toward Orochimaru, declaring his intent to kill him as he had promised Tsunade. He rose onto 2 legs to draw the serpent's attention and shouted Orochimaru's name, startling both Orochimaru and Kabuto. Orochimaru sounded surprised at the suggestion that Naruto could control the beast within. Naruto accused him of calling him by that name and, as if answering the fury, 2 more tails erupted. A fox-shaped skeletal aura formed along his back. Naruto vowed once more that he would kill him, and everyone around reacted to the sudden shift in his presence. Orochimaru warned that they should retreat, and he and Kabuto began to withdraw, but they were abruptly stopped by Naruto's sudden appearance in front of them. The 2 Sannin watching were impressed by his speed. Jiraiya breathed that it was incredible, and Tsunade admitted that Naruto had become frighteningly fast. Orochimaru and Kabuto stood facing him. Naruto demanded to know where they were going and stepped forward, forcing them to take a step back. He reminded them of his threat, clenched his fist, and then struck Orochimaru with a powerful punch that sent Orochimaru flying through the space between the 2 watching Sannin, who could not block because Naruto's power had rendered their arms temporarily unusable. Kabuto began to call out for Orochimaru but was cut off when he was struck by one of the jinchuriki's tails and thrown several meters, crashing to the ground and left shaken. Naruto ordered everyone else to leave, and he told the 2 Sannin to get out of there. Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded and departed with Shizen. Naruto watched as Orochimaru rose to his feet and studied him coldly. Orochimaru cursed as he examined his own arms and noted that Naruto had made him an easy target. 2 snakes coiled around his hands under his control, allowing him to defend against some of the jinchuriki's attacks. Orochimaru realized, however, that Naruto's present power would prevent him from performing hand seals. He glanced at Kabuto, thinking that Kabuto would need to get close so he could execute certain techniques, and then Orochimaru surged forward with great speed. Orochimaru appeared before Naruto, but Naruto wrapped him with a tail and the area around them began to glow with intense heat. Orochimaru forced himself free and leapt backward toward Kabuto, warning that the slightest contact would feel scorching. Kabuto understood and made a decision. Kabuto summoned Manda with a great cloud of smoke. Jiraiya remarked that Manda was one of Orochimaru's strongest summons, and Tsunade watched anxiously as Naruto and Orochimaru faced each other. Manda demanded to know why he had been called and Orochimaru directed his attention forward to a surprising sight. Naruto now bore 6 tails. Manda prepared to attack, but Naruto vanished and suddenly struck Orochimaru in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground while Kabuto jumped back to a safer distance. Manda noted Naruto's speed and retaliated with a sweeping tail strike, but Naruto's arms swelled unnaturally into a massive, fist-like form, matching the size of Manda's head, and he drove Manda to the ground with tremendous force. Manda writhed and roared in pain, then cursed Orochimaru and vanished in a swirl of smoke. The 3 Sannin watched in astonishment at how easily Naruto had handled the summon. Jiraiya muttered that it had been incredible and watched as his former comrade and Kabuto assumed combat stances. Naruto ran toward Orochimaru, who opened his mouth and produced a long, elongating blade that stretched out toward Naruto like a relentless, extending sword. The jinchuriki saw the attack and braced himself, taking it to the chest. Both Sannin reacted with alarm. The Toad Sannin Jiraiya shouted Naruto's name, and Tsunade drew their attention as she noted that the blade did not pierce him. Jiraiya and Shizen realized that Tsunade was right. The sword was not penetrating Naruto's chest. Orochimaru muttered in frustration as his blade slid back toward him. Naruto seized Orochimaru without hesitation and pulled, forcing the snake-like feared shinobi forward at great speed. At close range, Naruto struck, and Orochimaru's body briefly split into writhing serpents that quickly reformed. The others watched in stunned silence. Naruto called them disgusting and noticed Kabuto materialize beside Orochimaru. He dropped to all fours and began to run around them, faster and faster, forming a widening whirlwind. Orochimaru and Kabuto took up defensive stances to guard against an attack that never quite came. Tsunade asked what Naruto was doing and watched as the jinchuriki ran circles around the Sannin, gradually turning the air around them into a spinning vortex with Orochimaru trapped in the center. Jiraiya admitted he had no idea. Shizen realized and told the Sannin that Naruto was creating the whirlwind to deprive them of oxygen. They strained to see into the center and saw someone kneeling there. Kabuto called out to Orochimaru in concern, then knelt as well and touched his throat, struggling to form his words. Orochimaru thought that the boy was draining their air and trying to kill them slowly. He leaped above the vortex, met Naruto in midair, and was struck back to the ground by a sudden lash of the jinchuriki's tails. Naruto ran again and the whirlwind held. Naruto asked if they were having trouble breathing and, with anger, told them he would make them pay for what they had done to the old one. Flames began to pour from his mouth and the cyclone of air transformed into a spiraling ring of fire that surprised Orochimaru and Kabuto as much as the 2 Sannin watching from the sidelines. Tsunade was awed by the fiery whirlwind. Jiraiya observed grimly that Naruto would roast them alive and wondered when Naruto had gained such control over the 9 tails. Tsunade confronted Jiraiya angrily, asking him how he could be Naruto's godfather and yet know nothing of the boy's state. Jiraiya lowered his gaze. Tsunade demanded whether Naruto knew Jiraiya was his godfather, and when he shook his head she struck him across the face and left him on the ground. Shizen looked on in surprise. Tsunade lashed out at Jiraiya, furious at the extent of Naruto's suffering and the neglect she believed he had endured. She remembered what the blue-eyed boy had told them at the bar just days earlier and clenched her fists. In a soft but resolute voice she said that sometimes Naruto wanted to die, a confession that left both Tsunade and Jiraiya stunned. In the brief memory, Naruto had sat before the 2 kunoichi, answering a question about his life in the village. He had explained that from birth he had been mistreated by the villagers, children, and shinobi alike, that everyone had wanted him gone. He had taken a moment with his drink, tears welling in his blue eyes, and admitted that sometimes he thought dying might be the best thing. The pain, the suffering, the loneliness, and the betrayals pressed on his chest. Back in the present, Tsunade declared sharply that she would go to the village and become Hokage. Jiraiya began to thank her but was interrupted. Tsunade made it clear she was not doing it for Jiraiya or the village, but solely for Naruto, and she expected Jiraiya to do the same. She turned back to the battle with fierce intent. Jiraiya said nothing. A sudden explosion of sound made them turn. The whirlwind had vanished, and where Naruto had been standing there was now a massive gate with a demon-like face. Orochimaru and Kabuto had summoned the large demonic portal. Both of them were standing on the gate while Naruto remained on the ground, eyes fixed, and then he launched himself a great distance toward them. Naruto drew his tails together and shaped a dark, concentrated sphere. He swallowed it and slammed it into the ground, charging the attack. Orochimaru cursed that they needed to escape, but Naruto shouted the name of the attack and released the beast ball at the gate. The resulting explosion sent Orochimaru and Kabuto flying into the air, witnessed by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune. Shizune watched in astonishment at the power on display. Tsunade could hardly believe that Naruto had managed to destroy the supposedly indestructible gate. Jiraiya remained silent, taking in the scene. Through the smoke and debris, Naruto used his tails to create a gust that cleared the haze and revealed Orochimaru rising, battered but persistent. Naruto appeared before him with a smile. He seized Orochimaru, tossed him into the sky, and formed another Bijudama, sending it after him. The attack collided high above and produced a brilliant flash. When the light faded, Orochimaru's form was shattered and dispersed. His presence was gone. Jiraiya acknowledged that Naruto had defeated Orochimaru. Little by little, the chakra mantle faded, and the six tails and the ghostly skeletal outline dissolved. When it cleared entirely, they noticed that he had badly burned skin, which caused them some concern. Naruto, whose eyes were still vivid blue, examined what remained of Orochimaru, noticed something wrong, and grew angry. Naruto cursed and kicked at a fragment of Orochimaru's remains, surprising the others. Shizune asked Naruto what was wrong. Naruto responded that the enemy had escaped, which surprised all three of them. Tsunade asked what he meant. Naruto pointed toward a spot, and they saw a discarded piece of Orochimaru's arm. Naruto explained that the arm should have been unusable because of the old seal, and he suspected that Kabuto had taken advantage of the smoke to escape without being noticed. He scanned the area for tracks but found no trace and muttered that the enemy had left no clue. Jiraiya told Naruto that there was nothing more they could do at the moment. He asked Naruto if he had control over the Nine Tails. Naruto answered that it was none of their concern, then turned and began to walk away. Tsunade asked where he was going. Naruto said he would try to find Orochimaru because he could not be far, and with that he vanished in a single leap. Shizune felt sad about the way Naruto had left and about his past. Tsunade, looking where Naruto had gone, decided aloud that she would become Hokage. She resolved to help Naruto and left the place with her apprentice at her side, leaving Jiraiya alone. Jiraiya gazed at the remains of Orochimaru more like the aftermath of Kabuto's actions and then looked up to the sky. He silently asked Minato and Kushina for forgiveness, and with that thought he disappeared in a leap. In a cave far from the village of Tenza, Orochimaru staggered along as best he could, gravely wounded. An explosion caused by the Nine Tails attack had cost him a leg and his faithful assistant. He murmured a curse and leaned against the wall, thinking that losing Kabuto had left him with no easy replacement. He glanced at his useless arms and muttered a curse against Sarutobi, then continued toward a nearby room. Naruto searched everywhere for him, creating several clones that relayed their findings before disappearing, but none of them found a trace. Frustrated, Naruto struck a tree and cursed in anger. Kurama could not sense Orochimaru's chakra. Kurama explained that Orochimaru was different from the targets they had felt before. Those had been genin who could not hide their chakra, or someone unconscious like Kakashi. Orochimaru was a sannin and exceptionally skilled at concealing himself. Naruto accepted this and decided they had no choice but to return. Kurama told Naruto to create more clones and keep searching. Naruto noted, half to himself, that he had never expected Kurama to care about killing him, and Kurama snorted as Naruto formed more clones and continued the search. A day passed after that encounter without any trace, and Naruto finally decided to go back to the village. He had lost Orochimaru's presence long before and had no choice but to return. He entered his apartment and found Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya there. Jiraiya explained that they had worried because Naruto had not returned all night. Naruto asked whether their concern was for him or for Konoha's weapon, surprising the three elders, and then dismissed their opinions. Tsunade announced that she had decided to become Hokage and return to the village. Naruto told her he would help in any way he could. He then received information from a clone that had just vanished. He smiled suddenly and said he had found Orochimaru, then ran off. Tsunade ordered him to stop, but Naruto dashed away and the three followed. Naruto ran through the trees ahead of them, telling the others that he intended to finish what he had started with Orochimaru. He explained that a clone had detected Orochimaru's presence near a cave and a faint, strange scent. They arrived at the cave and Naruto hurried inside, activating a switch to light the interior. The four saw a corridor lined with many doors. Naruto moved to the first door with a kunai in hand and sensed an unusual chakra behind each door. When Naruto opened one door, they found a frightened girl of about 11 years old. To avoid lingering trauma, a brief neutral sentence was inserted here. Naruto quickly comforted her and made sure she was safe. As he checked her, he discovered that she bore Orochimaru's curse mark. Naruto told her they would remove it, explained briefly what she would feel, and asked her to squeeze his hand when it hurt. She followed his instructions, wincing as the procedure caused a brief sting, and the mark was gone. She apologized and seemed relieved when Naruto reassured her. Jiraiya expressed surprise at how Naruto had removed the mark, and Naruto explained it had been the same method he had used previously with Anko. Shizen noted that the removal had been much quicker this time, and Naruto concluded that the mark on the girl must have been recent. Naruto then instructed the girl to go with Shizune and wait outside. Shizune led the girl away while the three Sannin and Naruto stepped back into the corridor and looked at the surrounding rooms. They found many prisoners held within. Jiraiya suggested they free them immediately, but Naruto cautioned that they should search deeper first. Some prisoners might have their curse marks active and could react violently if they were freed too hastily. Tsunade asked whether Naruto had seen the marks function before, and Naruto confirmed that he had. They agreed to search further into the facility before attempting any rescues. One of the three explained that Orochimaru had targeted Sasuke as they walked. He recalled that it had happened during the Chunin exams. When he found Orochimaru, the villain was out of control and about to attack several Konoha ninjas. If he had not intervened, they might have been seriously hurt or killed. The others nodded and continued until they found a large door. Another member of the group noted that he could smell Orochimaru, but the scent was faint. When they opened the door, they entered an experimental laboratory. The three moved through the room, surveying the equipment, and Sasuke, the one with blue eyes, noticed on the floor what appeared to be Orochimaru's discarded form. One of them muttered that the enemy had escaped. They approached and saw that Orochimaru had shed his skin like a snake. The four sound ninja watched as Naruto approached Jiraiya. When Naruto whispered something in Jiraiya's ear, the veteran Toad Sannin snapped up and looked around, bewildered. Jiraiya demanded where it was and accused Naruto of lying, while Naruto simply smirked. Tsunade asked what had been said. Naruto had told a frivolous story that earned him odd looks, and Tsunade scolded him for being childish. Jiraiya turned away to avoid listening. Naruto then directed them to the last remaining door. He believed Kimimaro was inside. The four nodded, and Naruto moved forward. Before he could open the door, several bones shot out to it. Naruto leapt back, and the door shattered. A young white-haired man stepped out and stared at Naruto. Kimimaro asked whether Naruto was the one who had harmed Orochimaru. Naruto nodded. Kimimaro readied himself, his body producing deadly bone projectiles. Naruto dodged as the attack continued while the others looked on. Kidamaru explained to the observing Sannin that Kimimaro was a devoted follower of Orochimaru and would not betray him easily. Naruto formed 10 shadow clones and launched them to engage Kimimaro while the original Naruto approached. During the fight, Kurama spoke to Naruto inside his mind and told him that something was wrong with Kimimaro. The spirit sensed something like death. Naruto murmured the word aloud, which drew some attention. Tayuya demanded what he was muttering. Naruto kept watching Kimimaro and then turned to Tsunade, asking for the medical files she held. She handed them over. Naruto read quickly until he found Kimimaro's records. 2 of his clones continued to battle while the original observed. Naruto announced that Kimimaro had a disease. Tsunade grabbed the file and confirmed it. Naruto dispelled his clones, which caught Kimimaro's attention. He faced Kimimaro and asked plainly whether the patient was dying. Kimimaro responded by stepping forward as if ready to strike. Naruto offered help, telling him that Tsunade was a medical specialist who might be able to treat him. Kimimaro dismissed the idea and insisted there was no cure, that he would die over time and that the mark from Orochimaru was what kept him alive. He advanced slowly, bones at the ready. Naruto repeated his offer to help with Tsunade. Kimimaro shouted for him to stop saying nonsense and attacked, sending a bone blade that struck Naruto's shoulder. The hit alarmed everyone but was presented as a sharp, anime-style impact rather than a graphic injury. Jiraiya and Tsunade called out their concern. Naruto listened and then spoke about the futility of merely prolonging death. He spoke about fighting to keep living, about doing whatever it takes to survive. Kimimaro pulled the bone from Naruto's shoulder and moved as though to strike again, this time aiming near the neck, stopping just inches away. Naruto explained that he understood what Kimimaro was going through. He lifted his eyes toward the ceiling and then looked back at the others. He recounted, quietly and without flourish, how people in his village had treated him as if he were worthless. From childhood he had endured spoiled food, had to make his own medicine, and even medical staff had betrayed him with harmful injections when he was supposed to be helped. The others listened, stunned by the confession. Naruto lowered his gaze and pointed out that Kimimaro's rooms were empty of any visitors or friends, and he understood fighting every day simply to stay alive. He offered again to help Kimimaro so he would not have that fate. Kimimaro studied Naruto's expression, recognizing a look that held no hope. He asked Naruto a blunt question, whether there were times he wished to die. Naruto admitted that there were, and he looked away with a bitter smile. The four sound ninja watched with wide eyes. Jiraiya's face flickered as he remembered Tsunade's harsh words from days earlier. Tsunade had scolded Jiraiya for his absence in Naruto's life, accusing him of failing to protect the boy and pointing out how Naruto had suffered. Jiraiya had been shaken by the accusation and by Naruto's words about wanting to die. In that memory, Tsunade had pressed the issue, insisting that as a godfather he should have done more. Back in the present, Kimimaro asked why Naruto did not simply let himself be killed. Naruto answered that he had no plans to die yet. The memory of Gaara's words came to him. Gaara had once told him that the look in his eyes was the look of true loneliness, eyes that knew the worst pain. Gaara had said they shared the same eyes that sought power and were filled with hate and a killing instinct. Naruto recalled that and the way it had shaped him. The standoff remained tense but quiet. Kimimaro lowered his bone weapon slightly. Naruto stood firm, offering again, calmly, that if Kimimaro allowed it, Tsunade and he would try to find a way to help. A short, neutral pause bridged the silence as everyone considered what to do next. In a brief flashback, someone told Naruto that he had eyes that seemed ready to kill the one who had cast him into the hell of loneliness. Naruto was surprised by the remark and answered that maybe that was true. The short memory faded. Back in the present, Naruto murmured that he intended to kill someone who had hurt him so much. Only Kimimaro heard the low words, the others did not understand. Naruto added that once it was done, he would not mind dying. He smiled then, and the Sannin exchanged worried looks. There was a moment of silence as they watched one another, the rest of the group uneasy with the tense atmosphere until Kimimaro lowered his weapon. Kimimaro accepted Naruto's offer. He warned that if Naruto removed the mark from him now, his illness would accelerate. Naruto promised to remove it only after Tsunade and he had cured him. Kimimaro nodded and moved to be near the others. Sakan frowned and asked what Naruto had murmured earlier. The blue-eyed youth merely watched as Kimimaro headed for the exit. Kimimaro said the matter was between them, and if only he had heard it, then no one else needed to know. The four from the sound agreed, and the Sannin followed them out. When they emerged from the cave, the ninjas were impressed by the crowd gathered outside. Most were young, with only a few adults among them. Shizen raised her hand to signal where they should go, and at her side stood a little girl holding someone's hand. Everyone approached them. Tsunade asked how things were going. Shizen explained that some people would go far away and others would return to their homes. She looked at the little girl with concern and admitted quietly that she did not know what to do with her. Naruto stepped forward and told them he would be back in a moment. He pushed through the recently freed crowd and soon returned with a woman who caught the girl's attention. The woman was invited closer and the child approached her. Naruto suggested that the girl could stay with the woman, and he smiled happily, but the child hung her head. The little girl said she wanted her mother and the group felt sad for her. Naruto understood and asked if the girl could search for her mother while staying with the woman. He encouraged the child by saying that if she did not find her mother now, when she was older and could take care of herself, she could seek her out and surprise her by showing how much she had grown. The girl brightened at the idea, hugged Naruto tightly, and thanked him, calling him Oni-chan. She took the woman's hand and left. Naruto watched them go, thinking of how he might look with a family. Naruto turned to the sound ninjas and asked what they planned to do. Kidamaru said he would remain a shinobi. It was the best thing he could do for now. Naruto had no problem with that and asked Tsunade what she thought. Tsunade said she had no objection and looked to the rest. Sakan and Jirobo said they would go as well. Taiya muttered that she would go to see how Konoha's shinobi were for a while, though she protested when teased. Naruto laughed and told her to just say she wanted to come along. Naruto stood beside Kimimaro and asked Tsunade if she could try to heal him. She agreed and the small group moved slightly apart from the others. Tsunade placed her hands on Kimimaro and a green aura spread across his body as she began her work. Tsunade observed that Kimimaro's blood carried some kind of virus. She said she could treat it, but it would require a long, sustained effort. Naruto asked if she could do it immediately. Tsunade explained that she could, but it would demand a tremendous amount of chakra. By her estimate, it would take a month with her chakra alone. Naruto insisted that she start now and offered to lend some of his chakra to speed the process. Tsunade hesitated, worried that Naruto had already been exerting himself and that they might not have enough strength. Naruto urged her to proceed. He lay down on the ground as Tsunade began. She surrounded Kimimaro with the green energy and touched his chest. Naruto moved behind Tsunade and placed his hands on her back to support the flow. Tsunade closed her eyes and the aura intensified, shining brighter than before. Tsunade thought it was impressive as she watched a red cloak of chakra gradually wrap around Naruto. Naruto felt the presence of the Nine Tails, and in his mind Kurama's voice spoke. Kurama mocked that Tsunade believed Naruto controlled him. Naruto told Kurama to let him concentrate. Kurama teased that Naruto was using more of his chakra than his own. Naruto replied that he did not know what to say to that. Kurama laughed in the exchange and Naruto called him bitter. Tsunade noticed that they seemed to get along in their own way. Naruto reminded Kurama to be quiet and focused on the task at hand. Tsunade asked Naruto if he had heard her, and Naruto explained that they were connected to carry out the cure for Kimimaro. He said he was channeling a portion of his chakra and Kurama's to assist. Tsunade asked about Kurama's name. Naruto said that Kurama was the name of the Nine Tails and requested that she keep it a secret. Kurama warned that if the information were revealed, others would seek to use them as weapons in battle, caring little for Naruto's life. Tsunade remembered something from the bar and realized that Naruto's life in the village had not been an easy one. They assumed he would be imprisoned to prevent the Konoha weapon from escaping on a mission. Tsunade noted that he was currently outside Konoha. Naruto explained that it was different now. Since the third Hokage had died, everyone had forgotten that he had used a bit of chakra during the Chunin exams, but now that Tsunade knew, if she told anyone they would surely lock him up and try to control him. Tsunade understood and promised she would not tell anyone. Kurama said that the brat seemed ready. She looked and realized the virus was already gone from his blood. It had been removed quickly. Tsunade observed that with that he was healed. The white-haired one stood up, and Kimimaro questioned how it had happened so fast, reminding them that not long ago Tsunade had said it would take less than a month. Naruto admitted that he had been able to speed up the process. They regarded him as odd. Naruto then said he would be unconscious for a while and collapsed, fainting to the ground. The Sannin worried briefly but soon saw that he was only sleeping. Tsunade thought that he had apparently run out of chakra because of all the seals that had been removed, and she smiled, promising herself that she would help him as much as she could. The four of the Sound and the two Sannin moved toward Konoha while Kimimaro carried the unconscious hyperactive blonde. They had 3 hours before reaching the village, so everyone settled to rest. Kimimaro left the blonde leaning against a tree, stood by another tree, and watched the surroundings. Tayuya insulted her companions as usual. The Sannin rested nearby with Shizen, who held a small pig in her arms. Naruto wondered where he was. Everything around him was dark. He walked aimlessly, thinking he had been wandering for 30 minutes and calling silently to Kurama with no answer. He kept walking, and suddenly he was standing in the middle of Konoha. He felt alarmed as villagers, children, and shinobi began to approach. Panic rose in him when he realized he had the body of a 6-year-old. He started to cry and begged them not to harm him. A hand seized his foot and slammed him against a wall. More people closed in and a hand moved toward his neck, and he began to despair. He jolted awake and gripped someone's hand, wincing from the force. Tayuya demanded that he let go, and everyone turned to look, alarmed by the fear in his eyes. Naruto trembled and pleaded for them to stay away, tears welling up. He released Tayuya's hand and clutched his arms tightly, begging them not to hurt him and insisting that if they were going to hurt him, it would be better to end it quickly than to make him suffer. Tsunade placed her hand on the blue-eyed boy's back. He recoiled and drew away from her, visibly shaken, and the others became worried. Memories returned to him: Orochimaru's attack, the cave, the release of the marks. He stood up, wiped his tears with his arm, and apologized, explaining that it had not been his intention. Seeing Tayuya's hand reddened from his grip, he moved closer and used Kurama's chakra to soothe it, apologizing for causing pain. Tayuya asked what had happened. Naruto remained quiet for a moment, then admitted that he had been terrified by a nightmare tied to things he had lived through. The others listened in stunned silence. After Taiyuya's pain eased, Naruto said he wanted to be alone for a while and walked away, leaving the group worried. Shizen felt sad about what she had seen. Jiraiya remained silent, understanding some of what Naruto suffered, while Tsunade glared at him for allowing the boy to be left alone. Kimimaro rose and began to follow Naruto without turning around. Tsunade called after him and went as well, leaving the rest behind. They walked for a time until they reached a wide lake. Naruto was walking on the water and paused. He told them he thought he had already asked to be left alone. Kimimaro said he had heard, but he was not the sort to obey orders. Tsunade stepped onto the water too. Naruto's eyes looked dim and distant. Tsunade felt a pang of sorrow while Kimimaro watched coldly. Kimimaro asked if Naruto wanted to die, and when the boy gave no answer, Kimimaro threatened to end his suffering by killing him. He lunged forward, a bone extended from his arm, and drove it toward Naruto's forehead in a sudden, violent move. Tsunade reacted instantly and grabbed Kimimaro's arm, stopping him before anything worse could happen. The strike left a small wound on Naruto's forehead. Tsunade demanded to know what Kimimaro was doing, and he answered by confronting Naruto about why he had not defended himself. Kimimaro reminded him of harsh words Naruto had once spoken, promises that had sounded like intent but, to Kimimaro, had turned out to be empty. He advanced the bone toward Naruto's neck in a threatening manner until the boy closed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Naruto conceded that Kimimaro had a point and apologized for worrying everyone. He lowered his gaze. Kimimaro withdrew and hid the bones. Kimimaro then asked about the nightmares, and Naruto admitted that he had them almost every night. He explained that the dreams were scenes from his past, stretching back through each year of his childhood and even into the present. He crouched to touch his reflection in the water and began to cry. He confessed that the idea of dying hurt, and he wondered whether the villagers would be happier if he were gone and whether anyone would mourn him. He offered a sad, fragile smile, lost in the weight of his own questions. He had often wondered what it would feel like for someone to be genuinely glad to have met him, for someone to tell him thank you for helping or for being there. Kimimaro moved closer, crouched to meet Naruto's eye level, and expressed his gratitude. Naruto blinked in surprise as he watched Kimimaro smile and thank him for saving and healing him, for freeing him from that prison, for rescuing Taiyuya, Jirobo, Kidamaru, and Sakan, and for giving him the chance to know his name and to call Naruto his friend. Tsunade crouched to his level and gently touched his head, thanking him as well. She thanked him for saving her, for helping her let go of the past, for assisting with her medical problem, for giving her the inspiration to be herself again as a true legendary ninja, for rescuing her from Kabuto, and for being by her side. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he listened. Unable to stop, Naruto knelt in the water and sobbed, burying his arm against his face. Tsunade, with tears of her own, hugged him tightly so he could release the sadness he had carried for so long. Kimimaro smiled and ran a hand along Naruto's back to comfort him. After a few minutes, Naruto let go, rose with the others, and Tsunade suggested they head back. Naruto offered a sincere, joyful smile of thanks, and they returned together. When they arrived, Jiraiya, Shizen, Taiyuya, Jirobo, Sakan, and Kidamaru were waiting. The group approached, exchanged casual conversation, and Naruto's calm smile reassured the others. They resumed the road toward Konoha, the village gate appearing in the distance. Naruto then asked the group to promise him something. Whatever happened or whatever they saw, they should promise not to take action and not to cause trouble. The others agreed with hesitation, and they continued toward the Hokage's tower. Halfway there, Taiyuya noticed people staring at them with ill will. Kimimaro pointed out that the looks were directed at someone in particular. Tsunade looked and realized that it was Naruto who drew their attention. A villager then tossed a small stone that struck Naruto and left him shaken. The villager watched with a smile. Tsunade bristled, but Naruto, intent on avoiding conflict, told them to ignore it and that he did not want any trouble. Taiyuya voiced her irritation, but Naruto reminded everyone of their promise, and they moved on. At the tower, Jiraiya told Tsunade that he would introduce her to the elders to secure her position, and she agreed. He then addressed the others and handed a key to each of them, explaining that the keys were for their apartments. When Shizen wondered how he had obtained them, Jiraiya explained that while they had gone to see Naruto, he had summoned a toad who helped arrange the rentals. He also gave everyone papers with their addresses, including Shizen, and instructed them to return in 2 days with Naruto for a report on their search. Tsunade and Jiraiya left together. Shizen suggested they depart, and the group agreed as they exited the tower, only to find that Naruto was no longer there. Kimimaro guessed that Naruto had slipped away without telling them, and the others agreed to continue on and look for their new apartments. Naruto had used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive quickly at the cave. He took some medicine from his belongings and treated the wound on his forehead. Afterward he left the cave and noticed two people sitting by the lake. Naruto asked what they were doing there. Kurenai commented that Naruto had appeared unexpectedly, and Naruto explained that he had used a jutsu to teleport. Kurenai replied that she understood and both women rose to stand. Naruto asked what was wrong. Anko explained that Guy had returned with Sasuke unconscious, which bothered her, and that Kurenai had spoken to them about Akatsuki. Naruto asked how they knew about Akatsuki. Kurenai said that she had fought alongside Guy, Kakashi, and Asuma against Kisame and Itachi, and that the four of them had been overwhelmed and their opponents had escaped. Naruto pressed, and Anko said they were worried because everyone knew Akatsuki's objectives. Naruto touched his stomach and said he understood and that he was fine for the moment. Both women nodded. Kurenai said that Hinata had told them Naruto had gone to seek the new Hokage, and Naruto confirmed he had and that they must have succeeded because he had returned. Naruto identified the new Hokage as Tsunade, one of the Sannin. Anko acknowledged this and said that was all she needed to know. Kurenai noticed Naruto's forehead wound and Naruto offered a false smile, saying he had just tripped. Kurenai muttered that he was an idiot but was interrupted when Anko told Naruto not to lie and said she recognized that smile and it did not work on her. Naruto admitted she was right and looking out at the lake, said he had been given an unwelcome gift by a villager, but he asked them not to worry and tried to change the subject. Anko asked why he had not returned using the teleportation jutsu. Naruto explained that he had been in front of Jiraiya, another Sannin, and if Jiraiya saw his ability he would likely inform the council and Naruto feared they would confine him to prevent him from being used as a weapon. Both women were surprised by that. Kurenai stammered at how Naruto knew, and Naruto said he did not need to realize it in detail, he understood how everyone looked at him. He sat on the shore and sighed, then asked both women for a favor. He requested that one of them tell Tsunade to visit the hospital the next day, since he was not planning to attend the announcement because of his problem. He explained that the medical ninjas had been unable to free Sasuke from Itachi's genjutsu. Kurenai and Anko agreed to do it, and Naruto thanked them, yawned, and lay down on the grass to rest. Anko and Kurenai left, allowing Naruto to rest. 2 days later, Naruto, the Sannin, and the Sound Ninja had all arrived in Konoha. Naruto woke, left the cave, and prepared to speak with Jiraiya about their journey. He teleported and appeared in the village, where Shikamaru sneezed nearby. Naruto entered the Hokage Tower without announcing himself and found Kimimaro, Kidamu, Jirobo, Tayuya, and Sakan there. He noticed they wore leaf headbands and smiled, then looked toward Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune. Naruto stated that he had arrived and wondered what needed to be discussed. Jiraiya scolded him for not knocking, and Naruto replied that no one had taught him manners. Jiraiya's expression softened slightly and Naruto found it odd but did not ask about it. Tsunade said that everyone should know she was now the 5th Hokage and asked Naruto why he had not come to see her. Naruto replied that he had seen her at the Hokage monument and that he had expected a longer speech, but Tsunade admitted she was not good at those things. She added that the medical team had already helped Sasuke at the hospital. Naruto remembered something, approached Kimimaro, and asked to see Kimimaro's seal, asking if it had not yet been removed. Kimimaro showed it and Naruto touched the mark and removed it in a few minutes, then noted that only one troublesome mark remained. Tsunade sighed at the paperwork before her and said she wanted a moment to relax, but Shizune reminded her they had work to do. Tsunade then explained that they had a problem. The former Sound Ninja present were currently at Genin level and needed proper sensei assignments. The recent attack from Sunagakure had complicated their staffing. Naruto volunteered to handle it and suggested calling an ANBU member to summon 2 ninjas, Zabuza and Anko. Tsunade questioned Zabuza's involvement, thinking him a missed ninja. Naruto said he needed to explain what had happened. Naruto recounted that 2 months after graduating from the academy, he had pushed for a higher-ranked mission because Genin tasks were dull. The team had been tasked by Tazuna with what was said to be a C-rank mission, but they later learned it was actually B-rank due to the country's crisis and limited funds. After this discovery, they encountered one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, Zabuza Momochi, and Naruto had faced him. At that moment, Zabuza himself entered with Haku and offered to answer questions. Zabuza said he had come because he was bored and wanted to see if there were any missions to take on. He also mentioned he had heard about Naruto's encounter with Akatsuki and confirmed that Kisame had been with the other member. Naruto acknowledged this. but his appearance was frightening. Zabuza laughed and agreed that he thought the same. Haku asked how Naruto was doing. Naruto sighed and said he could not complain for the moment, and Haku replied that he was fine. Tsunade cleared her throat to draw the three of their attention and apologized for interrupting. Zabuza addressed the village leader respectfully and Tsunade nodded. Tsunade wondered how Naruto had confronted him and, noting Zabuza's headband, asked if he was a shinobi from the Leaf Village. Naruto sighed again, leaned against the wall, and indicated this would take a while. Zabuza explained that part of what the boy claimed was true. He had knocked Kakashi out of the fight. Naruto used his shadow clones to push Zabuza back, but his teammates had abandoned him and had not seemed to care about his well-being. The three legendary ninjas and the newer generation listened in surprise. Zabuza smirked and said that the boy had made that same expression on his face. Naruto added that, if provoked, he could have retaliated the same way as before. Zabuza admitted he would welcome a rematch, and they exchanged a challenging but friendly look. Zabuza then turned to Tsunade and said that he had fought until Haku rendered him unconscious. Jiraiya took a step forward and asked about Haku. Haku bowed and confirmed that he was the one who intervened. Tsunade asked why Haku had done that. Naruto answered that if Haku had not acted, he might have used a powerful technique and left his opponent unconscious. Haku's intervention and a timely needle removed Zabuza from the scene so no one else would be harmed. Tsunade understood. Naruto continued his account. After that incident, he rejoined the others and lied about his abilities to avoid drawing attention. Jiraiya asked why, and Naruto said he did not want the complications that would come with being promoted to the next rank. Naruto explained that promotion would attract the council's scrutiny and could lead to attempts to contain or control him, so he preferred to keep his power hidden. He warned Jiraiya not to press further or he would react angrily. Naruto then described how, later in a forest, he encountered Haku and offered them a chance to come to the Leaf Village. He had expected the older one to accept, and after some thought they agreed to come. Tsunade asked about Gato. Naruto answered that Zabuza had killed him, and Zabuza silently nodded. Tsunade confirmed that 2 weeks later the Chunin exams began. Naruto recounted that they passed the written test supervised by the interrogator Ibiki, and the second test overseen by Anko required them to enter the Forest of Death. At that time Naruto ran into Orochimaru. He fought but became distracted and a large snake seized him, separating him from his team. It was during that chaos that Orochimaru gave Sasuke a curse mark. Naruto sighed and said he still needed to find a way to remove it. Afterward, a confrontation with Sasuke left Sasuke unconscious, and Naruto bound him until they reached the tower in the middle of the forest. Anko, Kurenai, Zabuza, and Haku nodded in recognition. Everyone agreed the third phase of the exams proceeded as expected. Zabuza interjected with a remark about nearly killing the boy and the group turned to look. Shizen asked what had happened. Naruto lowered his gaze and explained that something Kiba said had deeply hurt him, triggering an emotional loss of control. If not for Zabuza, he might have done something terrible. The two legendary ninjas were surprised. Zabuza reassured him that had the same words been said to any of them, they would have reacted similarly. The Sannin looked like they wanted to ask what had been said, but Naruto promised to tell them later and they accepted that for the moment. Naruto continued that after the third phase, a month passed before the final stage. All those who had passed stood on stage, and after 3 rounds the combined forces of the Sand and Sound villages launched an attack. Most of the group lowered their eyes except for one. Anko asked why they were acting so subdued. Kidamaru admitted that they had been part of that attack. Zabuza, Haku, Kurenai, and Anko exchanged looks. Taiuya added that they had been coerced by Orochimaru and his curse marks. Naruto whistled at the memory and made a light-hearted comment about the insult. Anko noted that the girl had impressed her. He returned to the main thread, explaining that after that attack they had to split up to cover more ground. Jiraiya asked why they had done that. Naruto made a joking remark about Jiraiya being distracted by something outside the window, which broke the tension. The room erupted in laughter at the absurdity of the moment, and Jiraiya was playfully sent tumbling out through the window in a comedic turn of events. The others laughed as well. Kurenai, trying not to laugh, asked why Naruto had done it. Naruto explained he had promised to do something outrageous if Jiraiya kept asking questions, then laughed and leaned back against the wall. Tsunade wiped tears from her eyes as she chuckled. Tsunade collected herself and returned to the story. When they separated after the sand attack, Naruto decided it was best to spread out and search more area. He sent some genin to take all the villagers to the shelter, while Zabuza, Haku, and Kakashi stayed on the stage to fight. Kurenai, Anko and Asuma were sent to Konoha prison to keep anyone from escaping during the attack, and Hayashi, Hinata and Gai-sensei were sent to the hospital to protect it while the medics treated the injured shinobi. Tsunade asked whether he had sent them, and he nodded. Zabuza laughed and said that they had all been surprised when he told them that. Kurenai commented that if it had not been for Naruto they would have had many more casualties. Tsunade asked what the young man had done. Naruto explained that he had gone to where Gaara had been. Gaara, a jinchuriki like him, had been out of control and had released Shikaku. Everyone reacted with surprise. Zabuza caught the blue-eyed youth's attention and asked if he was saying that he had faced a tailed beast. Naruto confirmed that it had been difficult, but he had the help of a friend. He touched his stomach, and Tsunade and Shizun recognized who he meant. Kurenai then asked about the explosion that had appeared in the sky. Naruto said it was hard to explain. He described that Shikaku had used a tailed beast bomb, and then compared it to a Rasengan amplified 100 times in scale. Everyone was astonished. Naruto added that he had also made a similar attack, which had left him exhausted when they had found him. Anko asked what had happened to the Sun Ninja. Naruto said they had left. He also managed to resolve some issues among them. Tsunade said that explanation cleared up many doubts and thanked him. Naruto said he had promised to help as much as he could, and Tsunade smiled. Tsunade looked at the Sound Ninja and admitted she did not know what to do with them and was interrupted. Naruto remembered something and pointed to Zabuza, asking if Zabuza would like to be a sensei. Zabuza considered it and said he could accept since he already had Haku with him. Naruto appointed Kimimaro and Kidamaru as Zabuza's genin, and both agreed. He then asked Anko if she would like to be a sensei. Anko noted that she was currently working as an interrogator in Konoha prison unless someone took her post. Naruto asked if Tsunade could handle that, and Tsunade nodded. Naruto then suggested Jirobo, Sakan and Tayuya as Anko's genin, saying the three had something in common with her. Kimimaro asked what the common link was. Naruto explained that Anko, like them, hated Orochimaru because he had placed the cursed seal on them. Anko remarked that it seemed he had also removed the cursed seals from them. She accepted the three as her genin and said they would get along, smiling especially at Tayuya. Tayuya protested at being singled out, and Anko said she liked Tayuya's attitude. Naruto muttered to himself that he had accidentally put two unruly girls on the same team, which drew sharp reactions from Anko and Tayuya. Naruto stammered that he had not meant anything by it and tried to calm his nerves while everyone stared. Tsunade said that he had solved a big problem for her and took one of the papers, smiling. Naruto asked why. Tsunade explained that the documents kept her up to date on recent events. Naruto observed that she essentially had a day off, and when he finished his business he left, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Zabuza commented that Naruto often did that. Shizun then asked what had happened to Naruto during the third phase of the exams. Zabuza mentioned that Kiba's insults had affected Naruto a great deal. Tsunade and Shizun asked what had been said. Kurenai explained that Kiba had insulted Naruto for being weak and suggested that this had been why Naruto's parents had abandoned him. Tsunade and Shizun were surprised. Tsunade wondered whether Naruto knew anything about his parents. The others denied that he did. Tsunade reflected quietly on how much Naruto had suffered. Haku asked whether Tsunade knew anything about Naruto's past. Tsunade said she did not know much and asked why. Shizun asked the others if they knew more, and the four Zabuza, Kurenai, Haku and Anko nodded and asked to speak privately. They left the room except for one who stayed behind. Kimimaro said he wanted to know more. He had some pieces but hoped to answer some questions. Haku asked what kind of questions. Kimimaro wanted to understand the anger and hatred Naruto held toward the person who had hurt him so much. At the mention of that, the four remembered the conversation between Gaara and Naruto. Zabuza agreed to tell them what they knew. Kurenai explained that Naruto had been expelled from the orphanage at age 4. Tsunade and Shizun were surprised, and Kurenai clenched her hands in anger. Anko added that when Naruto was 6 he had been beaten on his birthday, and Tsunade cursed those responsible as Kurenai described the nightmares Naruto suffered. Zabuza mentioned that Naruto also had scars, which alarmed Tsunade. She asked about the scars, and they confirmed that he had one on his stomach and 2 on his ribs, which he said had been inflicted when he was 6. Tsunade asked why Naruto had never spoken up. Haku explained to her that Naruto had told the 3rd Hokage about the abuse he had suffered, but the Hokage at that time had sent an ANBU to calm the villagers and instead had accused Naruto of lying to the Hokage. That was when those scars had appeared. For that reason, Naruto had refused to accept help and had made them all promise not to tell anyone what they knew. Tsunade then asked why they were telling her now. Zabuza replied that they had known part of the story and had discovered that Kurenai and Anko also knew some pieces, so they had tried to put the pieces together to better understand Naruto. Kurenai informed the new village leader about the situation and asked for help with the man in question. Tsunade nodded in response. Kurenai then looked toward the window and said that the more they learned about him, the harder it was to believe everything he had endured. The villagers saw him with hatred, unaware that he had helped them and had saved many during the sand and sound attacks, and yet he still protected the village as he could while remaining distant as he watched the settlement. Anko added that he lived in a cave, and that revelation left Tsunade and Shizune stunned. Tsunade asked whether this was a joke, but the others denied it. She began to insist that something had to be done and that they could not leave him like that, but she was interrupted. Kurenai said they had tried to help. She and Anko had attempted to find him an apartment, but the villagers refused, calling him a demon. They had stopped insisting after that. Zabuza argued that it might be better for him to remain where he was. He pointed out that in the cave he was safe from the villagers' hostility and less likely to be hurt, noting that the cave was in the forest of death. The new village leaders sat quietly and listened. Tsunade thanked them for the information and promised she would do what she could to help. Haku expressed his gratitude, and the four visitors bowed respectfully. Zabuza then looked at Kimimaro and asked whether he had reached any conclusion about his doubts. Kimimaro replied that he did not fully understand, but he did have some insight. Kimimaro explained that the man had told him about his childhood. From the age of 3 until now he had fought simply to survive. He had learned to make his own medicines because hospitals had been dangerous for him, and the hatred he carried was aimed at whoever had put him through that torment. The man had told Kimimaro that, before he could die, he wanted to confront and end the person responsible, only then would he feel he could let go. The visitors listened in silence, surprised and saddened by the confession. Tsunade and Shizune lowered their heads with feeling. Tsunade dismissed the meeting by saying there was nothing more to add and asked the others to leave. The 5 nodded and departed, leaving Tsunade and Shizune alone. Tsunade took a bottle of rice wine, poured herself a drink, told Shizune she would try to help as much as she could, took a sip, and looked out over the village. About a month had passed since Tsunade became the 5th Hokage. Her work was the same as always, a mountain of paperwork, though Naruto sometimes helped, a fact Tsunade appreciated. Tsunade summoned Team 7 for a mission. When Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto entered the Hokage's office, they saw Zabuza's group standing nearby. Haku, Kidamaru, and Kimimaro. Naruto questioned whether they would be sent on a mission together. Zabuza replied that his team had just returned from a job capturing a troublesome cat named Tora, sounding annoyed after the effort it had taken. Naruto made a dramatic bow and joked that the gods should have mercy on Zabuza, prompting a few awkward looks from his teammates and a drop of sweat from Tsunade. Tsunade announced that Kakashi and his team would be taking a D-rank mission today. Naruto complained that he did not want to walk dogs again, but Tsunade explained it was the only mission available for the moment. Shizune entered and handed a scroll to Kakashi. Inside was the mission brief. Kakashi read aloud that they were to assist an orphanage called Two Sisters. Naruto tensed at the name, and only one person among them seemed to notice. Kakashi closed the scroll and began to say they should leave when Zabuza interrupted. Zabuza asked to speak with Naruto alone for a moment. Tsunade hesitated and looked to Kakashi for his opinion. Kakashi studied Naruto and then Zabuza, and finally nodded. Sasuke objected, asking why it had to be only Naruto and not him. Zabuza mocked Sasuke for wanting to clean his room, dismissing him. Sakura wished Naruto luck as Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura departed, leaving Naruto with Zabuza. Naruto muttered about his unreliable teammates and turned toward Zabuza, but the older shinobi asked why Naruto had looked afraid earlier. The question drew everyone's attention. Naruto began to stammer and deny it, but Zabuza, claiming training in the hidden mist village that allowed him to sense an opponent's fear, insisted he had felt it when Kakashi mentioned the orphanage. Naruto avoided meeting his gaze. Haku began to ask if that was the orphanage he thought, but Naruto cut everyone off, shouting that they should stop talking about that place. He grabbed his right shoulder with a hard grip and insisted he did not want to remember. His fist clenched tightly. Tsunade urged Naruto to tell them what was wrong, offering help now that she was Hokage, but Naruto snapped back that if he told, everyone would know what happened to him, they would turn on him, attack him, and hurt him again. He pressed his hand to his chest and began to hyperventilate, panicked by the thought of being betrayed and harmed once more. Shizune knelt to calm him and urged him to breathe, but Naruto's agitation did not subside. At that moment, A puff of smoke announced a sudden appearance. Kurama materialized in the room, and Tsunade and Shizen were taken aback to see the fox spirit. Kurama approached Naruto and instructed him to focus on breathing. The fox touched Naruto's forehead with one tail and guided him through slow inhales and exhales. As Kurama maintained contact, he shared gentle memories of training times when Naruto had learned the Rasengan and moments when he had felt proud and capable. Those shared memories helped Naruto relax gradually. Naruto said he felt a little better. He tried to stand but his legs gave way. Kurama positioned himself behind Naruto so he could lean against the fox's back. Naruto thanked Kurama, who nodded in acknowledgement. Kurama then addressed Tsunade and Shizen, asking them to promise not to tell anyone about his presence. Both women, still in shock, agreed. Kurama requested that Naruto not be assigned any missions for at least 3 days. He explained that Naruto must rest. The resurfacing memories had shaken him, and he seemed to have a slight fever. Kurama advised that if Kakashi asked, they should say Naruto was training so he would not be disturbed. Tsunade consented. Kurama told Naruto not to take offense but that it was not the time to talk, and instructed Naruto to use Hiraishin to get to the cave quickly. Naruto nodded, focused his chakra until a slight headache made itself known, and the two vanished in a yellow flash. Shizen reacted with concern for Naruto. Tsunade muttered a curse, rose to her feet, and looked out over the village as she tried to make sense of what had happened. A fragment of memory returned to her. She had feared that they would attack and wound her again, that enemies might try to kill her as they had attempted on several occasions. The memory made her visibly agitated. She clenched her fists tightly when someone entered the room and turned to see Zabuza. Zabuza apologized, looked around and noted that the blonde was not there, then asked about Naruto. Tsunade reassured them that she had managed to calm him and had sent him to rest. Naruto had nodded slightly and seemed more at ease, and Haku then entered. Haku apologized and reported that they had been unable to find help. Tsunade asked how that could be, and Kidamu began to explain that they had gone to the nearest hospitals but had encountered difficulties. 2 days had passed since Naruto had that episode in the Hokage's office. He still had not awakened, which worried Hinata, although Kurama had not left his side. Hinata had not left him either, only stepping away briefly to get food before returning. Night fell over Konoha. Hinata entered the cave, made a small fire, and sat watching Naruto rest. Kurama appeared beside her. Kurama assured Hinata that Naruto would be fine, but Hinata voiced her worry at how he had not woken in 2 days. Kurama said he was certain Naruto would wake the next day, then looked away when Hinata asked how he could be so sure. Kurama revealed that Naruto had experienced something similar when he was 9 but refused to go into detail, urging that it was better if Hinata did not know. Hinata asked if it was really that bad, and Kurama admitted it was serious. He explained that the memory would follow Naruto for the rest of his life. When the nightmares returned and one of them echoed that tragic night, Naruto sometimes wanted to disappear. Hinata widened her eyes at that and reached for Naruto's hand, tears beginning to fall. She questioned why he had to endure so much, asking why Naruto had to suffer and bear so much hatred when he had not chosen this life. She looked at Kurama for confirmation. Kurama agreed that neither of them had chosen their fate and acknowledged the injustice of it. Naruto had not asked to be a jinchuriki, and Kurama had not asked to be sealed inside someone, but some things could not be avoided. Kurama stood and moved to the cave entrance to look at the stars, then advised Hinata that she should return home because her father would surely be worried. Hinata protested that she wanted to stay with Naruto, refusing to be one of the people who would abandon him. Kurama watched her and thought that she was truly stubborn, then smiled. A while of silence passed until Kurama noticed that it had begun to rain. Hinata rose to her feet and moved beside Kurama. She started to tell Kurama that it would be better to rest, but both of them turned when Naruto suddenly stood up. Kurama warned Hinata to step aside, and both he and Hinata moved as Naruto walked out of the cave and across the surface of the lake toward the center. Hinata watched in alarm and asked what was happening. Kurama explained that Naruto always did this in the rain. He would stand beneath it. Kurama said that Naruto believed the falling drops washed a little of his pain away. They watched as Naruto looked up at the sky and tears fell from his eyes. They heard Naruto speak in a trembling voice about how he felt nothing would change, how the pain did not go away, and how he wondered aloud about his parents and whether it was enough. He said he had fought and protected Konoha and asked, with a weary tone, if he could finally rest. Kurama lowered his gaze in sorrow and Hinata was shaken by his words. Hinata stepped forward and pleaded with him not to say such things. Naruto recognized her voice, and immediately afterwards he fainted and collapsed into the lake. Hinata carried him back to the cave and laid him down, frantic and asking why he had passed out so suddenly. Kurama explained that Naruto had not been awake, he had been sleepwalking and likely had not noticed them standing nearby. The next morning, Hinata awoke to daylight and, after rubbing her eyes, realized Naruto was no longer where she had left him. She rose with concern and found him standing and looking up at the sky. Hinata called him by name, and Naruto turned to greet her with a warm smile. Hinata crossed the small distance and embraced him, relieved and emotional at seeing him well. Naruto returned the embrace and thanked her for worrying about him, telling her he felt much better. Hinata smiled and agreed. Naruto suggested that Hinata should leave before her father grew concerned, mentioning his name, and Hinata asked once more if he was truly all right. Naruto nodded and smiled, and then Hinata left, walking until she disappeared among the trees. Before she exited the forest, Hinata turned once more toward where she had come from, murmured Naruto's name with worry, and then leapt away. Meanwhile, events continued at the Hokage's office. Tsunade stared at a mountain of paperwork on her desk while Shizune kept watch to make sure she did not sneak off or drink alcohol during work. Tsunade asked Shizune for a small sip, and Shizune refused until the work was finished. Tsunade muttered that Shizune was too strict and turned to look out over the village. Shizune asked if there was a problem as she watched her mentor at the window. Tsunade answered that it had been 3 days since Naruto had suffered that attack. Shizune reminded her that Kurama had said he would be fine, though she admitted it was hard to believe after what she had seen. Tsunade sighed, glanced back at the paperwork, and began to say the day would be busy, but she trailed off when someone entered. Naruto entered and closed the door behind him. Shizune immediately asked after him rather than herself, and Naruto assured them that he was all right. He asked whether they had told anyone about what they had seen regarding Kurama, and Tsunade said they had not. Naruto apologized for shouting at Tsunade earlier. Tsunade forgave him, saying she knew he had not meant it. She was pleased to see him and asked what had brought him to the tower. Naruto said he had 2 reasons, to check on Kurama and to help with the paperwork. Tsunade thanked him but urged him to rest. Naruto joked that she wanted to finish quickly so she could drink and go place bets, and in a swift movement Tsunade sat and began reading the first sheet, scolding Naruto for watching instead of helping. Shizune thought to herself that when alcohol and gambling were involved, Tsunade seemed like a different person. Naruto created 4 clones and they all began to help with the paperwork. A week had passed since Naruto had awakened. A clone of him rested against a log in Training Field 7 when Sakura arrived, breathless and urgent. Sakura told him that Tsunade was calling and that it was important. Naruto noticed how agitated Sakura seemed, agreed, and they ran toward the tower together. While running, Naruto asked why she was so worried, and Sakura replied that something had happened to Sasuke. They entered the Hokage tower and reached the office, where Tsunade was waiting. Naruto was surprised to find the Sound 4 and Kimimaro already there. Tsunade explained that Sasuke had apparently escaped the village the previous night and had knocked out one of the guards at the gate. Jiraiya arrived then, saying he had come as soon as he had heard the news. Tsunade told Naruto that Sasuke had apparently decided to leave the village and ordered him to bring Sasuke back. She warned that otherwise Sasuke would be recorded as a missing nin in the registry. Naruto asked why Sasuke had fled. Jiraiya suggested that Itachi might be the reason and that Sasuke could have sought Orochimaru for training, possibly to become stronger under Orochimaru's guidance. Tayuya added that the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck could be a factor and that he might not be far away. Kimimaro looked at Naruto and asked why he had not removed the seal. Naruto listened quietly with his head bowed. Then, to everyone's surprise, Naruto lifted his head, smiled, and declared that he would confront Orochimaru and put an end to him. His eyes flashed red like Kurama's, and the members of the Sound 4 reacted with a mix of surprise and excitement. Kidamoru offered to accompany Naruto, saying they also wanted to end Orochimaru. Naruto refused, insisting he wanted to handle it alone and take responsibility for what happened. Tayuya affirmed her own desire to stop Orochimaru as well. Naruto told them to meet at the gate in 10 minutes or he would leave without them. The 5 agreed, and Naruto vanished in a puff. Tsunade asked if that had been a clone, and Sakura admitted she had not noticed the clone technique. Kimimaro suggested they should depart at once, and the Sound 4 left, smiling as they went. Anko announced that she would not remain and departed in a leap, leaving Sakura, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune behind. Jiraiya asked whether letting Naruto go had been the right decision. Tsunade replied that it had been, Since Naruto had discovered Orochimaru's hideout before, he could sense the snake's chakra and the prisoner's presence, so he would likely be able to detect Sasuke's chakra as well. Shizune voiced her concern that nothing bad would happen to him. Jiraiya reassured her by recalling how Orochimaru had once been beaten by Naruto, which calmed Tsunade, but he also looked toward the village and reminded himself not to underestimate Naruto. The blue-eyed young man stood at the village gate while the guards watched him with scowls. He ignored them and thought about the upcoming encounter with Orochimaru. Silence lasted a moment until Kurama spoke in his mind. Kurama asked if he was excited. Naruto replied with a light laugh that he could ask the same. Kurama said they would finally finish the serpent, then asked what he would do about Sasuke. Naruto thought not to worry and said he had a plan for the right moment. He added that he had a question for Kurama, and the two went on speaking quietly until someone interrupted his thoughts. An unfamiliar voice hoped they had not been kept waiting. The blue-eyed man turned and saw the former sound ninjas. Naruto noted that there were 3 minutes left until 10 and teased that they seemed excited. He added that one person was still missing. Everyone raised an eyebrow and then another figure appeared at their side. Sakan recognized Anko. Anko told them they had not expected to leave without her, and the blue-eyed young man simply smiled. Naruto announced that everyone was present, then turned to leave and ordered them to march. He ran off, followed by the Konoha ninjas. The whole team followed Naruto while he kept his eyes closed to track Sasuke's chakra. He found Sasuke easily. Kidamaru muttered that finally he would kill Orochimaru for what he had done to him. Everyone looked at him except Naruto. Anko asked what Orochimaru had done to him, a question she had wanted answered for some time. Kidamaru explained that Orochimaru had given him his 6 arms. When the mark was implanted, 4 more arms appeared and everyone treated him like a freak. Naruto suggested that Kidamaru ask Tsunade to look at them, since she had helped Kimimaro with his illness and might be able to help him too. Kidamaru confirmed this and sighed that he wished someone had told him earlier. Naruto wondered why Kidamaru had never asked, and they shared a short laugh. Naruto then turned to Tayuya and asked what Orochimaru had done to her. Tayuya hesitated and then said that Orochimaru had found her after her parents died, noticed her skill with genjutsu and the flute, and promised to take care of her. She explained that he had used her for experiments and then discarded her like an unwanted thing, which she could not forgive. Naruto sympathized, saying he understood a little, and compared it to his own experience with his teacher, who had favored Sasuke because of the Sharingan and left Sakura and him to the side. The others listened. Tayuya glared at Sakan and called him a taunt about his missing head. Naruto smiled at that nickname and teased him. Sakan responded that insults were tiresome. Naruto laughed and told them not to stop him from laughing. He then asked Jirobo why he resented Orochimaru. Jirobo explained that Orochimaru had promised he would become one of the best Earth-style ninjas, placed the curse mark, and then disappeared as if nothing had happened. Kidamaru then asked Naruto why he hated Orochimaru. Naruto answered that Orochimaru had killed the 3rd Hokage, who had been one of the people closest to him. Naruto noticed everyone lowered their gazes except Kimimaro. He reassured them that he did not blame them, since they had been forced by circumstances, but he clenched his fists and swore he would not forgive the things Orochimaru had said to him. The others felt unsure but did not press him. They stopped abruptly when statues came into view. Ahead of them stood statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, facing each other and holding up 2 fingers. Naruto pointed out that Sasuke was there. On the head of the Madara statue, Sasuke walked across and then disappeared in a leap. Anko said it would be better to follow him, but Naruto stopped her with his arms and said they should let him lead them to Orochimaru's hideout. Tayuya likened following a rat back to its burrow, and Naruto laughed at the phrasing. Everyone leapt onto Hashirama's head, ready to spring to Madara's, but Naruto signaled them to halt. He announced that someone else was coming. The group went on guard as many crows appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Naruto questioned the appearance of crows. The birds formed the outline of a familiar figure, making Anko uneasy. Naruto asked Itachi what he was doing there. Anko stepped in front of Naruto and warned Itachi to stay away and not take Sasuke. Itachi smiled and reminded Anko that Naruto had kept his promise. Anko raised an eyebrow in doubt. Naruto said he would have kept his promise if Itachi had not shown up, smiling as the brown-haired Anko looked at him. Anko demanded an explanation from Naruto. Naruto said he would explain later, then asked Itachi what he was doing there and why he had not come with the shark-faced one. Itachi explained that he was a clone. Naruto thought it was a clone made of crows. Itachi clarified that the original was with the others in Akatsuki and that he had come to inform Naruto of the organization's plans. Naruto asked why Itachi would tell him such things. Itachi said he thought it would be good for Naruto to know, since the Akatsuki intended to capture him. Itachi then asked what they were doing at the Valley of the End and looked around. Naruto answered that they were chasing his rebellious little brother, who had left the village to join Orochimaru. Itachi had assumed Naruto would take care of Sasuke. Naruto waved off the concern and said he had not interfered for a reason. He had been sure Sasuke would leave Konoha to seek Orochimaru sooner or later, and Naruto had been waiting for that moment so he could face the serpent once and for all. One day had passed since the confrontation with Orochimaru. In Konoha, Tsunade had summoned several teams to search for Sasuke and to support Naruto in his search. On the terrace of the Hokage's tower stood Might Guy, Rock Lee, Niji, Tenten, Kakashi, Sakura, Zabuza, Haku, Kurenai, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Asuma, Ino, Chuji, and Shikamaru, gathered before Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, who stood beside Jiraiya and Shizen. Kurenai addressed the Hokage and asked why she had called everyone together. Tsunade explained that she wanted them to help Naruto search for Sasuke. Ino asked what had happened to Sasuke, concerned. Tsunade said that 2 days earlier Sasuke had left Konoha of his own will to seek Orochimaru, and that Naruto had left the village early the previous day with no word since. He might be confronting Orochimaru now. Shikamaru asked whether Naruto had gone alone. Tsunade answered that he had been accompanied by the village's new shinobi and by Anko Mitarashi. An Umbu arrived and reported that someone was approaching at great speed and had ignored the guards, and that 6 people were coming. Before Tsunade could respond, the former sound ninjas, Anko, and Naruto appeared carrying Sasuke. Tsunade smiled at Naruto's arrival. Naruto asked why everyone had gathered. Tsunade said she had intended to send them to help him and that she had worried because there had been no information. Naruto nodded and set Sasuke against the terrace railing, unconscious. Tsunade observed that he had succeeded. Naruto added that they had also dealt with a certain serpent. The X-Sound members and Anko confirmed and declared that Orochimaru was dead. Jiraiya admitted he found that hard to believe. Naruto then noticed an Umbu watching him intently and joked, provoking the Umbu's tightened fist. Tsunade dismissed the Umbu, who bowed and leapt away, muttering the single word demon as he disappeared. Everyone had heard it. Tsunade asked Naruto to recount what had happened. Naruto described how they had followed Sasuke for a long distance, past the Valley of the End, and after several kilometers found the cave where Orochimaru was hiding. The 5 shinobi who had accompanied him noticed that Naruto had not mentioned the presence of a certain Uchiha. When asked what he had done on finding the hideout, Naruto explained that he had distracted Sasuke and used a transformation to pose as Sasuke the whole time, then removed the real Sasuke from the cave. That was when a fierce fight had erupted. At that moment Sasuke stirred and tried to sit up, asking where he was. Sakura and Ino reacted with relief at seeing him safe. Naruto explained that they had brought Sasuke back to the village and approached to remove the curse mark on his neck. As he did, the curse mark activated and drew everyone's attention. Sasuke shouted that he had not asked for help and that no one understood him. He quickly channeled a powerful lightning technique and struck Naruto in the shoulder. Everyone reacted in alarm as Naruto was thrown against the terrace railing, bending it noticeably. Naruto demanded what was wrong. A faint reddish chakra flared and healed his arm while he advanced slowly, and Sasuke glared back at him with open hatred. Sasuke insisted again that he had not wanted help and accused them of not knowing what he felt. Naruto paused and met Sasuke's gaze, then spoke about family and loss. Something inside Naruto cracked as he addressed what he believed Sasuke had lost. Naruto then grabbed Sasuke by the collar and lifted him, and Sasuke struggled to break free. Hinata moved to calm Naruto, but he interrupted and admitted, voice raw, that there was truth in what Sasuke had said. In a controlled, forceful motion Naruto reached for the curse mark at Sasuke's neck and severed its hold, drawing from it a white, serpentine chakra form and shattering it in a burst of light. Tsunade urged Naruto to restrain himself, but he did not answer her. Naruto confronted Sasuke about having had family and being loved, and in the upheaval someone pushed Naruto back toward the other genin so that he landed on the ground. Distraught and frustrated, Naruto tore at his jacket and shirt in a sudden, visceral motion that revealed his emotional turmoil more than anything physical, leaving everyone stunned. A tense silence followed the outburst as everyone tried to process what had happened. On his stomach a scar ran beneath the Reaper's seal. 2 scars marked his right ribs and 3 his left. A deep, wide scar crossed his chest over the heart, and old whip marks streaked his arms. The most striking thing was the word demon burned across his back. Naruto clenched his fist until it bled and then, voice shaking with pain and anger, he said that he had been hated since birth, that everyone had tried to kill him, and that he had always been alone because he was the jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The genin watched in stunned silence as he confessed that everyone had seen him as a demon, a rotten alley rat. Jiraiya told Naruto to calm down, trying to catch his attention. Naruto snapped back and told Jiraiya to shut up, which angered the Sannin. Jiraiya demanded respect and reminded Naruto that he was his godfather. Naruto, eyes wild, told Jiraiya that he was his godson. Jiraiya smiled in response, but Naruto struck him with a hard punch that sent the Sannin to the ground, surprising everyone. Naruto asked, with tears forming, where Jiraiya had been all that time, where he had been when Naruto needed him most. He accused Jiraiya of leaving him alone in despair and loneliness while indulging in his novels, then coming back as if nothing had happened. Jiraiya said nothing. Kakashi ordered Naruto to calm down, invoking his authority as Naruto's sensei, but Naruto cut him off. Naruto yelled that Kakashi should never call him his student, that Kakashi never trained him, never taught him a lesson or a technique, and had always stood by Sasuke. Kakashi lowered his head. Suddenly a puff of smoke appeared beside Naruto, drawing everyone's attention. From it emerged the nine-tailed fox. Kurenai and Guy gasped at the sight. Everyone went on guard. Kurama ignored the others and used two tails to seize Naruto by the arms while Naruto stared back at the beast. Kurama called Naruto by name and everyone looked. Hinata addressed the fox respectfully, and the Jounin and Genin were surprised to hear the name Kurama. Kurenai, surprised, realized that Kurama must have been the one training Naruto all this time. Kurama told Naruto to calm down and insisted that Naruto was not like this. Naruto snapped that Kurama knew him perfectly, that the fox had seen his life and what he had endured. He wrenched his right arm free of the fox's grip and demanded whether Kurama wanted to remember when those marks were made on his arm. Naruto freed his left arm as well and asked whether Kurama wanted to remember when his ribs were broken in broad daylight, pointing to the scars along his sides. He showed both arms to make the scars visible and asked whether Kurama wanted to remember the times his arms had been stretched and tormented. He accused them of stabbing him in the chest so deeply that he nearly died. Kurama lowered his gaze, troubled, and Naruto began to cry. Kurama asked what Naruto's parents would think. He looked into Naruto's eyes and spoke of Kushina and Minato, asking how they would feel to see their sons so treated. The Jounin reacted to those names. Naruto shouted that his parents were not there. The fox froze at the words. Naruto told them that his parents were dead, that they had given their lives to save the village 13 years ago. He fell to his knees, admitting that they knew him perfectly, and tears streamed down his face. Everyone watched, shocked. Hinata was deeply worried for him. Naruto questioned why he had to endure all of it, why he had to be saved. He looked up through his tears and asked whether it was a sin to want to die, whether he did not have a right to rest in peace. The room fell silent and Sasuke watched, surprised by what he heard. Tsunade spoke to Naruto, but he did not look at her. She said that they could help him and that he needed love, but Naruto interrupted. Naruto scoffed at the idea of love and told Tsunade that not everyone knows how to love. He explained that people learn to love because they are taught to love. Someone taught only pain, depression, hatred, and despair could not love, not because they did not want to, but because they could not. The others struggled to find words to comfort the jinchuriki. Naruto let out a short, bitter laugh and said that people claim time healed wounds, but he disagreed. He argued that wounds endured over time, the mind covered them with scars to protect. Sanity, and the pain lessened but never disappeared. He said he always pretended nothing was wrong even when everything was falling apart, and compared the feeling to 1,000 blades in his chest. He touched the place over his heart, then forced a smile, an obviously false one, explaining that a smile did not mean his life was perfect. Tsunade murmured Naruto's name, concerned, and everyone felt the weight of his words. Sakura reminded Naruto that they were on the same team and that she knew him. She insisted that he was not that person. Naruto answered that she was wrong. He insisted that no one knew his true self, that no one knew how many times he had cried or the thoughts that passed through his head. Haku looked at Naruto and told him gently that he was not that cold. Naruto replied to the village with a bitter observation. When you were kind, people hurt you. When Naruto spoke about becoming cold, everyone fell silent. They did not know what to say, heads were bowed. None of them had truly worried about the blue-eyed young man's well-being, and a certain Sannin felt terrible hearing his godson voice such painful words. Tsunade murmured with concern and removed the forehead protector from Naruto's brow. Naruto then asked them a question. He wanted to know what they saw when they looked into his eyes. No one knew how to answer. Naruto had been watching their reflections in his own metal band and described what he saw: pain, anguish, sadness, loneliness, apathy, suffering. In short, he saw a person who had given so much of himself that he had become something he never wanted to be. He let the forehead protector fall to the ground and looked toward the faces of the Hokage on the Great Wall. He laughed suddenly, a sound that drew everyone's attention, and then admitted that he did not understand himself. Tears formed again in his blue eyes. He explained that when he was well he laughed and had fun, but inside a void remained that did not disappear even when he smiled. Sometimes he was afraid. Anko asked what he meant. Naruto said that he feared he would never be the same person after what he had suffered. He gripped his own shoulder, saying he did not want to hurt anyone and only longed to be happy. More tears fell. Hinata tried to speak for him, attempting to tell him that he was not alone, but Naruto interrupted. He insisted that he was alone because he felt alone. No one understood the pain of feeling that no one needed you. Tsunade countered, telling him he was wrong and that everyone needed him. Konoha needed him. Naruto replied in a low voice that he wondered whether they meant him or Konoha's weapon. Jiraiya rose and said that Naruto was not that. Naruto declared that he no longer cared what others thought of him. He turned to look at the village and said he was the kind of person who was unhappy behind a false smile while making others happy. When he turned back to his comrades, he saw only sad expressions. He supposed that to them he might seem like a poor boy, but that poor boy would fight and give everything for them. Naruto's eyes landed on Sasuke. Sasuke met his gaze, then moved quickly. Naruto closed the distance and forced an intense confrontation, grabbing Sasuke by the collar and lifting him off balance. Tsunade shouted for Naruto to stop. Naruto spoke sharply, demanding that Sasuke think about why he was still alive and why Itachi had left him alive. Sasuke responded with anger, and Naruto struck him sharply in the midsection, making him double over. Naruto accused Sasuke of never using his head to question what had happened, suggesting that maybe someone else had been responsible for the Uchiha massacre and that Itachi had been blamed. The comparison brought a flash of memory to Sasuke, who remembered Itachi shedding a few tears before leaving Konoha as a child. Sasuke tried to respond, but Naruto delivered a quick, decisive blow that sent Sasuke to the ground and left him unconscious. Naruto released him and then looked out toward the village. Kurama, the Ninetales, asked Naruto what he intended to do next, watching the young man with a serious expression. Naruto said he wanted to be alone and did not want to see anyone. As he prepared to leave, Kurama suggested that perhaps Naruto should tell everyone the truth all at once. Naruto hesitated and asked what he would gain by doing that. Kurama replied that if Naruto did not do it, Kurama would, regardless of the old promise they had made. The two met each other's gaze for a long moment. Naruto said it did not matter anymore and told Kurama to do what he wanted. Naruto then vanished in a flash of yellow light that surprised some of those present. Jiraiya remarked with surprise that the technique Naruto used belonged to Minato and announced he would go after him. He did not finish his sentence. Kurama reacted strongly. The Ninetales wrapped a tail around Jiraiya and restrained him, then flung him back toward the terrace railing to make his point. Kurama told Jiraiya that he was the least qualified to look for Naruto after what Naruto had said. Kurama insisted Naruto was right about Jiraiya's absence when he was needed. Tsunade began to argue, but Kurama interrupted, insisting that the best course was to leave Naruto alone and let him calm down, because he was very upset. Hinata murmured Naruto's name quietly, worried and thinking of the blue-eyed young man. Tsunade then asked Kurama if it was true that the fox would reveal everything that had happened with Naruto. Kurama confirmed that it was time everyone knew, so they might be able to help him with his torment. The others looked to Kurama to hear what he would say next. All the nearby shinobi, along with the Jounin and Sannin, watched as Kurama raised his gaze and stared for a long moment at the face of the fourth Hokage. Tsunade asked them to tell what happened, while the fox continued to look at the Hokage's portrait. Kurama said that he would explain, but in Tsunade's office rather than there, and then he vanished with astonishing speed, leaving the genin impressed. An uncomfortable silence followed until Kimimaro walked forward and called the others to come. The genin nodded and were joined by their Jounin and Sannin. When they reached Tsunade's office, she opened the door and saw Kurama resting to one side. Everyone entered. Kurama told Tsunade to lock the door, and she complied. Kurama asked about the Uchiha. Tsunade explained that she had sent an ANBU to take him to the hospital. Kurama reproached a particular Sannin for daring to show up and said, the person's punishment would be to witness what the fourth Hokage's son had endured and live with that knowledge. At the mention of the fourth Hokage, The genin reacted with surprise. Ino realized that Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son. Tsunade noted that their sensei had not told them either. She confirmed that Naruto was indeed the son of the fourth Hokage. Some genin lowered their heads at this revelation. Hinata appealed to Kurama to tell them everything about Naruto, but Kurama refused to narrate the story. Instead, he said he would show them. Kurenai asked how that would be possible, and Kurama spread his tails near the group. He invited everyone to touch one of his tails. Hinata reached out first without hesitation, and the others followed, each placing a hand on one of the 9 tails. Kurama then told them to close their eyes. They obeyed, and the world went white. They found themselves inside Kurama's mind. Kurama explained that because Naruto was his jinchuriki, he possessed all of Naruto's memories, having been with him throughout his life. Tsunade asked where they were, and Kurama suggested they ask Naruto's sensei, since they had recently done a mission at this place. Kakashi and Sakura looked closely and realized they were at an orphanage. A room inside the orphanage held a 3-year-old blonde child who was crying. 2 women whom Kakashi, Sakura, and Haku recognized were striking the child with whips while another figure sat in a corner in a fetal position. The child cried that it hurt and begged them to stop, but the women continued, accusing him of being a demon and blaming him for causing harm to the village. The women struck him hard, and one of them shoved him into a small closet before closing it. The child pounded on the door and cried in fear while the women laughed. Shizune covered her mouth in shock as she watched. Ino murmured Naruto's name with concern. The scene faded to white. Kurama told them he had fast-forwarded a little. Naruto had been locked in that closet for nearly a week. The memory darkened again until the women opened the closet and Naruto emerged thin and malnourished. Tsunade reacted with horror. One woman told him to leave and struck him on the head before walking away, leaving the child on the floor. The figure who had been curled in the corner rose slowly and went to the bathroom, gulped water from the tap, and began to cough from drinking too quickly. Hinata whispered Naruto's name, ashamed and pained by what she saw. Tsunade asked Kurama how long Naruto had to endure this. Kurama replied that, over the course of a year, Naruto had been confined there more than 15 times. The scene shifted again, and they found themselves outside the orphanage at night. Naruto, now 4, had fallen to the ground as the 2 women stood behind him. The women told him to leave and shut the door in his face. Naruto begged to be let in, pleading that he would not cause trouble, but the door remained closed. One of the women then threw a metal bucket at his head. The woman warned him not to make noise because the others were sleeping. An adult told Naruto to leave and close the door again. Naruto, 4 years old, apologized with his head down and went away. Tayuya complained that the place was disgusting and did not care what others thought. Kimimaro called to Kurama. The fox looked at him. Kimimaro then asked what happened next. Kurama closed his eyes, and visions of the village appeared around them. He urged everyone to look with their own eyes. They all looked until they saw the boy with blue eyes running. The atmosphere had shifted. Everyone watched as the blue-eyed boy slowly woke and realized he was in an unfamiliar room. Naruto, 6 years old, groaned with pain as he sat up and wondered where he was. The 3rd Hokage, Sandaime, warned him that it would be better to rest. Naruto turned and saw the man seated in a chair, smoking a pipe, and asked what he was doing there and where they were. Sandaime explained that they were in the hospital and that some shinobi had found him injured. He asked what had happened. Naruto answered that the villagers and some ninjas had been responsible, clutching the sheet and letting tears come to his eyes. Sandaime confirmed that they had treated him that way, then reached out and touched Naruto's head, promising to do what he could to stop people from looking at him that way. Sandaime smiled and wished Naruto a happy birthday. Naruto thanked him, visibly happier. Sandaime said he had to go but reassured Naruto that he would soon leave the hospital and could return to the orphanage. Naruto looked down and revealed that he no longer lived at the orphanage. He had been kicked out 2 years earlier. Sandaime expressed surprise and asked why Naruto had not said anything. Naruto admitted he had been afraid. He said that whenever he walked through the village, people tried to hit him, threw things at him, and insulted him, and tears came again. Sandaime asked where he had been living. Naruto looked away and said he slept wherever he could, in an alley or in a garbage dump. When Sandaime asked about food, Naruto did not answer. Sandaime told him he would take care of that. Naruto accepted gratefully, and Sandaime told him to rest before he left. Naruto closed his eyes, relieved. Tsunade observed the scene and saw nothing else wrong. Kurama, speaking within Naruto's mind, told him to wait. A nurse entered the room and Naruto pretended to be asleep. The nurse noted that he was sleeping and injected something into his arm. Tsunade recognized the substance as poison and alerted the others. The nurse muttered that she hoped he would die and then left. Naruto examined his arm at the spot where the needle had pierced his skin. Kurama reached out in his mind and addressed Naruto, calling him puppy and confirming that he was inside him. Kurama explained that the injection had been poisoned, but, because Kurama was within Naruto, the boy had some immunity. The poison the nurse used had been weak. Kurama urged Naruto to leave the hospital because it was not safe and directed him to a forest where he would be more secure. Naruto knew of a particular forest and left the hospital when he could. Once he reached the trees he rested, finding the place calming when he felt unwell. Kurama warned that Naruto's training would begin the next day and that it would not be easy. Naruto, determined to learn the truth no matter the cost, resolved to train. The next morning Naruto woke very early and entered his subconscious, where Kurama spoke to. Kurama asked why he was up so early. Naruto wanted to begin training as soon as possible. Kurama observed that Naruto's determination reminded him of his mother. When Naruto mentioned his mother, Kurama reminded him of their pact and then offered something to help. Kurama wrapped 4 of his tails briefly around Naruto's arms and legs and removed them, leaving marks that functioned as gravity seals. Kurama told him these were gravity seals and showed how to activate them by assuming a particular stance. Naruto attempted the stance and immediately collapsed to the ground, surprised by the heavy burden on his body. Kurama laughed and reminded him that it would not be easy. Naruto interrupted, refusing to be told how to deactivate them. He insisted he would get used to it. He declared his intent to become strong as quickly as possible, saying he would sleep with the seals on and use them constantly without rest. Kurama accepted his choice. Naruto walked through the forest with the seals in place, and gradually he increased his speed. He walked for several hours, then stopped abruptly, fell to the ground, and began doing as many push-ups as he could. Guy watched and laughed, remarking that Naruto had the flames of youth. Lee observed that Naruto's effort was truly impressive. Naruto found a sturdy branch, leapt to grab it, and used it to work his arms. He trained until night fell and then lay down on the forest floor to rest. Kurama chuckled at his exhaustion as Naruto began to drift off. Naruto panted and refused to stop. He rose and continued walking. Tsunade wondered why he was not resting, and everything around them shifted to a bright white. Kurama observed that he never rested, and everyone watched him. The fox credited that relentless work for Naruto's current level. The surroundings shifted again, and it was explained that 6 months had passed since Naruto's training began. Everyone watched as the 6-year-old Naruto launched punches into the air while the gravity seals glowed around him. They were surprised by the speed of his strikes. Naruto leaped to a great height, struck consecutively, and landed back on his feet. Naruto, 6 years old, addressed Kurama mentally, and the fox listened along with the others. Naruto said he had grown accustomed to the seals and asked if there was a way to increase their weight. Kurama replied that concentrating more chakra into the seals would increase the weight each time. Naruto closed his eyes, focused chakra into the seals until his arms felt heavy, and then began striking again with some difficulty. Kurama reminded him that he had not taken a day off during all this training. Naruto stopped striking and instead began doing push-ups. He insisted he would not rest until Kurama told him everything and until he had fulfilled his promise to free the fox. Kurama warned that if Naruto freed him, Naruto would die. The blonde child froze and everyone grew silent. Knowing that, would he still free him? Naruto resumed his exercises. He said he wanted to rest at least once and admitted that he did not care if he died because he felt he had no one in the world. Kurama asked what he would do if he ever found someone to care about. Naruto murmured that he would live to protect that person even if it cost him his own happiness, then wondered aloud who would want a demon. He began to hit a tree, and those watching felt sadness at the way he spoke. Shizen watched Naruto train with concern. Kurama signaled, and the surroundings shifted to another place. The fox said it was time for the next thing. Tsunade asked where they were, and Kakashi asked if it was Naruto's old apartment. Kurama began to answer, prompting Sakura to question what he meant. Zabuza explained bluntly that right now the boy was living in a cave, which surprised everyone. Sakura reacted that it was impossible. Haku confirmed that they had been thrown out of their apartment since arriving in Konoha. Kakashi wondered why Naruto had not said anything. Kurama replied that they would see later. Then someone opened the door and Naruto entered, going to his bed to rest. Bored, Naruto lay on his back and watched the ceiling, then got up and looked out the window at the moon. He wondered what to do. Kurama suggested the academy, and they all moved into Naruto's subconscious. Naruto questioned the idea of the academy, and Kurama explained that there he could learn things the fox could not teach him, everything about ninjas, their cultures, and the histories of other villages. Naruto considered attending but worried about not fitting in. Kurama told him that was his decision to make. Naruto then thanked Kurama for not killing him when they first met. He said the fox could have killed him instantly but chose not to, and that giving him a goal had kept him going. Kurama closed his eyes and replied with a quiet, reluctant acceptance, while Naruto smiled and rested against the fox. Tsunade reflected on why Kurama had not killed Naruto. Kurama recounted that when he first met Naruto and looked into his eyes, he sensed that Naruto cared for nothing in the world. Over Kurama's long life as a bijou, he had seen many kinds of people and jinchuriki, but Naruto's hidden suffering stood out. Kurama had never seen anyone who, despite smiling, carried such deep, private pain, someone who cried in secret and yet always put on a smile. Kurama remembered Naruto's present self with scars across his chest and how each scar recalled a difficult moment. He remembered Naruto struggling through nightmares night after night and sometimes skipping sleep to avoid those memories. The scene shifted to the academy. Irika introduced the class to a new student named Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto sat at the back and stared out the window, keeping to himself. Time passed until recess, and Naruto lay down beneath a tree to try to rest. A classmate ordered him to move, claiming the spot. Naruto replied that he had arrived first and asked why the boy did not go somewhere else. The boy insulted him and called him a demon. Startled, Naruto stood up. When the boy tried to strike him, Naruto stopped him and knocked him down, then left without seeking trouble. The boy threatened to make him pay later. After the academy, the blue-eyed boy walked toward his apartment, trying to ignore the hostile stares, until a child pointed out that he was the other's brother. The blue-eyed boy turned and recognized him as the same boy from before. A young ninja stepped forward, accusing him of being the demon, then shoved him hard in the stomach. A terse, forceful move that sent the blue-eyed boy to his knees. The young ninja warned him not to bother his little brother again and leaned close to his ear to threaten that he would make him suffer, then left with his brother. Naruto, 6 years old, tried to get to his feet and wondered why this always happened to him, then turned and continued walking. Shikamaru called for everyone to wait and said that he had never seen that child before. Kurama answered that it was because the two had died. Everyone reacted with surprise. Kurama added that it was not Naruto but another ninja, that he did not know who it was, and that it did not matter. The others fell silent and lowered their heads at the comment. The Jonin and Sannin looked on with some irritation. The scene shifted, and the blue-eyed boy was shown training again in a forest. Naruto, 6, said he was getting tired and stopped. Kurama asked him inwardly what was wrong and whether he was tired and did not want to learn the truth. Naruto replied that it was not that. He was tired of doing the same exercises and wanted to learn a jutsu or something. He looked at his hands, which were a little sore from so much training, and explained that he needed to learn to make his own medicines because if he had to go back to the hospital, something like what had happened before might occur again. Kurama suggested that he could teach some jutsu, but for medicines he recommended going to a library and finding a book on healing herbs. Naruto sat on a tree branch and asked if Kurama truly knew any jutsu. Kurama affirmed that he did, but reminded him of their pact first. Naruto protested that he did not need the reminders so many times. Kurama snapped back that if Naruto knew about their agreement, he should not ask foolish questions. Naruto offered a resigned agreement, then stood and went to a nearby library. He browsed the shelves until he found a suitable book and began to read quickly, noting that he had seen those kinds of herbs in the forest and continuing to learn all he could. Sakura observed and asked why Naruto had been so clever all this time and why he had not shown it at the academy. Kurama remarked that someone had apparently noticed and that Naruto's behavior at the academy could be considered a facade. Haku asked for clarification, and Kurama nodded, explaining that Naruto had acted the fool at the academy to draw attention when he was bored, sometimes playing pranks. If he behaved as he did now, it might raise suspicions among the Leaf's ninja, which he always tried to avoid. Jiraiya understood and concluded that Naruto had hidden his abilities to prevent being confined. Kurama confirmed this. Hinata caught Kurama's attention and asked what had happened to Naruto's chest and back. Kurama said that those answers would come later and suggested they move on. The scene changed once more. The air shifted and silence fell over the group as everyone watched the blue-eyed boy in his subconscious. He stood facing Kurama, and the quiet between them drew curious glances from the others. Tsunade asked what was happening as she looked on. Kurama explained that this was the moment when they had a small encounter, and he indicated the cage as all eyes watched the blue-eyed boy step back into it and stand before the nine tails. Kurama asked if he was sure. Naruto, 6 years old, said that he wanted to test how far his training had progressed. Kurama agreed but warned that he should not expect mercy, and he smiled in a way that made the others tense, though the blue-eyed boy seemed less affected. The nine tails lunged with a swipe, and the blue-eyed boy dodged. The beast taunted that he was still slow, then wrapped one of its tails around him and tightened. The boy cried out and struggled to break free, but the grip held until the nine tails suddenly released him. Naruto, 6 years old, asked what was happening as he looked toward the beast. Kurama told him to release the gravity seals and to gather the palms of his hands and shout "Kai." The blue-eyed boy obeyed, and the seals vanished. Quickly, the nine tails wrapped another tail around him and tightened again, reminding him that he had not promised to stop. The boy cried out and fought to escape. Slowly he managed to loosen the grip, impressing the onlookers, and then he broke free and fell to the ground breathless. Kurama acknowledged that his strength had increased, but cautioned him never to let his guard down. The nine tails seized him by the arm and drew them apart, forcing the boy to lurch and struggle helplessly. He gritted his teeth and continued to resist even as more pressure was applied. The beast warned that in a real battle he would face ruthless enemies who would not show mercy. As the pressure increased and the boy strained, his eyes began to glow faintly red. Kurama realized aloud that the boy was using his chakra, and everyone but Naruto heard him. A mantle of chakra enveloped the boy, and he slipped free of the hold, collapsing to the ground. Naruto, 6 years old, looked at his body in confusion. Kurama told him that he was using his chakra and noted that he seemed able to control one tail's worth. Naruto repeated the question about one tail, and Kurama explained that jinchuriki could draw on the Biju's chakra within them. If he did, he could access that power, but because of the cage he was still limited. Naruto, 6 years old, asked what the limit was, and Kurama confirmed that if he kept releasing more tails he would lose himself and act on pure instinct. When Naruto asked how he would know his limit, Kurama said he would have to discover it himself. Slowly a second tail emerged, then a third. Kurama observed that Naruto seemed to have control up to 3 tails. As the fourth began to form, Naruto's behavior shifted. He lowered to all fours and did not respond when Kurama called for calm. Kurama shouted his name, but it felt useless as the boy's skin flushed a deep red and his eyes and mouth turned pale. The nine tails seized the opportunity, clamping down and drawing out chakra until Naruto fell unconscious. Sakura, surprised, asked what had just happened. Kurama explained that Naruto had lost control and that the change would immediately reflect in the real world. The blue-eyed boy lay unconscious with scorched skin, and if Kurama had not intervened, he might have caused widespread destruction. The scene in the subconscious faded to white. Enko voiced confusion, recalling that when Naruto had fought Orochimaru he had had 6 tails while remaining conscious. Kurama clarified that had occurred after Kurama had been freed from the cage. Once free, he could be controlled. Tsunade asked how Kurama had been freed, and Kurama declined to answer, saying that it was something between them. The setting shifted and the blue-eyed boy's subconscious reformed. Now Naruto was 7 years old, standing and watching Kurama. At 7, Naruto asked Kurama to teach him some jutsu, saying he thought it was a good time to begin. Kurama agreed and said he would first test Naruto's elemental affinities. One of Kurama's tails touched the boy's forehead as Kurama closed his eyes to sense. Kurama reported that Naruto had affinity for water, wind, and fire, and then added, after a moment, that Naruto could also access earth. The others were amazed. Naruto, 7 years old, reacted with surprise at having 4 affinities. Kurama explained that the water affinity likely came from his mother, wind from his father, fire from Kurama's own presence inside him, and earth perhaps from Naruto himself, though it was weaker. Naruto, 7 years old, asked what Kurama meant by weak. Kurama clarified that Naruto could use earth techniques, but they required more chakra than the others. Kurama recommended using earth only when appropriate because repeated use could deplete Naruto's chakra quickly. Naruto acknowledged this and asked how he would learn the jutsu. Kurama touched him with a tail and said that he had shown him some techniques by transmitting images into his mind so Naruto could see the hand positions. Tsunade questioned what Kurama was doing. Kurama explained that he had only shown images of techniques he had observed, projecting them into Naruto's mind to demonstrate hand placements. Kakashi pointed out that simply seeing them would not be enough to learn. Kurama agreed but added that Naruto would discover the rest on his own. Everyone watched as the blue-eyed boy turned and formed a set of hand signs. Naruto performed fire style, great fireball technique, and a small fireball appeared. He thought it was a bit weak, formed the same hand signs again, focused more chakra, and a much larger fireball sprang forth. Naruto examined his hands, pleased to understand the motion. Kurama complimented Naruto on his quick learning and suggested a faster way to master the techniques. At 7 years old, Naruto asked how. Kurama told him to go to the Hokage and ask for the scroll that belonged to the second Hokage. Inside was the shadow clone technique, which would help him learn more quickly. Naruto worried about being refused. Kurama coldly suggested taking it without being noticed. Naruto felt a nervous sweat but decided to try. Later, Naruto slipped through the halls looking for the scroll. He entered a room stacked with many scrolls and began searching through them until he found the second Hokage's scroll. He opened it, examined the techniques and the water-style seals, and remembered that Kurama had shared images to teach him before. Naruto asked Kurama in his mind to do the same while he studied the scroll. Kurama agreed and began guiding him mentally. Naruto closed the scroll and tucked it away. In the forest, Naruto walked with his eyes closed as Kurama's guidance flowed into him. He opened his eyes, formed hand signs, and created more than 10 shadow clones. Naruto admitted that he had gone a bit overboard. Kurama reassured him that more was better and urged him to practice jutsu. Naruto nodded and began to train. Everyone watched in amazement at his progress. Sometimes Naruto sparred against his own clones in taijutsu without using his hands, a style that reminded observers of other familiar training scenes. The atmosphere changed as Naruto continued his rigorous practice. Kurama noted that Naruto was now 8 years old, and the others agreed. When a presence stirred in his mind, Naruto asked what was happening. Kurama said that Naruto's strength had increased and that it was time to tell him everything. Naruto asked if Kurama would share everything, surprised. Kurama agreed but warned Naruto that after the explanation he wanted an honest answer to a question. Naruto agreed. Kurama began by saying that he had not attacked the village of his own will. Someone had controlled him. Naruto was stunned to learn that Kurama had been controlled while inside Naruto's mother. Kurama explained that during Naruto's birth, the seal that kept the beast contained had weakened. Naruto's father had tried to control Kurama so he would not escape. During the chaos, someone had kidnapped the newborn Naruto and threatened to kill the child unless Kurama was released. Naruto's father managed to protect the baby, but the intruder freed Kurama from Naruto's mother and took control of Kurama with a Sharingan, forcing the beast to attack the village against its will. Kurama added that the only other person Kurama remembered who had ever controlled him was Madara long ago. Naruto asked for information about jinchuriki. Kurama explained that jinchuriki are the people who host a tailed beast inside them. Naruto clarified that he meant how many there were. Kurama listed that there were 9 tailed beasts in total, and that Naruto was Kurama's jinchuriki. Kurama named his siblings and their common designations: Shikaku, the 1 tail, Matatabi, the 2 tails, Isabu, the 3 tails, Son Goku, the 4 tails, Kokuo, the 5 tails, Saiken, the 6 tails, Chome, the 7 tails, Gyuki, the 8 tails, and Kurama, the 9 tails. Naruto then asked about his parents. Kurama told him that his father was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Naruto reacted with surprise and wondered why others still treated him harshly if he was the Hokage's son. Kurama explained that the 3rd Hokage had arranged for Naruto's origins to be kept secret. Minato had many enemies outside the village. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, Minato had destroyed many hostile shinobi with his Flying Thunder God technique. Those who hated him most were from the Land of Stone, and the 3rd Hokage chose to hide Naruto's heritage to keep him safe. Naruto asked about his mother. Kurama revealed that his mother had been Kurama's former jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Kurama explained that Kushina had been temperamental and proud of her red hair, earning her the nickname the Bloody Habanera because of her fiery spirit. Naruto smiled at the description and asked Kurama to tell him more. Kurama began to recall how Minato and Kushina had met at the academy. Minato was drawn to Kushina's red hair, and she had started to come closer to him. Naruto, 8 years old, sighed and rose to his feet. He agreed to listen and then, after a pause, asked how his parents had died. A tense silence settled over everyone watching. Kurama confessed that he bore responsibility. When he saw others preparing to seal him again, he lashed out to prevent being imprisoned. In the ensuing clash, Naruto's parents stepped between them and lost their lives protecting their son. They had believed that one day Naruto would save the village from the person who had controlled the beast. Naruto, the blue-eyed boy, reacted with visible shock. Kurama then asked if Naruto hated him now that he knew the truth. Naruto shook his head, stood up and looked away, surprising the onlookers. He explained that Kurama's attempt to avoid being sealed was understandable for someone who had been confined for so long. He added that not everything about the situation was bad, because at least they had met. He made clear that the person he was angry with was the one who had controlled Kurama. Kurama let out a small, rueful laugh and pressed Naruto for an honest answer about what he would do with the power he was gaining. Naruto admitted that a part of him did feel a destructive impulse, but because his parents had given their lives to protect him and the village, he would honor their will instead. Kurama sighed and called Naruto strange but admirable. Naruto smiled, and the atmosphere brightened until the edges of the scene turned white. Tsunade's expression softened with a small hint of happiness. Kurama then shifted to a serious tone and warned that from this point forward things would become difficult. Everyone tensed at the change in mood. The atmosphere shifted. Naruto was training with his clones while others meditated on certain information, which caught their attention. Jiraiya asked what those clones were doing as some watched them meditate. Kurama explained that they were analyzing the technique he had shown Naruto in his mind, the fourth Hokage's technique. Jiraiya asked if Kurama meant the Rasengan, and Kurama confirmed, adding that someone had lied about who taught it. If Naruto had asked about the Rasengan, the Hokage would begin to suspect. Tsunade understood. The clones of Naruto vanished, leaving the original alone. Naruto raised his hand and concentrated, and a sphere began to form in his palm. Naruto, at 8 years old, announced that after 3 months of studying he had finally mastered the Rasengan. Kurama thought that Naruto was truly skilled with techniques. Naruto wondered why Kurama always called him a pup. Kurama teased that kitten might suit him better because of the marks on his cheeks. Naruto did not respond, and Kurama suggested testing the Rasengan on a tree. Naruto said he wanted to try something. He expanded the Rasengan until it was the size of a beach ball and used the Great Ball Rasengan on the tree. The tree shattered into countless pieces while the Rasengan remained active. Naruto then slammed it into the ground, producing a loud blast and a rising curtain of smoke that surprised everyone. Jiraiya observed the crater and the ruined tree and admitted he was impressed. Naruto had managed to create a Rasengan even larger than his and Minato's. Naruto panted and said that a single large Rasengan was his limit for now. Kurama noted that at 8 years old, Naruto's potential was remarkable and that when he grew older he would be able to perform it repeatedly. Naruto nodded and rested. The scene changed. Naruto walked through the village toward his apartment. A villager suddenly threw a stone that struck Naruto's head, causing him to bleed lightly. Naruto touched his head and scolded them to stop as he tried to continue walking, but he started to feel dizzy. Someone grabbed his arm. A villager kneed him hard in the stomach, leaving him winded and on his knees, and threatened that this time they would make sure to kill him. They dragged him by the hair into an alley where others gathered. Naruto pleaded for them to stop. He was struck in the face and felt pain and a small wound. One of the villagers produced a kitchen knife, which alarmed those nearby. Naruto begged them to leave him alone, but a person restrained him from behind so he could not escape, lifting him so his feet did not touch the ground. The attackers ordered the other to finish him, and the assailant stabbed Naruto in the chest. Naruto cried out, but the person holding him covered his mouth. Naruto struggled weakly from the earlier training and the blows. The attack continued until Naruto went still. The assailants released him and left him abandoned on the alley floor. Hinata began to cry, and everyone was stunned by what they had witnessed. Naruto lay on the ground and turned his face toward the sky, wondering if he was going to die. Kurama urged him to come closer and Naruto crawled as best he could into the protective space around the seal. Kurama wrapped him in chakra and began to heal him slowly. Kurama warned that it would take time because he was sealed and could only help so much. Naruto remained silent with his eyes closed. Kurama muttered in frustration and focused on stabilizing him while thinking about Minato. More than 4 hours passed. The unconscious Naruto slowly opened his eyes and realized it was night. He rose with difficulty, leaning on a wall. Looking down, he was shaken by how injured he was and the memories returned, bringing him to tears. He wondered why this was happening to him and felt certain he would have no one excited to meet him. He called himself a worthless rat in a small, defeated voice and continued toward his apartment. Once home, Naruto went into the shower. He removed his blood-stained clothes and bathed to wash away the injuries. Some kunoichi blushed at the sight, but Naruto simply focused on cleaning himself. When he noticed something on his chest and looked in the mirror, he saw a large scar where his heart was and reacted with shock. His legs trembled and he fell to his knees, alarming those nearby. He pressed his hand to his chest and then his face to the floor, struggling to breathe and to calm himself, but his efforts were futile. Kurama urged him to hold on, but Naruto became increasingly agitated until he fainted again, eyes open, startling everyone around him. Tsunade murmured another. A woman murmured that it had been an attack, worried by what she saw, and asked for someone to say that he had been helped, but Kurama shook his head. Kurama explained that he had been in a coma for almost 2 weeks, which surprised everyone. Shikamaru said that he now understood why Naruto had not attended the academy for a while. The others looked at him. He added that he could not believe they had not noticed. The pearl-eyed woman only nodded, relieved that at least someone else had noticed. Kurama went on to say that, fortunately, the boy had survived because the fox had been inside him, but his food and care had been neglected. The atmosphere shifted as they watched the blue-eyed boy rise slowly, dehydrated and very thin. Kurama noted that the boy had always been alone. Everyone recoiled at his pitiful appearance. When they looked into his eyes, his gaze was dull and almost extinguished. Kurama refused to continue describing the worst of it, saying it was too much to show, and the others were at a loss for words. Kurama told Jiraiya that he hoped he was satisfied, glaring at the Sannin with hatred, and added that Jiraiya could have prevented all of this. Jiraiya only looked away. Hinata ran through the village toward the Forest of Death and reached Naruto's home in less than 15 minutes. She paused before the cave when she saw something floating on the lake and realized it was Naruto. Hinata walked across the water and stood beside him. She noticed tears in his blue eyes as he watched the first stars of the night. Hinata asked if he was all right and leaned closer. He gave no response when she touched his hand. Hinata said that she did not like seeing him like that. A few tears fell onto his clothing. Naruto said he did not understand and reminded Hinata that he had asked to be left alone. Hinata tried to speak, but Naruto told her not to be offended. When he looked at her, his eyes were empty, full of pain and desperation. He said that he wanted to be alone, stood up, and vanished in a yellow flash. Hinata called his name, worried and saddened by what she had seen. 2 weeks passed. Naruto sat in the cave staring at the wall for hours. Outside, the same friends who had looked through his memories gathered again, this time with Sasuke among them. Everyone hesitated, unsure whether to approach. Naruto had barely eaten for days and only wanted to be left alone. Tsunade sighed and decided to try. She entered the cave and found Naruto still staring at the wall. Tsunade asked if he was all right. Naruto told her he did not understand why she was there and suggested she should be performing her duties as Hokage. Tsunade said she wanted to know if he needed anything because she did not like seeing him in that state. Naruto said he wanted to be alone, ordered her to tell the others to leave, and lay down facing away. Tsunade left with her head bowed. Jiraiya went next and entered the cave intending to talk about Naruto's parents and Kushina. Naruto said he already knew everything and told Jiraiya to get lost. Jiraiya refused to go, and Naruto struck him hard enough to send him flying into a tree outside the cave. Jiraiya struggled to rise. Seeing that it had not worked, Tsunade nodded towards Sasuke. Sasuke entered the cave and Naruto told him he was not in the mood and to leave. Sasuke pressed him about the remark he had made concerning Itachi. Naruto criticized Sasuke for always acting on impulse and never analyzing situations, then told him to leave. When Sasuke asked Naruto to tell him everything he knew, Naruto refused and told him to investigate on his own. Naruto's eyes flashed red with the kyubi's presence, and his voice deepened with the bijuu's tone, prompting Sasuke to retreat and exit the cave. The others looked on with concern and shook their heads. Shikamaru entered next and lay on the stone floor, closing his eyes. Naruto told him he was the one bothering him and ordered him to go. Shikamaru said he would rest there for a while and asked if Naruto wanted to join him. Naruto picked up a kunai and threw it near Shikamaru, causing him to open his eyes. Another kunai landed close to his leg. Trusting Naruto, Shikamaru closed his eyes again until a kunai nicked his pants at the right leg and later grazed his cheek, which made him rise and leave. He saw everyone watching and only shook his head. By the lakeside, Shikamaru explained that Naruto had thrown kunai to force him out. If he had not pretended, Naruto might have hurt him. The others only nodded. Sakura came forward and approached Naruto, who was staring at his ninja bag. Sakura asked if he needed anything, and Naruto bluntly told her to go away. Sakura bowed her head and left as everyone watched. Zabuza and Haku arrived afterward. Zabuza challenged Naruto to a fight, asking for a rematch of their last encounter. Naruto coldly replied that he would defeat him, and the atmosphere grew tense. Haku implored Naruto not to isolate himself, reminding him that everyone was trying to help. Naruto asked why, if they were trying to help, they had abandoned him long ago. He accused Jiraiya of never helping and claimed they had ignored and mocked him at the academy. He argued that any help now would be out of pity or guilt, not genuine care. He told them all to leave, and they reluctantly agreed. Haku apologized. They had not been able to change things. The group lowered their heads. Hinata entered the cave then and saw Naruto sitting on a rock. She sat beside him. Silence stretched until Hinata spoke. Hinata said she wanted to be with him and asked if she was bothering him. Naruto admitted that she was bothering him a little. Hinata told him to bear with it and, to change the subject, asked him to tell her about his parents because she did not want him to dwell on things that would hurt him. Naruto looked at her and began to speak about his mother. He remembered her as a beautiful woman with red hair and violet eyes, someone with a temperamental nature. He smiled faintly and started to recount what Kurama had told him. Naruto described his mother as kind, someone who would get angry when people teased her hair and would defend herself. He added that people had nicknamed her the Bloody Habanera because she fought back against those who bothered her. He spoke of her happily while Hinata watched him smiling. Hinata asked about his father. Naruto explained that his father was tall and resembled him without the whisker marks on his cheeks, touching his face as he spoke. He said his father had seemed very strong and was the fourth Hokage. He had invented the Rasengan and mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and Kurama had told him that enemies in other villages feared him because, during the Third Great Ninja War, he had stood alone against many opponents. Naruto spoke proudly of his father. After a moment of silence, Naruto told Hinata he had an odd question and, looking into her eyes, asked what it felt like to have a family. Hinata was a little surprised. Hinata answered that it was complicated to explain, then described family as a place you can call home. She said family members stay by your side through problems and that being with them brings feelings of security, protection, and love, many different emotions. Naruto lowered his gaze and said he did not think he would ever experience that. Hinata disagreed and told him he could experience it someday when he found the right person with whom he could be himself, feel safe, and love. She blushed slightly as she mentioned love and fiddled with her fingers. Naruto asked how it felt to love someone and how he would know if he loved someone, staring at the floor in a way that surprised Hinata. Hinata, flushed more than usual, tried to explain that loving someone meant noticing every detail about them, their tastes and qualities, and that when you care deeply for a person you can often tell at a glance if something is wrong with them. Naruto asked aloud who could love someone like him, calling himself a demon and touching his chest as tears began to form. He could not finish his sentence because Hinata wrapped her arms around him from behind. Hinata begged him not to talk about himself that way. She could feel his back wet with tears and did not like seeing him so despondent. She stepped away from the hug and positioned herself so he could meet her gaze, telling him he was a wonderful person. Naruto stared at her in surprise. She then shared a memory from her childhood. As a child she had been teased for her eyes and for being part of the Hyuga clan, and those recollections brought back the moment Naruto helped her. In the memory, 6-year-old Hinata was being bullied by 3 children in a corner of the village, pushed and insulted until tears fell from her eyes. A young Naruto appeared and told the bullies to leave her alone. The other children mocked him, but Naruto rushed in, struck one of the boys, and then stood up to defend himself as they attacked. He fought back with growing determination until the bullies retreated. When they left, Naruto turned to the girl. Naruto asked if the girl was all right and offered his hand to help her up. Hinata accepted hesitantly and denied being hurt. Naruto asked her name, and she stammered that she was Hinata. He introduced himself as Naruto and, smiling, asked why they had bullied her. She said it was because of her eyes. Naruto told her he did not see anything wrong with them and thought they were beautiful, like pearls in which he could see his reflection. His compliment made her blush. He advised her not to let others' judgments about her eyes matter. She thanked him, and he apologized briefly before giving his full name, Uzumaki Naruto, and offering a handshake. She introduced herself properly as Hinata Hyuga, and they clasped hands. Hinata thanked him for helping and bowed politely. Naruto said he did not like watching people be mistreated and, satisfied she was safe, waved and ran off, raising his arm in farewell. Back in the present, Hinata explained that after Naruto helped her she had felt safe and began following him in secret, watching how people treated him. Seeing him be kind and give his best while enduring mistreatment hurt her deeply. She tearfully recalled that when Kurama had shown her Naruto's memories she had wanted to be there for him. She wanted to be beside him when he collapsed in the bathroom, to embrace him when he trained in secret, to congratulate him on his efforts, and to stand by him when she discovered the scars on his back. She had wanted to hold his hand and tell him to hang on, that he was strong and not alone, and to hug him so he could cry if he needed to. Tears ran down her cheeks as she reached for his hand. Naruto reacted with stunned eyes and could not stop crying when he was with her. He held her and felt stronger simply by being by her side, finding comfort in her presence whenever painful memories surfaced. Naruto felt his pain ease whenever Hinata was by his side, and his embrace tightened as he held her. He could not stop crying and confessed that he did not know what to do. He admitted that sometimes he wanted to disappear from the world, but the thought of Hinata kept him fighting. At the idea of being separated from her, he pressed his hand to his chest and winced, saying that just imagining it hurt. Hinata listened, astonished, her own eyes red with tears. She expressed that if he ever left this world, she would go with him. Hearing that, Naruto opened his eyes and continued to cry. Hinata told him that he was one of the people she most admired, that when he had helped her she had been so happy that her heart had raced, and that she finally understood what the feeling was. Hinata confessed that she loved Naruto Uzumaki and smiled with her eyes closed. Naruto reacted with surprise and asked whether she truly loved him despite what others called him and the scars he bore. Hinata reached to the spot on his back where the word demon had once been written and said that she loved everything about him and did not care what others thought. She thanked him for being born and for making her so happy. Naruto buried his face in Hinata's shoulder and let out a sudden, shuddering cry. Everyone who heard the cry ran to the cave to see what had happened. They found Naruto crying while Hinata held him. No one knew what to say. Hinata asked what it felt like to be loved, and Naruto, still crying, said that it felt good. Tsunade murmured Naruto's name as they all watched the scene. Naruto thanked Hinata and began to speak, but he then sensed something that drew everyone's attention. He asked who it could be. The others raised their eyebrows and followed as Naruto and Hinata started to leave the cave. Hinata asked what was happening, concerned. Naruto said that someone was approaching and that their chakra was very large. After a tense silence, a figure appeared behind the trees. They were all outside the cave watching the silhouette of a man appear among the trees. Slowly his presence became clearer. Some of them were surprised while Naruto watched him intently. The man wore a black cloak with red clouds and an orange mask. Tobi looked around and noted how vast the forest was, then singled Naruto out and waved, explaining that he had been looking for him. Naruto wondered who he was, and why he felt a familiar space-time signature in him, the same as his father's Hiration. He kept watching the newcomer, troubled by a feeling at the edge of his mind that he tried to ignore. Tobi apologized in a clumsy, exaggerated way, leaped forward to introduce himself, and landed face-first in the dirt. He sat up rubbing his head and explained that his name was Tobi. Naruto asked why Tobi had come and whether he was with the Akatsuki. Tobi confirmed his affiliation and said he wanted to invite Naruto to join the organization. The others reacted with surprise at the offer. One of Naruto's companions rushed up, alarmed at the many scars on Naruto's body, questioning who had done this to him. Naruto warned Tobi to go away, and for a moment the red glow of Kurama's power flared in his eyes, making the masked man step back. Tobi pretended to be frightened, stumbled into a tree, and sat rubbing his head as everyone looked at him oddly. Tsunade questioned whether this truly was someone from Akatsuki. Naruto continued staring until a sensation rose from inside him. In his subconscious, Naruto sensed a presence behind him like an aura full of fury and instinct to strike. He turned and saw Kurama with a gaze full of resentment. For Naruto, this was the first time he had seen Kurama look like that, and it unsettled him. Naruto asked Kurama what was wrong. Kurama muttered a curse and threatened the newcomer in a tone that carried lethal intent. Naruto asked Kurama if something was wrong and Kurama answered that he recognized the man perfectly. Naruto was shocked to hear that the creature inside him had a memory. Outside his subconscious, the blonde young man stared in disbelief at what Kurama had revealed. Tobi noticed Naruto's shocked expression and called his name, but Naruto remained focused on the masked figure. Tsunade and Jiraiya noticed Naruto's reaction and asked what had happened. Naruto pointed at Tobi and accused him of being the one responsible for all his suffering. The accusation created confusion among the gathered shinobi. Hinata asked what he meant, and Naruto vowed to make the man pay, a vow heard by the Leaf Shinobi but not by Tobi at first. Kimimaro asked if Tobi was the source of Naruto's pain, and then started walking toward him. Tsunade told Naruto to stop, but he ignored her. Naruto confessed that he had always wanted to meet the man who had caused his pain. He called upon his training and his determination, explaining that he had never rested in his pursuit. He declared that now he would be able to stop him. Naruto's expression shifted into something none of his companions had ever seen before. His pupils narrowed, his hands tightened until his knuckles hurt, and a cold, dangerous resolve filled the air, making everyone tense. Naruto accused Tobi of attacking Konoha 13 years ago. Tobi's voice changed and he observed that Naruto had discovered the truth, then activated a visual power in his mask that revealed the Sharingan. Naruto blamed Tobi for the suffering Konoha endured, for the deaths of his parents, and for the destruction that affected many people, including the Uchiha. Sasuke looked at the masked man with hatred. Within Naruto's subconscious, Kurama suggested they end the threat together. The two locked eyes and exchanged serious nods. Kurama raised his fist and Naruto matched the movement, their fists meeting in a shared agreement to act. Outside the subconscious, a golden aura began to appear around Naruto, drawing everyone's attention, even Tobi's. Naruto's body shimmered as a golden cloak formed behind him, bearing a dark symbol on the back. The transformation surprised everyone. Naruto then accused the masked man of controlling his best friend and, with a flash of yellow, teleported behind Tobi and struck him with a spinning chakra sphere. Tobi flew back against a wall, rose to his feet, and muttered a curse while trying to figure out how Naruto had appeared behind him. He walked toward the young man and said that this time he would capture Kurama. The others moved up behind Naruto. Naruto warned them not to interfere, saying this was his fight, and charged at the masked man. Tobi dodged past a punch and taunted that Naruto could not defeat him, activating his Sharingan eyes and showing he could anticipate Naruto's moves. Naruto summoned 5 chakra-formed hands from his back and explained that he wanted to see how long Tobi could remain untouchable. The 5 hands attacked in sequence, engaging the masked man in a rapid exchange of stylized, high-speed combat. The battle played out like an intense anime confrontation, with swift counters, sudden teleports, and bursts of energy lighting the forest. Techniques collided in brilliant flashes, the combatants pushing each other to their limits. There were no graphic injuries, only the raw force of their abilities and the determination driving them. The confrontation continued to escalate as Naruto and Tobi tested each other's limits, their motives and pasts driving the fight forward. In Orochimaru's lair, far from Konoha and distant from the Valley of the End, Kurama, the great demon statue, Naruto and Tobi appeared without warning. Kurama struck the statue with 4 tails, forcing it to recoil. Naruto struck its stomach but his blow passed through, and Tobi leaped up onto the statue's form. Kurama looked around and noted that it was a good place to fight. Naruto entered Kurama's head. Kurama observed that teleporting had used more chakra than expected, and Naruto responded that he should not be underestimated and that it was time to finish the fight. Kurama reminded Naruto not to underestimate the statue. Although it was a shell of the 10 tails, it possessed comparable strength. Kurama said he would handle his counterpart, and urged Naruto to take care of the other opponent. Naruto told Kurama to finish the job. The golden cloak of Kurama surged forward, attempting a decisive blow at the great statue. The statue grabbed Kurama's arm and threw him to the ground. Kurama used 3 tails to seize the statue by the feet, lifting it and slamming it down with tremendous force. Tobi leapt to avoid being toppled with the structure, and Naruto, seeing that, jumped back to keep a safe distance. Tobi warned that he would not repeat the same mistake twice, then activated his ocular power and pushed it into its advanced form. He declared he would extract Kurama and kill Naruto, and began sprinting toward the blue-eyed boy. Naruto moved in response, throwing a kunai that struck the statue's head. When the blade passed through, Naruto vanished in a yellow flash and reappeared to strike with a spinning chakra sphere. Tobi experienced a sudden sense of déjà vu. He concentrated chakra in his feet and burst forward, forcing the spinning sphere to impact the ground and create a large screen of dust and smoke. Tobi muttered that Naruto almost did to him what Naruto's father had done, then felt a sharp sting in his back. He turned to find a kunai lodged there. Naruto silently returned the favor, then followed with a kick that sent Tobi rolling backward in a quick flip. Tobi removed the kunai, tossed it aside and remarked on Naruto's stubbornness. Naruto merely smiled. Kurama wrapped the statue's arms with his tails, rendering them useless, and began battering its chest with repeated punches. The statue channeled energy along its back, and a bolt of energy struck where Kurama had been, knocking them briefly apart. Tobi and Naruto registered the change and locked eyes. Tobi slipped into cover among the trees, but Naruto vanished and reappeared behind him, cutting off any escape. Naruto made it clear he would not let Tobi go and launched an assault. Tobi blocked with his hand, then leapt onto the statue's shoulder. Naruto dove back into Kurama's head. Kurama checked on Naruto and warned again not to underestimate their opponents. Naruto noted that Tobi kept trying to flee and that the trees made the fight difficult. Kurama responded with a dismissive sound and unleashed all 9 tails in a sweeping, high-speed motion that produced a brutal gust, uprooting and shredding the trees in an instant. As the others pressed on, they passed the Valley of the End, and suddenly a powerful wind current appeared. Tsunade shouted for everyone to duck. They dug their hands into the ground to brace themselves and watched trees fly away in the blast. When it finally subsided, the land ahead was stripped bare, no grass or trees remained. The group realized that, ahead of them, the golden Kurama stood opposite the great demon statue, and Tobi sat poised on the statue's shoulder. Might Guy observed with a grin that it looked like a monster battle. Naruto shouted the name Madara. Madara laughed and acknowledged that Naruto knew his name, then declared that this time he would make sure to kill Naruto, extract Kurama, and use that power to destroy everything Naruto loved. His words left everyone in shocked silence. Naruto dismounted from Kurama to stand on the ground. Madara did the same. Naruto stared at Madara while Kurama faced the great statue. The tension built until all 4 let out a fierce battle cry and charged. Naruto and Madara clashed directly. Madara blocked Naruto's strike with his hand, gripped Naruto's arm, pulled him close and landed a sharp blow to Naruto's face that sent him reeling. Madara reappeared and delivered a powerful kick to Naruto's head, sending him to the ground. He moved to finish with a kunai. From Naruto's back, a chakra-formed arm emerged and seized Madara's wrist, lifting him and allowing Naruto to land a rapid series of strikes to his midsection. Madara used his advanced ocular power to let parts of the assault pass through, freed himself, jumped back and formed hand seals alongside Naruto. Both invoked a fire-style technique, and their flames collided in a blazing clash, each refusing to yield. Tsunade watched the collision with amazement and noted that Madara seemed to be gaining the upper hand in power. Hinata, eyes filled with concern, activated her own visual ability and called Naruto's name with worry, the moment softened by her emotional plea. They all watched as Naruto moved into another set of hand seals without canceling the fire jutsu. Naruto activated wind release, Great Wall of Wind, and the fireball expanded, overwhelming Madara's technique. Madara used his Mangekyo Sharingan to try to let the attack pass through harmlessly, but Naruto appeared behind him and formed a Raisin Shuriken, striking his back and propelling him toward the growing wall of fire. As Madara and the Raisin Shuriken entered the wall, it suddenly transformed into a gigantic sphere of flame, resembling a small sun. Jiraiya was impressed and noted that if Naruto kept this up he could finish him. Guy pointed toward the tailed beasts fighting elsewhere. The golden Kurama grabbed the great statue and slammed it to the ground. The 9 tails surged in coordinated attacks. The statue struck Kurama, then retaliated, landing a heavy blow that knocked Kurama back. The statue leaped a long distance, and Kurama began to form a sphere in his mouth. Naruto noticed immediately. Kurama started shaping a tailed beast bomb, the 9 tails contributing to the effort as the sphere swelled. Enko warned everyone to hold on to something, reminding them of the Chunin exam explosion and saying a powerful wind could sweep them away. They braced themselves, but Naruto called to Kurama. The kyubi met Naruto's gaze and understood. Naruto formed seals and concentrated his chakra, using earth release, sandwich technique to raise 2 massive stones on either side of the ghetto statue, squeezing it from both sides and disrupting the tailed beast bomb Kurama had been forming. The bomb suddenly grew enormous and was hurled at the statue at the same moment the stones crushed it. The impact produced a massive explosion and a violent gust of wind that forced everyone to grip whatever they could. When the wind died down, the statue lay in pieces. Jiraiya acknowledged that Naruto had succeeded. Tsunade observed that Naruto had destroyed the statue but had relied on an earth technique, an element he was not strong with, and she and the others saw him fall to one knee, exhausted and breathing hard. Naruto's appearance returned to normal, and Kurama vanished in a cloud of smoke. Madara cursed and turned as someone struck him with a kunai to the chest, knocking him backward and wounding him. Madara accused the attacker of ruining his plans and swore he would kill them. He retrieved the kunai and raised it to strike again. Naruto ducked, avoided the blow, and used his head to hit Madara's mask, shattering it and revealing Obito beneath. Kakashi, watching, was stunned to see his former teammate. Kakashi reacted with disbelief and asked why Obito was there. Guy also found it hard to believe, since Obito had been presumed dead. Kurenai questioned why Obito would be among the Akatsuki. Tayuya snapped at the others for arguing. Kakashi explained that Obito had once been his teammate, and everyone's surprise deepened. Hinata noticed Naruto's weakened state as he clutched the wound in his chest. Naruto ran forward despite his condition, and the others followed without hesitation. Naruto ordered everyone to stay back, insisting it was his fight. Tsunade warned that if he continued he would die, and the shinobi moved forward. Naruto declared he did not care. If he died, he would take Obito with him. He forced himself to stand, formed a Rasengan in his hand, vanished in a flash of yellow, appeared behind Obito and struck him in the back, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. Obito struggled to rise, clearly hurt from the earlier Rasen Shuriken and fire attacks. Obito shouted about betrayal and the endless cycle of war, claiming that everyone would betray and that there would always be war and death. He demanded to know why Naruto kept getting up and fighting, saying he knew what it was to be rejected, ignored, beaten and insulted. Naruto answered that he fought for his parents, explaining that they had made him a jinchuriki to stop people like Obito. Obito argued that the cycle of hatred would continue. Where there is light there is darkness, where there is love there is hate, and asked what Naruto had learned from his life. Naruto surprised everyone by responding that he had learned to smile. Obito drew a kunai and declared he would kill Naruto. Naruto drew his own kunai as well. They charged at each other, increasing their speed until they were face to face, and each drove a kunai into the other's chest. Both were wounded and staggered, but Naruto forced a smile and delivered a powerful kick that sent Obito tumbling away. Naruto pulled the kunai from his own chest and hurled it at Obito, who turned to dodge. Obito stood and looked toward Naruto. Obito cursed under his breath. The others watched as Naruto sank to his knees, coughing and stumbling, clearly weakened. The group shouted Naruto's name in alarm. Obito gave a small, strained laugh and took a step forward before dropping onto one knee, thinking that he was exhausted. A moment later, someone else appeared beside Obito. Everyone recognized him. Sasuke cried out that it was Itachi, and Itachi acknowledged Sasuke before turning to regard the blue-eyed boy, Naruto. Obito ordered that it be finished. Itachi activated his advanced ocular technique, and a strange aura began to form around him. The aura gradually took shape into a towering, armored guardian that wielded a great flaming sword and bore a small vessel at its side. Itachi invoked the guardian. Tsunade murmured that it was incredible and urged everyone to help Naruto quickly. They rushed to where Naruto was kneeling and noticed a faint, odd smile on his face. Naruto urged Itachi to act immediately. The guardian's sword struck Obito, pinning him briefly and sending a ripple of shock through the group. The vessel at the guardian's side opened and drew Obito in, slowly absorbing him. Once Obito had been contained, Itachi released the guardian and moved to Naruto's side. Itachi took Naruto's arm and helped him over his shoulder as they walked toward the others. Naruto said that he felt weak and then looked down to find a serious injury on his chest. Itachi called for Tsunade to come quickly. Tsunade ran without hesitation. Naruto suddenly collapsed to the ground. Tsunade rushed over, turned him onto his back, and saw the severe injury on his chest. Everyone stared in shock at the wound in the middle of Naruto's chest. Tsunade realized at once how deep it was. She focused, and a green healing aura formed around her hands. She held them just above Naruto's chest. The wound began to close slowly, but his breathing grew increasingly shallow. Tsunade begged him to hold on as she concentrated, but Naruto told them he would not make it. He looked up at the sky and explained that even if they healed him, he had used too much chakra and feared he might die. Tsunade pleaded with him not to speak and not to give up, tears slipping down her face. Naruto wondered aloud what the village would be like if he did not exist. Others reacted in stunned silence as he suggested they might be better off. His thoughts turned to Hinata, and he called for her to come closer. Hinata knelt and rested her head beside him. Hinata begged Naruto to stay with them, tears in her eyes as she stroked his hair. Naruto apologized and, trying to soothe her, wiped her tears. He thanked her for helping him, for accompanying and supporting him, and for always being by his side. He said he was grateful to have met her, that she had been a light in his darkness, and he expressed his deep affection for her. They shared a quiet farewell. Hinata pleaded again for him not to go, pressing her head against his and begging him to wake, tears falling on his face. Tsunade continued to concentrate, and suddenly the green aura flared. Tsunade turned and saw Kurama, the Nine Tails, touching her back with a tail. Kurama ordered her not to be distracted and to keep focusing. She nodded and maintained her concentration for several tense minutes until the aura faded. Then she put her ear to Naruto's chest and felt his heartbeat. Tsunade confirmed that he was alive but unconscious. Relief spread among them, and Hinata breathed with joy until Kurama began to fade. Hinata asked the fox what was happening, alarmed by its dissipation. Kurama explained that Naruto was in a coma and that everything now depended on him. He rested a tail on Naruto's forehead and warned that this time it was different. Kurama had used too much chakra in the fight and would soon merge with Naruto. Ultimately, Naruto would have to choose whether to live or to let go. Hinata insisted he would live. Kurama expressed hope as he warned that Naruto had endured so much that he might choose to rest forever. Hinata murmured Naruto's name and stroked his hair, silently begging him not to leave, and then Kurama disappeared completely. Tsunade said they had to take Naruto back to Konoha. Anko suggested leaving him in the hospital or in the cave, and the others debated their options. Hinata volunteered to care for him at her home, drawing everyone's attention. Kurenai questioned whether Hinata was sure, warning that her father might object, but Hinata declared she would speak to him and showed firm determination. Jiraiya appeared and offered to carry Naruto, saying it would be better if he did so, and then asked one person in particular why they had acted as they had. Itachi was that person. Jiraiya confronted him about helping Naruto despite being a member of Akatsuki. Itachi looked towards Tsunade and asked permission to return to Konoha, surprising her. When Tsunade asked why he wanted to go back, Itachi said he would explain along the way. He formed a hand seal, created a clone, removed his Akatsuki cloak and handed it to the clone, which then leaped away and vanished. Sasuke turned to Itachi and asked him to tell everything. Itachi agreed, and the group began the journey back to Konoha. Jiraiya asked again why Itachi had helped Naruto and why he was abandoning Akatsuki. Itachi prepared to explain as they traveled. Itachi recalled that when they first met he had been with Kisame. Kisame nodded while the others listened. Itachi explained that before Tsunade arrived he had placed Naruto under a genjutsu with his Sharingan. He looked at Naruto and said that, instead of breaking free, Naruto had chosen to have a conversation with him. The others were surprised to hear that. Tsunade asked what kind of conversation it had been. Itachi said that the two of them had promised not to tell anyone about it. He looked forward and added that, since he was here now, that promise no longer mattered. They listened attentively and noticed him smile. Itachi said that Naruto had discovered everything, and the others raised an eyebrow. Everyone had arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village. The guards at the gate assumed a fighting stance when they saw Itachi, but Jiraiya explained and they let them pass. They noticed Naruto's condition and exchanged knowing looks. They walked toward the Hokage's tower for a while until someone stopped to call attention. Jiraiya told Hinata that he would take Naruto to her home and asked if she was sure about leaving him there. Hinata nodded without hesitation. Jiraiya and Hinata left, followed quietly by Kurenai. The others went on to the Hokage's office. When they reached Hinata's house, she let them inside and led them down a corridor. In the courtyard she saw Hayashi sitting with his eyes closed, but she continued on to a guest room and laid Naruto down to rest. After they left the room, Hinata called her father into the living room and he nodded. Hayashi entered and found two shinobi standing by. Hinata stood beside her father. Hayashi asked what was happening. Hinata told him with determination that she would let Naruto stay there. Hayashi began to object, but Hinata interrupted and explained that Naruto was in a coma, that she did not want him left in the hospital or the cave where he lived, and that she refused to leave him alone. Seeing this rare determination in his daughter surprised Hayashi, who had rarely seen her so resolute. Jiraiya stepped in and politely requested permission for Naruto to remain at the house for a time. After a pause, and with Hinata's firm stance and offer to go wherever Naruto might be sent, Hayashi relented. He admitted that Naruto had helped Hinata a great deal and that her change in strength and resolve showed it. He permitted Naruto to stay. Kurenai thanked them and prepared to leave with the others. Hayashi went to look for Hinata and found her in a guest room holding Naruto's hand. He told her that Naruto could remain with them. Hinata accepted happily and insisted that she would take care of him herself. Hayashi agreed but reminded her not to neglect her training. Hinata showed the gravity seals on her hands to reassure him, and Hayashi smiled. Suddenly a smoke ball appeared beside Hinata and a nine-tailed fox manifested. Hayashi tensed, ready to intervene, but Hinata spoke to the fox calmly. The fox answered that it had been exhausted of chakra but had recovered and was now better. Hayashi recognized the fox as the one who had trained Hinata before the Chunin exams and was astonished to see Kurama there. Kurama confirmed that Naruto had freed him previously and that, if he wished, he could be free again. Kurama also asked that their meeting remain private. Kurama said that he would stay near Naruto, though he could no longer do for him what he once could. Hinata asked if Kurama had helped Naruto when he had been in a coma before, and Kurama explained that he had aided Naruto in the subconscious, using chakra to help him recover. However, when Naruto entered that subconscious again this time, Kurama could not find him there. He could sense Naruto's presence but could not locate him. Hayashi told them to let him know if they needed anything and left the room, giving them privacy. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade was at her desk looking out the window. She had ordered the other genin to leave, keeping only the jounin present. After a while, Jiraiya and Kurenai arrived. Tsunade presented a leaf headband to Itachi and declared him officially a jounin. She said she would speak with the council and warned that they might call him to answer questions about what had really happened to his clan. Itachi accepted the promotion and left when Tsunade suggested that Sasuke likely wanted to speak with him. Jiraiya said that they could only wait and watch the village from the window. Tsunade informed several jounin Zabuza, Anko, Kurenai, Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma that they would have no missions for the moment, and they departed, leaving Tsunade and Jiraiya alone. Jiraiya asked what had happened in the village while they were away. Tsunade said that Shizune had been able to calm people down, but most had begun to insult Naruto for having been near Kurama. Tsunade admitted she wished she could tell them that Naruto was the one who had saved them. Jiraiya suggested Naruto should say so himself. Tsunade replied that with the council involved, they would not want to hear it and would likely tell Naruto to keep quiet. Tsunade wondered aloud why they should waste time with them, and Jiraiya only nodded. Tsunade added with concern that the only thing they could do was wait for Naruto to wake. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked out the window at the village, unaware that Naruto was watching them like a ghost. Naruto passed through the door without being seen and entered a room filled with scrolls, which brought back memories of when he had wanted to learn the shadow clone technique. He stood for a moment, taking in the sheer number of scrolls. Naruto noted to himself that there really were a lot, and then he left the room by passing through a wall. He appeared in the meeting hall where the leaders of the clans used to gather. The place was empty. As he was about to leave through the door, he noticed 5 portraits hanging on the wall: Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze, and Tsunade. Naruto lingered, staring at his father's portrait for a while before stepping away. He walked through the village, watching the villagers go about their day. Some were happy, others busy, until he overheard voices. A villager mentioned that the demon seemed gravely injured. Another asked if he was sure. The first villager replied that from what he had seen, one of the Sannin was carrying the creature and it looked in bad shape. A third villager said he hoped it would die. Naruto heard them and thought bitterly that they were right. Everyone would be happier without him. Naruto kept walking until he reached the ninja academy. He entered his old classroom and saw Irika teaching a few students. The sight stirred painful memories and bittersweet ones. A student called Irika's name, pulling Irika from his thoughts. Irika said he was worried because someone close to him was in poor condition and, looking at the board, murmured Naruto's name with sadness. Naruto saw that. Naruto apologized to Irika in his own thoughts and left. Outside the academy, he sat in the hammock tied to the tree where he used to rest. He watched students being picked up by their parents and felt the ache of loneliness as they hugged their families. When he looked up, he noticed Irika standing in front of the hammock. Irika stared at the empty hammock and tears slipped from his eyes, and Naruto was surprised by how moved he felt. Irika touched the hammock rope and quietly expressed hope that Naruto would recover soon. Naruto felt grateful for Irika's concern but told himself he did not know if he would come back. He stood up and walked toward the Stone of Heroes, the monument bearing the faces of those who had died protecting the village. Naruto wondered aloud whether, if he died, his face would be carved into the stone. A voice answered that he was mistaken. The woman in charge of the village would surely put him there if he died. 2 figures approached from behind and one cheerfully asked Naruto to tell them how it had gone. Naruto trembled and turned to see his parents smiling at him. Naruto ran and embraced them, overwhelmed and asking how they were there. Minato observed that Naruto seemed to be between life and death and, noticing Naruto's bare torso and the scars he bore, began to say he was sorry but was interrupted. Naruto reassured his father that he should not blame himself, that he had acted for the village. He touched his stomach and said he had come to know Kurama. Kushina hugged him and told him that he was truly strong, asking him to tell them everything. They smiled and walked together toward Training Field 7 to talk. Minato said the place brought back memories of when he had trained with his team. Naruto asked who had been on that team, and Minato named Kakashi, Rin, and Obito. The name Obito caught Naruto's attention because it reminded him of the masked opponent he had fought. Naruto told them that he had fought the masked man and, together with Itachi, they had defeated the enemy known as Madara. When the mask had been removed, Kakashi had said it was Obito. Minato listened in surprise. Naruto asked what had happened to Obito. Minato explained that Obito had supposedly died during the Third Great Ninja War and that Minato had not arrived in time. He had only found Kakashi and Rin afterwards. Minato said that Rin had been the woman Obito loved and suggested that that love might have shaped Obito's later choices. Naruto told Minato not to blame himself. People make their own choices and follow the paths they think are right. With that, Naruto stood up. Kushina asked Naruto to tell them everything, and they sat together on the ground under a tree, Naruto between them. Naruto began to explain that thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique, he had become much stronger. He recalled the Chunin exams and the battles he had faced, mentioning that he had come out on top in his encounters. Kushina cheered with joy and hugged him tightly, and Minato laughed softly, telling her to let him breathe. Naruto smiled, warmed by their presence. Naruto explained that in the middle of the fourth phase there had been an attack caused by Orochimaru. He could have stopped it, but he had to help someone else. Minato asked who it was. Naruto said it had been Gar, another jinchuriki like himself. The others nodded. Naruto described how he had to shock Gaara back to himself and pull him out of the darkness he had fallen into. He smiled along with his parents, but then added that after the attack he learned that the old man had died and he had felt useless. Minato told him not to blame himself and reminded him that it had been a battle between master and student. Naruto simply nodded. Naruto went on to say that after that they went to find Tsunade so she could become the 5th Hokage. Kushina confirmed that Tsunade was the new Hokage and asked if she did a good job. Naruto said Tsunade preferred gambling and drinking sake, and everyone laughed. He admitted he helped her sometimes, and remembered that when they went to look for Tsunade they went with Jiraiya, whom some called Erosenin because of the salacious novels he wrote. Kushina laughed heartily at the nickname while Minato covered his face with his hand, a little embarrassed for his old teacher. Naruto said he had fun teasing Jiraiya during the search, but then encountered the Akatsuki. Minato and Kushina wanted to know what the Akatsuki were. Naruto explained that they were an organization that hunted jinchuriki to extract the tailed beasts and try to lock them away in a great statue. He added that he had destroyed that statue, so their plan could no longer be carried out. Both parents looked relieved. Naruto said that when he met members of the Akatsuki, he came face to face with Itachi. Minato was surprised that Itachi had been in the group. Naruto explained that Itachi had been forced by Obito long ago. The Uchiha clan had planned a coup against the Hokage, and Itachi had opposed it. He told how Itachi had agreed to certain tragic terms to protect his younger brother Sasuke. Minato sighed, reflecting on the chaos of those times. Naruto laughed softly and said it was one way to put it. After that they found Tsunade, and they had clashed with Orochimaru, who escaped. Naruto followed the trail to one of Orochimaru's hideouts and freed the prisoners held there. Some of those he freed later became ninjas of Konoha. Kushina praised him for helping so many people, and Minato shared her reaction. Naruto admitted that despite all his help, people still looked at him with hatred. Minato understood and gently ruffled his hair, telling him not to worry because they simply did not know him yet. Naruto accepted that. He recalled that after Tsunade became Hokage, Sasuke had fled the village to meet Orochimaru. Naruto pursued him with others and they managed to defeat Orochimaru's immediate plan. Kushina, proud, tapped his shoulder and called him her son. Naruto's tone shifted. He said that when they brought Sasuke back he had lost control of his emotions and lashed out at everyone, screaming and revealing every wound and feeling he had held inside his hatred, resentment, disappointment, fear. He confessed that he sometimes regretted what he had said but could not change it. Kushina embraced him, telling him she understood and that he had been holding so much inside for so long. She let him go and told him he was very strong and should never doubt that. Naruto hugged her tightly and cried. Minato then embraced him as well and told him they loved him. They released the hug and Minato asked what he planned to do next. Naruto did not know. He looked at the sky, stood up, and began to walk, and his parents followed. Along the way, they overheard villagers whispering about their son, and Naruto was visibly hurt by the comments. They watched him enter a particular house and followed. In a room they found Naruto resting, and beside him a young woman. Kushina asked who she was. Naruto said it was Hinata and smiled while looking at her. His parents noticed the expression. Kushina teased him gently, accusing him of being sly and pointing out that he seemed to like her. Naruto returned the smile. He noticed that Hinata was holding his hand and quietly and sincerely said that he truly loved her. Minato asked whether he would return to the village or leave. Naruto answered honestly that he did not know. If he left, she would suffer but would heal with time. He felt tired and longed for rest, but a part of him did not want to go because he wanted to be with her. Kushina urged him to stay and asked what he wanted to do. Naruto admitted that he was afraid, if he stayed, Hinata might be judged for being with him, and he did not want her to endure what he had suffered. Minato observed that Naruto cared deeply for her. Naruto affirmed that he loved her. Hinata pleaded with him to stay, squeezing his hand and becoming tearful. Kushina told him that Hinata loved him too and encouraged him to consider staying with her. A short pause followed as they all absorbed the moment. A month and a half had passed since Naruto had been at the Hyuga residence. Hinata remained at his side, eating in that room and sleeping on a futon beside him just in case. Almost 3 times a week Tsunade came to check on Naruto, but there was no change and no sign of waking. Hayashi continued to insist that Hinata resume training, but she refused. Kurama offered to train her, and Hayashi agreed. Kurama trained Hinata in the courtyard while Hayashi supervised. With his Byakugan, Hayashi observed how the gravity seals subtly increased the strain on her chakra, making her arms and legs feel heavier. He watched Hinata and, despite the small smile on his face, he noticed the worry and fear of loss clouding hers. Hayashi told Hinata that she could rest. She nodded and went to where Naruto had been, but when she entered the room she found it empty. Panic spread through her as she searched the Hyuga mansion and could not find him anywhere. Hinata called for her father in alarm, and Hayashi appeared at once. She asked him if Naruto had woken. Hayashi responded with surprise at the possibility. Hinata said she had not found him when she entered and began to tremble with fear. Hayashi urged calm and suggested they search the grounds, but Hinata interrupted him to say she had already looked and would go out immediately. She released the gravity seals and sped out, surprising her father with her sudden burst of speed. Hayashi murmured to himself that Hinata truly loved Naruto and set off to search for the blue-haired young man. Hinata arrived at the Hokage's office without knocking. Inside, Tsunade, Shizen, Jiraiya, Anko, and Kurenai were talking about a recently completed mission. Tsunade asked what had happened in response to Hinata's urgent entrance. Hinata, breathing hard, announced that Naruto was missing. The group reacted with alarm. Tsunade ordered everyone to search immediately. The 6 agreed and left the tower as one, running through the village and calling Naruto's name, but he was nowhere to be found. Hinata activated her Byakugan to widen her vision and announced that she could not find him, then paused as she noticed a familiar red chakra signature. She identified it as Kurama's and sprinted toward it, the others following without hesitation. They ran for over 30 minutes with Hinata ahead, leading the way. She stopped suddenly and deactivated her Dojutsu, whispering Naruto's name. Ahead of them they saw him. He was holding a bouquet of flowers and walking slowly, and when he realized they were there he looked toward them with tears in his eyes. Hinata approached and asked if he was all right. Naruto only nodded, his expression sad. He did not answer when asked what was wrong. He simply continued walking. They followed him for another 15 minutes until they reached a small, neglected cabin. Naruto examined the cabin in detail. It had clearly been unattended for some time. Standing at the doorway, he murmured that he was home and thanked his parents aloud, then entered. The others hesitated briefly and then went in after him. Inside, they saw Naruto smiling as he held a photograph and then set it down. The picture showed Minato and Kushina smiling together. Jiraiya admitted that he did not recognize the place as the others looked on in silence. Naruto stopped at a door labeled in childish handwriting with a bear drawing, indicating it had been a child's room. Seeing the sign broke him. He reached out with trembling hands and opened the door, then collapsed into tears like never before. The others followed and realized it was indeed a room for a baby. Naruto looked at the dusty toys and the large portrait of his parents, and a small, bittersweet smile appeared on his face. He found a cradle with a green blanket, clutched it tightly, and did not care about getting dirty. On a shelf he discovered a notebook filled with photos of his parents. He opened it and, while crying, smiled as he turned the pages. The pictures showed simple, loving moments. Kushina feeding Minato a bowl of ramen, Minato holding Kushina's hand while she slept, joyous scenes of them together. One page showed Kushina pouring tea, with Minato touching her belly and Kushina smiling as she leaned against him. Then, on a page titled, Our Adventure with Naruto, there was nothing else. Tears fell on the paper as Naruto read the words and closed the book, clutching it tightly to his chest. In the cabin, Naruto spoke to his parents, expressing love and gratitude. He thanked them for giving him life, for making him feel like part of a family, for protecting and supporting him. He promised to make them proud and to always carry them in his heart. After a long moment, he placed the book back on the shelf and set the bouquet beside the large portrait of his parents. Tsunade watched with a heavy heart. Naruto said goodbye to his father and mother and left the room, followed quietly by the others. Everyone fell silent. They left the cabin, and Naruto turned to look at her one last time. Naruto said goodbye happily and then looked forward again. He told everyone to touch him. They did, and they vanished in a yellow flash, which surprised them all. When they opened their eyes, they were at the mountain of the Hokage faces. The sun was setting and a few stars were beginning to appear. Naruto sat on the fourth Hokage's head and said that he would never grow tired of seeing this as he watched the sunset. Hinata asked if Naruto was all right. Naruto reassured her that he was fine as he continued to gaze at the evening sky. The others watched him, and then Naruto stood up and announced that he would leave Konoha. Everyone reacted with surprise. Tsunade asked why. Naruto explained that it was time for him to have his own life. He said he had already kept his promise to his parents. While he had been in a coma, he had met them. He spoke about it with a strange happiness, and the others listened. He remembered his mother, Kushina, asking him what he wanted and why he would not come back and stay. Naruto admitted he was afraid. They all looked at him as he said that if he stayed, the woman he cared for would be judged for being with him. He reminded them they had seen how people had talked about him earlier. Turning his thoughts toward Hinata, he explained that he did not want her to go through the same things he had endured.